An ordinary weekday in a metropolis began with the usual noise of roads and endless bustle. Among hundreds of passers-by hurrying about their business, Park Soo-ho tried to simply blend in with the crowd. His thoughts were occupied only by the smartphone screen, which took him away from the gray reality. But the world around continued to live according to a strict schedule, and the green traffic light signaled the start of another movement. The stream of people rushed forward, dragging along with it the young man, immersed in his thoughts. The sudden, violent collision caused him to emerge from his own thoughts for a second. A rude shout from a random passerby forced Park Soo-ho to simply apologize in confusion, avoiding unnecessary conflict. Watching the irritated stranger go, he only sank deeper into a slight melancholy. At that moment, he was only concerned about one thing: what exactly made his old friend Park Joon-ho so happy? But a sudden, unnatural roar that rolled through the streets made the entire city freeze. A deafening roar instantly tore people out of their sleepy routine, forcing them to look around in fear. A chilling premonition of disaster was frozen in the eyes of random passers-by. The next moment, right in the middle of the busy avenue, a monstrous explosion thundered, raising up columns of dust. The shockwave easily crushed heavy cars, turning the busy highway into a real hell. Like a divine punishment, a blinding flash of energy struck the roof of one of the high-rise buildings. The skyscraper's structure could not withstand the enormous pressure and began to crumble into pieces with a roar. Tons of concrete and twisted metal poured down, burying the hopes of those who did not manage to escape. Powerful explosions, one after another, tore through the streets, throwing cars and people in different directions like dry leaves. Park Soo-ho ran for his life through this nightmare, where the ground was slipping away from under his feet and the air was filled with smoke. Surrounded by panic and cries for help, he understood that this day would change all the rules of his normal life forever. Amidst the general chaos, a young girl desperately tried to escape the impending disaster. Park Soo-ho extended his hand to her, trying to lead her to safety through the veil of smoke and dust. But the next moment, right in front of them, an ambulance overturned with a deafening screech, cutting off the path to salvation. Panic overwhelmed him, forcing him to run forward without looking back, through the growing nightmare. He jumped out onto the roadway, not noticing how a multi-ton truck came flying out from around the bend at high speed. The blinding light of the headlights momentarily snatched his figure from the darkness, depriving him of any hope of evasion. A blow of incredible force cut off all thoughts, plunging consciousness into absolute emptiness. But instead of eternal peace, Park Soo-ho suddenly came to his senses, greedily gasping for cold air. Looking around, he realized that he no longer felt the asphalt of his hometown beneath him. In the night sky, unseen creatures circled with outstretched wings, and above them, 2 moons shone ominously. Finding himself completely naked in the middle of an unknown wilderness, he froze, listening to the frightening sounds of an alien world. The ancient, mysterious forest exuded a primordial menace, and every rustle made the blood run cold. Park Soo-ho gritted his teeth, realizing that his life was hanging by a thread again. Suddenly, a nightmarish, drooling monster emerged from the darkness, its roar shaking the treetops. Before the young man could take a step, a ferocious pack of wolves ambushed the giant beast, causing a bloody massacre. Years later, listening to this crazy story about an alien planet, the doctor only smiled condescendingly. To those around him, this story sounded like the ravings of a madman who had experienced severe trauma. But the main question that interested the investigation was how an ordinary person managed to survive there and return back. Park Soo-ho looked ahead silently, in no hurry to reveal his secrets. After all, the hell and cruelty he had to go through in that world remained forever burned into his memory. From the very first seconds in a new, unknown world, Park Soo-ho realized the harsh laws of the wild, where there was no place for the weak. Bloodthirsty predators ruled here, ready to tear apart anyone who dared to violate the boundaries of their domain. Every day turned into a merciless struggle for survival, where yesterday's hunter instantly became someone's prey. Finding himself completely defenseless and naked in this primeval hell, the young man could only watch in horror as the monsters feasted. But even in the midst of this eternal nightmare, Soo-ho tried to find at least some clue that could save his life. The look of the small, seemingly harmless animal made his heart clench with an inexplicable premonition. Fear gripped my body, and my instinct for self-preservation screamed that I needed to run as far away as possible. And he ran, not looking where he was going, choking on the icy air and tearing his lungs apart in a mad rush. Every obstacle on the way seemed like a death trap, but Park Soo-ho didn't dare stop for a second. His strength was rapidly leaving him, and his mind was clouded by the suffocating, primal horror of persecution. A sudden obstacle under his feet made him lose his balance, interrupting his desperate run. Having fallen from a steep slope, he rolled head over heels down, dragging a pile of sharp stones with him. Every moment of this endless fall was followed by unbearable pain throughout the entire wounded body. He fell with a dull thud into the thick grass, losing touch with reality for a second. Having come to his senses, Suho frantically listened to every rustle, trying to understand whether the monsters were pursuing him. A sudden sound nearby made him freeze in place, and his heart began to beat wildly. Overcoming weakness and aching pain, he carefully made his way deeper into the dense swamp thickets. Pushing aside the thorny stems, the young man hoped to find at least something that would help him satisfy his unbearable hunger. And then his gaze fell upon strange fruits filled with a frighteningly bright crimson. Park Suho froze in indecision, because in this cursed forest, even the most tempting food could turn out to be a deadly poison. But hunger turned out to be stronger than fear, especially since the local inhabitants were feasting on these juicy fruits. Casting aside his last doubts, Park Suho began to greedily devour the sweet pulp, trying to drown out the debilitating weakness. However, as soon as he took another bite, a strange, frightening premonition made him freeze. The surrounding forest, which had seemed peaceful just a moment ago, was suddenly filled with an ominous, oppressive silence. A rustling sound behind him made the guy tense up with his whole body. Someone was silently creeping up from the dense thicket. The grass parted, revealing something that made the blood run cold. A giant, furious eye of a ruthless predator stared at him. Park Suho was frozen, unable to even breathe, as he realized the scale of the threat looming over him. A colossal blue snake burst out of the thicket with a deafening hiss, aiming its deadly fangs straight at him. Death seemed inevitable, and the boy was already prepared for the worst, frozen in place in horror. But in the next split second, another monster burst out of the water, tearing the air with a furious roar and clinging tightly to the snake's flesh. The two giant creatures clashed in a mad, bloody battle, sending up clouds of spray right in front of the stunned youth. Trembling from the shock he had experienced, Park Suho swallowed hard, still not believing his miraculous salvation. But the joy was short-lived. Suddenly the body was gripped by a burning, paralyzing pain. The fruit eaten turned out to be poisonous after all. Consciousness rapidly faded, and the boy collapsed unconscious, plunging into cold darkness. Time lost track as the life-giving moisture that collected on the leaves of the trees slowly brought him back to life. Drop by drop, clean rainwater seeped into his parched throat, driving away the remnants of the deadly dope. When Park Suho woke up, he found himself high up in the branches of a tree, trying his best to quench his thirst with this meager heavenly moisture. He understood that the poison had only receded temporarily, and that a new, even more severe struggle for survival lay ahead of him. After all, below, at the very foot of his flimsy shelter, hungry predators were already circling, patiently awaiting their rightful prey. A subtle, sweet aroma made Park Suho sniff warily. There, among the endless crowns of the primeval forest, lay the only chance to restore wasted strength. A mysterious, celestial disk shone in the sky, like a silent witness to his desperate struggle. Enormous, ripe fruits hung in heavy clusters, promising long-awaited salvation from debilitating hunger. Park Suho grabbed the thick, tough stem tightly, struggling with the stubborn plant. Straining all his remaining strength, he tore off the giant fruit with one powerful jerk. Finding himself on a safe branch with his prey in hand, he paused for a moment, celebrating a small victory. Without wasting another second, the young man greedily sank his teeth into the juicy flesh, forgetting about everything else in the world. And below, holding its breath, a small white animal watched his every movement closely. But as soon as Park Suho took his next bite, a strange premonition made him suddenly freeze. A heavy, sticky drop of someone's saliva fell from above, right onto his bare back. Slowly turning his head, he tried to comprehend where this sudden threat was coming from. At that moment, his gaze met a pair of furious, bloodshot eyes of the true master of this jungle. With a terrible roar that shook the centuries-old trees, a furious giant fell upon him from above. A huge, enraged gorilla bared its jaws, preparing to tear the intruder to pieces for encroaching on its food. A monstrous blow from heavy fists landed precisely on the fragile tree trunk. Park Suho barely managed to grab the vine, escaping with his precious prey at the very last moment. Under the weight of the enormous beast, the century-old branch broke with a crash, sending the monster into freefall. With a dull roar, the giant's carcass fell to the ground, raising clouds of age-old dust and dry leaves around it. And even the small white predator had to quickly flee to avoid being crushed in this mad commotion. Park Suho barely had time to react when the air around him suddenly trembled with a primal threat. A blind, crushing force crashed down onto the ground, splitting stones under the giant's heavy claws. A huge beast, lurking in the shadows, stared at the intruders with its eyes burning with fury. But the main target of this monster was a wounded white wolf, whose paw was pierced through by a sharp splinter. Despite the searing pain and the superior forces of the enemy, the faithful beast only bared his teeth furiously, ready to fight to his last breath. His opponent responded with a deafening roar that mixed bloodlust and the absolute superiority of a predator. Raising his massive fist over his defenseless victim, the monster intended to crush her with one blow. At the last moment, the wolf managed to dodge the crushing attack, which literally crushed the ground beneath him. And it was at this critical moment that Park Soo-ho made a mad leap, rushing to help straight from the sky. Clutching the improvised knife, he thrust it with all his might straight into the eye of the raging giant. A wild, piercing cry of pain echoed throughout the area as the blinded giant shuddered. But the beast's rage was too great. Its huge paws instantly closed on the body of the impudent man. With one powerful movement, the monster threw the guy away like a rag doll. Park Soo-ho crashed into the trunk of a mighty tree at high speed, breaking the branches with his own back. He lay sprawled on the damp ground, breathing heavily, trying to regain control of his numb body. Meanwhile, the enraged beast, bleeding, was preparing to continue its deadly hunt. With difficulty rising and spitting out blood, the guy only smiled bitterly at his own stupidity and recklessness. This picture of the crazy past made Myungjin freeze in deep amazement at what he heard. Returning to reality, an exhausted Park Soo-ho admitted that the echoes of that wild world still haunt him. And Myungjin, looking intently into the face of his interlocutor, understood that this battle was far from over for them. After all, in each of the lost worlds, there has always been someone who has claimed absolute power. There, in the middle of a vast and dangerous jungle, young Park Soo-ho came face to face with a true nightmare for the first time. The monstrous beast, knowing no mercy, was ready to tear the intruder to pieces, reveling in its own rage. But at that very moment when hope seemed lost, a savior suddenly appeared from the shadows of the forest thicket. The white wolf pack rushed forward like a swift avalanche, mercilessly gnawing at the flesh of the ferocious giant. Watching this bloody massacre, the wounded young man realized that in this cruel place, the only way to live was through force. Amidst the chaos of the battle, his gaze fell upon a defenseless, wounded wolf cub, barely surviving the heavy blows of the giant. It was this moment that ignited in his heart a spark of primal connection with wild predators. Since then, they had become one, rushing relentlessly through the harsh lands towards the unknown. Park Soo-ho ran alongside the pack leader, sharing every breath with him under the endless night sky. The grueling chases tested his body's strength, forcing him to balance on the edge of his capabilities. But weakness was an unaffordable luxury where the slightest mistake promised immediate death. He learned to protect those who accepted him as their own, carefully carrying a wounded animal in his arms through any obstacles. They raced forward, driven by a single instinct for survival that finally erased the line between man and predator. And when two ominous moons rose over the horizon, a wild howl filled the expanses plunged into darkness. The call echoed throughout the forest, calling forth loyal blood brothers. Throwing his head back, Park Soo-ho echoed them, finally awakening the wild beast within him. Each new day brought insane trials, forcing him to make deadly leaps into the abyss. Descending sheer cliffs and overcoming the force of gravity, he turned danger itself into his faithful ally. And even when the deadly mouth of a giant snake opened right in front of him, he rushed into the attack without hesitation, ready to snatch victory at any cost. Gripping the hilt of his trusty blade tightly, he dealt crushing blows. With one precise movement, Park Soo-ho cut through the flesh of the monstrous snake, causing it to choke on its own blood. But the nature of this wild world knew no mercy, sending new ferocious predators against him. Enormous boars and packs of hungry wolves rushed towards him, but he only quickened his pace towards this avalanche of fangs and claws. Soaring high on the forest vines, he hovered above the treetops like a true ruler of this jungle. Every move he made was calculated. Every jump brought him closer to his cherished goal. Another beast fell under his onslaught, sprinkling the earth with the crimson rain of his triumph. Staring into the endless distance of an alien world, Park Soo-ho realized how slim his chances of ever returning home were. He gained authority among the wild wolves, becoming their leader, whose strength was beyond doubt. But even after becoming the king of the beasts, deep down he remained only a prisoner of this endless prison. On Earth, they still can't believe how, after 500 years in the absolute wilderness, he managed to find his way back. And the answer lay in the never-ending war for survival, where every day tested his strength. In this merciless struggle, his faithful wolf pack was always ready to rush into battle at the first call. But their enemy was no less ferocious, hordes of giant monkeys, eager to tear apart any violator of their borders. The earth shook from the trampling of thousands of paws, ready to meet in a decisive battle. Bloody fangs sank into flesh, and the jungle echoed with the furious roar of creatures fighting for life and death. Park Soo-ho personally led his army forward, clutching his weapon and not knowing a drop of fear. Pushing off the damp ground, he soared into the air, concentrating all his fury into one blow. The deadly blade flashed in the rays of the sun, aimed straight at the heart of the leader of the enemy pack. Having collided in midair with a mighty titan, he was ready to prove that only a man could be the true king of these lands. A mad grin lit up his face in anticipation of the inevitable victory. With one furious blow, Park Soo-ho unleashed all his might on the monster leader. A blinding flash of pure energy tore through space, sweeping away enemies. The shockwave scattered the remnants of the pack, causing the surviving monsters to flee. The bloodied blade rose into the air, completing its triumphant dance of death. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, under the cover of sunset, completely different clouds were gathering. The cleanup team slowly moved through the dilapidated streets of the residential area. Every step on the cracked asphalt brought them closer to the unknown threat. The fearless Choi Soo-yeon suddenly stopped, feeling strange vibrations in the air. The portable anomaly detector in her hand emitted an alarming, shrill beep. The instruments recorded that the level of spatial energy instantly exceeded all acceptable norms. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, they hastened to contact the portal control headquarters. The coordinates of the anomalous zone were transmitted, but there was no time left to retreat. From the very center of the street, a blinding column of primordial chaos shot into the sky. Realizing the imminent danger, the patrolmen rushed away from the epicenter in panic. However, a monstrous blast wave overtook them in a matter of seconds. The impulse, sweeping away everything in its path, mercilessly threw people to the ground. Rising with difficulty through clouds of dust, they looked in horror at the opening gates of hell. Animal fear gripped their hearts in the face of impending doom, and only Choi Soo-yeon, clutching the hilt of her faithful blade tighter, prepared to meet the unknown threat face to face. She ordered the others to retreat immediately, ready to sacrifice herself to save them. Panicked, the soldiers rushed away, frantically calling for urgent support from headquarters over the radio. And behind her, a real fiery inferno was already opening up, heralding the imminent appearance of the enemy. Gritting her teeth, Choi Soo-yeon demanded that the monster finally reveal itself, promising to tear it to pieces. But from the crimson haze and flames, a frighteningly human figure began to emerge. In that brief moment, the warlike determination in her eyes gave way to a chilling shock. Through the dust and heat, eyes looked at her, burning with a primordial, irresistible force. Her mind refused to believe what she saw. It was not a demon standing in front of her, but an ordinary person. However, the pressure emanating from his body was so monstrous that the girl's hands began to tremble. With a furious, deafening roar, this stranger made the entire area tremble. Choi Soo-yeon froze in place, overwhelmed by this concentrated bloodlust. Gathering her will into a fist, she tried to break the distance and prepared herself for the inevitable collision. But Park Soo-ho's gaze, blazing with golden flame, finally bound her will. She realized that any attempt at resistance would result in her instant death. Her fingers struggled to hold the hilt of the sword as an inexplicable numbness gripped her. But contrary to expectations, having expended the last bits of energy, the young man fell heavily to his knees. His entire threatening aura melted away without a trace in an instant. Park Soo-ho completely lost his strength and fell unconscious onto the explosion-ravaged ground. Park Jun-ho, who came to the rescue, stood frozen in shock, unable to believe that what was happening was real. And now, the fate of this formidable stranger was entirely in the hands of the stunned squad. Once in the hospital bed, the wounded Park Soo-ho fell into a deep, healing sleep. For Choi Soo-yeon, who witnessed his incredible appearance, that day divided her life into before and after. Emergency services arrived immediately, turning the scene of recent chaos into a temporary rescue operation headquarters. After some time, when the initial shock had subsided, specialists took up the case, trying to record every word of the mysterious survivor. The experienced doctor only smiled encouragingly, turning off the recorder after a long conversation. In the silence of the hospital room, their conversation sounded more like the confession of a man rediscovering a forgotten world. But the burden of what he had experienced still weighed on Park Soo-ho's shoulders, preventing him from fully believing and returning home. As the doctor was about to leave, the patient's quiet voice made him stop right at the door. The guy's sincere gratitude for simple human communication sounded frighteningly mundane, blurring the line between reason and madness. The story of a 1,000-year survival in a primeval nightmare seemed to the doctor to be merely a defensive reaction of a traumatized psyche. As he walked out into the corridor, he thought with slight skepticism that this detailed nonsense would make an excellent science fiction novel. Meanwhile, in the majestic building of the Office for the Awakened, work was in full swing, far from medical sentimentality. Choi Soo-yeon immediately reported the oddities to management, which did not fit into the usual framework. The department head looked up from his papers, intrigued by such an emotional report from his best employee, but as soon as the girl presented the official document of a survivor, a heavy, puzzled pause hung in the office. The official only sighed in disappointment, lamenting that this guy could not count on even minimal government support. After all, Park Soo-ho's official status was that he was the weakest F-class, an ordinary person without a drop of magical power. Choi Soo-yeon refused to believe it because an ordinary person simply would not be physically able to overcome the deadly portal. The head of the department simply threw up his hands, attributing everything to simple luck and the accidental discovery of a safe passage. However, the final point in this dispute was supposed to be the official medical report that the boss handed to the girl. While carefully studying the report, Choi Soo-yeon came across a strange detail, a mention of the habits of a wild animal. The image of the mad survivor, his gaze radiating primal fury, instantly flashed before her eyes, causing her to shudder. Despite the boy's official low rank, she insisted on strict adherence to protocol. Instead of the usual courier delivery, the girl decided to deliver these important papers in person. The head of the department was seriously surprised by such zeal from his best subordinate. But Choi Soo-yeon was adamant. She needed to see with her own eyes someone who had survived this living hell. Meanwhile, within the walls of the modern city hospital, a deceptive silence reigned. The culprit of the commotion, Park Soo-ho, lay motionless on his hospital bed, staring at the ceiling. There was no fear or madness in his eyes, only a deep, exhausting weariness. The measured flow of thoughts was interrupted by a polite visit from a nurse who brought lunch. The simple, unpretentious hospital food seemed like an incredible delicacy after years of deprivation. The empty stomach responded with a demanding rumble, confirming that the body was desperate for energy. Having cast aside any unnecessary thoughts, the guy decided to first fully restore his strength. At that moment, an uninvited guest was already approaching the door of his chamber. Opening the door, Choi Soo-yeon politely called the guy by name, ready for a serious conversation. However, the picture that appeared before her completely left the girl speechless. The guy, with the greed of a wild animal, stuffed food into his mouth with his hands, completely ignoring the cutlery. Noticing the extraneous noise, Park Soo-ho slowly turned his head, holding a lump of rice in his hand. An awkward, ringing silence hung in the room, broken only by the rustling of sheets. He lowered his bare foot onto the cold floor and silently stared at the blonde who had entered, trying to understand her intentions. Instead of a cautious greeting, Park Soo-ho crouched down, sniffing his guest like a wild animal trying to remember a familiar scent. Choi Soo-yeon did not flinch, reminding him that it was she who met him at that fateful moment of his return from another world. The memory of that eerie, suffocating predator aura that he had radiated at their first meeting flashed before the girl's eyes again. But now this formidable predator was licking the hospital plate with childish greed, completely forgetting about good manners. He dropped the empty tray with a bang and sincerely admired the taste of the most ordinary food, which seemed to him a real delicacy. Returning to bed, Park Soo-ho unceremoniously switched to the informal you, ignoring the rules of decency and demanding answers about her organization. His bold and naive answer about his own 1,000-year age only made his interlocutor sigh heavily. Attributing such strange behavior to the mental trauma of an ordinary patient, Choi Soo-yeon decided not to engage in a pointless argument. Changing the subject, she resolutely placed a stack of official papers in front of him, requiring immediate review. A dry, bureaucratic tone obliged him to sign each document, giving consent to the processing of personal data. However, the ordinary ballpoint pen in Park Soo-ho's hands caused him genuine, childish bewilderment. Under the girl's surprised gaze, he began to carefully sniff this unfamiliar object from a bygone era. She had to hurry him, reminding him that he was required to sign and not stare blankly at the stationery. Park Soo-ho obediently leaned over the table, but instead of letters, his hand began to write something completely different. Choi Soo-yeon's patience was rapidly wearing thin as she watched his chaotic movements across the paper. When the guy looked at her with an unperturbed expression, she couldn't resist and decided to look at his notes. The official letterhead featured an incredibly detailed, ferocious grin on the wolf, an echo of its wild past. Amazed by his talent, the blonde tried to find out whether he had learned magic or martial arts in another world. Park Soo-ho only smiled sadly, admitting that he had spent all these years in the deep forest, where the main art was simple survival. For Choi Soo-yeon, these words sounded like an admission of cowardice, and she hastily concluded that her interlocutor had only been fleeing for the past 10 years. Hearing her dismissive tone, Park Soo-ho froze in confusion because the reality he remembered was completely different. The girl was sure that the guy had spent time in some quiet, safe little world and had simply stumbled upon a saving portal by chance. But how could he explain to her that in those primeval, merciless jungles he had fought for his life for a whole 1,000 years? Choi Soo-yeon simply waved his hand dismissively, dismissing his words as a ridiculous fabrication, and sternly corrected him, stating that only 10 years had passed since his disappearance. These words sounded like a bolt from the blue for him, making him doubt his own sanity. She mercilessly laid out the facts before him. He disappeared without a trace in 2015 and returned only now in 2025. Suho couldn't believe his ears. Could it really be that a whole millennium of bloody carnage on Earth had been compressed into a measly decade? A plastic card lay on the table in front of him, becoming official confirmation of his new status in this changed world. The guy took the awakened person's ID card in his hands in confusion, still trying to comprehend the colossal difference in time. While indifferently giving practical advice on benefits and medical expenses, Choi Soo-yeon was already getting ready to leave. Having thrown out a final, routine phrase about returning to her family soon, she pulled the door handle. The click of the lock cut him off from the outside world, leaving him alone with the oppressive silence of the hospital room. The word family echoed in his chest, causing his heart to tighten with sudden anxiety. At that moment, a terrible premonition gripped his throat with an icy grip, forcing Soo-ho to frantically peer at the papers lying in front of him. After all, there, in the endless wild lands of another world, he survived every second for only one purpose: to return to those he loved. The strength he had cultivated over centuries among ferocious predators was meant to protect his loved ones here at home. With trembling hands, he turned the page of the report, frantically searching for the names of his relatives in the dry lines of official documents. But the archive's harsh verdict was merciless. His parents died on the very first day the world was torn apart. The realization of an irreparable loss washed over him like a wave of despair, and only the name of his younger brother, Park Jun-ho, gave him a faint glimmer of hope. Overcome with grief and fear, Park Soo-ho ran out of the room, ignoring the cries of the terrified nurses, in a desperate attempt to find at least someone who knew the truth. Bursting into the doctor's office, Park Soo-ho literally demanded answers from the person he considered his last hope. The frightened nurse tried to stop the enraged patient, but the barrier of hospital rules meant nothing to him now. The elderly doctor himself took this unceremonious intrusion surprisingly calmly, only looking at the uninvited guest with gentle curiosity. Park Soo-ho's eyes were filled with unwavering determination. He had come for help and was not going to back down. The doctor politely asked what exactly his problem was, ready to listen to any, even the most insane, words. But the news that his younger brother was alive forced Park Soo-ho to make an ultimatum to be discharged immediately so he could start searching for him. The doctor rightly noted that it was still too early to return to the big world, and gently suggested that they wait for news here, within the safe walls. However, this advice only angered the hero, because he did not come here to ask anyone's permission or play by someone else's rules. The boy's audacity and rebellious spirit only evoked a condescending but sincere smile from the experienced man. Having looked closely at the young man's face, the doctor decided to meet him halfway, but in return he put forward one very important condition. The unexpected proposal made Park Soo-ho freeze for a moment, trying to figure out the true motives of this mysterious man. And yet, a compromise was found. Already sitting in the back seat of the car, the hero sincerely thanked his unexpected savior. As he said goodbye, the doctor warmly wished his former patient farewell, promising to stay in touch. Finally, he thoughtfully asked the taxi driver to carefully deliver the still not fully recovered passenger straight to his home. The orange car smoothly pulled away, taking Park Soo-ho to his new, unknown destiny. As soon as the car disappeared from sight, the nurse standing nearby could not resist asking a silent question, not understanding her boss's motives. She was puzzled why a simple, low-ranking repatriate was treated with such generosity, unusual for the system. The elderly doctor only smiled mysteriously in response, as if he himself did not fully believe what he had just done. With a touch of self-irony, he admitted that he simply desperately wanted to continue listening to the incredible stories of this amazing guy. Such childishness on the part of an experienced specialist left the girl completely confused, forcing her to silently marvel at his strange decision. As he left the office, the elderly doctor made a seemingly routine request to the nurse to fix the broken door handle. However, looking at the twisted part, the girl was confused. The metal was twisted as if it had been melted with bare hands. She couldn't even imagine the fierce, inhuman strength with which Park Soo-ho had gripped this lock just a few minutes ago. The doctor sank tiredly into his chair and exhaled heavily, trying to comprehend the scale of what had happened. There was a deep worry in his eyes, for it had been a very long time since he had encountered creatures of such terrifying and unbridled power. Meanwhile, outside the quiet hospital, the ordinary, noisy life of a metropolis, stuck in endless traffic jams, was in full swing. Inside one of the taxis, the driver listened attentively to the breaking news broadcast on a small screen on the dashboard. Alarming reports came from the loudspeakers about the sudden appearance of another terrifying monster, wreaking havoc on the city streets. Footage from the newsreel showed a monstrous creature with torn jaws destroying everything in its path, forcing the military to deploy the regular army. Tank divisions and combat aircraft mercilessly poured fire on the monster, trying to stabilize the critical situation as quickly as possible. But the victory came at a high price. The announcer dispassionately listed the destroyed equipment and new victims among the awakened and peaceful residents. The broadcast then switched to a sports segment, announcing the upcoming battle between the greatest gladiators of our time for the right to challenge the #1 contender in the world rankings. Sitting in the back seat, Park Soo-ho listened to every word, fascinated by how much this world had changed during his absence. New heroes, new rules. Everything the elderly doctor had spoken about with a slight smile now appeared before him in all its glory. A pretentious advertisement was already playing across the screen, calling on brave mercenaries to join the ranks of humanity's strongest defenders. Influential deals promised huge dividends and unprecedented glory to anyone who dared to challenge the new reality. Noticing the interest of his unusual passenger, the taxi driver couldn't help but give a friendly grin, deciding to keep the conversation going. The man thought to himself that this strange guy in the rumpled hospital gown must have just hit his head really hard, but the genuine curiosity in the young man's eyes was winning, and the driver willingly offered to bring him up to date with the latest world events. After all, a long road in silence is always tiring, but sharing stories about incredible hunters is a pleasure. It all began on that fateful day when the heavens split and the wrath of unknown forces fell upon the earth. Cities were instantly reduced to ruins, and the streets were filled with nightmarish creatures that showed no mercy to the panicked people. Humanity found itself on the brink of extinction. That horrific catastrophe instantly took the lives of 1/10 of the planet's population. The entire military force was thrown into the battle, and the skies shook with the roar of fighters firing shell after shell. But conventional weapons only temporarily held back the onslaught of the monsters and were unable to eradicate this filth forever. Only over time, when the awakened appeared, did monster hunting turn into a harsh but profitable business with its own rules and guilds. Listening attentively to this story, Park Soo-ho became genuinely interested in how exactly one could obtain the coveted status of a mercenary. His stern gaze and unchildish seriousness only amused the driver, who noted with a gentle smile that such a thing was beyond the capabilities of a mere mortal. He patiently explained that it was first necessary to go through awakening and then pass the most difficult state exam. Meanwhile, the taxi was already approaching a poor, densely built-up area on the outskirts, where time seemed to have stopped many years ago. The car slowly maneuvered through the narrow, winding streets among the old tiled roofs that went up the slope. Finally, the wheels creaked to a stop, signaling the end of this long journey. The friendly driver turned around and pointed his finger in the direction of the house, confirming that they had arrived at the right address. Having said a warm goodbye and wished the young man a good meeting with his brother, the driver drove away, leaving him alone with the oppressive silence. Park Soo-ho stood frozen in the middle of the deserted courtyard as black crows circled above him, cawing alarmingly, adding to the tense atmosphere. Taking a deep breath, he confidently walked forward, ready to finally meet the one for whom he had come this way. A sudden creak from the old window broke the silence. The elderly woman who was cleaning the glass stared at the stranger in bewilderment. Looking suspiciously at the uninvited guest, she sternly asked who he was and what he wanted here. But Park Soo-ho had no intention of making excuses and simply firmly asked her to call Park Jun-ho. A tense, ringing pause hung in the air, which could only be interrupted by the surprised old woman's response. Park Soo-ho waited patiently, hoping for some clue about the whereabouts of the person he loved. However, the woman in front of him saw only an impudent youth who dared to disturb her peace with an uninvited visit. The guy was momentarily confused, not understanding the reasons for such sharp dissatisfaction directed at him. But instead of an explanation, he was met with a furious stream of curses and a demand to leave immediately. The window slammed shut right in front of his nose with a loud bang, leaving him completely confused. The young man involuntarily began to doubt whether he had really mixed up the address and come to the wrong place. The lamentations of the angry owner about the annoying debt collectors coming from behind the glass made him wary. The words about the crushing debts instantly clarified the picture, causing Park Soo-ho to freeze in place. He realized that the woman's anger was not caused by his manners, but by her constant fear of creditors. The hero's attention was drawn to an overflowing mailbox, filled to the brim with suspicious envelopes. Without thinking, he reached out to personally check the contents of these letters. Official notices and dire warnings addressed to a loved one confirmed his worst fears. Realizing the deep financial hole his family had fallen into, Park Soo-ho slowly walked away down the empty street. He knew too well the laws of this harsh world, where only the strongest survives, and the weak are not forgiven for their mistakes. A cold determination blazed in his eyes. It was time to take fate into his own hands. To solve this problem once and for all, he needed enormous resources and official status. Soon, his path lay towards the majestic skyscraper where the Office of Awakened Affairs was located. Stepping into the spacious, bustling hall, the young man headed straight to the reception desk. He confidently presented his identification card, hoping to gain entry to the mercenary exam. But the employee's dry, indifferent voice instantly brought him back to earth, announcing that his application had been rejected due to lack of qualifications. Park Soo-ho did not hide his bewilderment because he sincerely considered himself an officially registered awakened one, at least of the lowest, F class. However, the stern employee quickly cooled his ardor, explaining that he still lacked several critical points to achieve full status. This realization seemed absurd to the guy, because just 2 weeks ago he personally overcame the deadly barrier of the interdimensional portal. After listening to his arguments, the girl only smiled condescendingly, reminding him that the colossal pressure of the gate would simply tear an ordinary person to pieces. She considered his words a stupid fiction and advised him to leave empty fantasies about his own exclusivity outside this office. The only way out for him now was either long training or dangerous collection of points directly in the field, where there is no place for the weak. Once in the corridor, Soo-ho came across an information board promising a substantial reward for destroying goblins in the wild zones. The offer instantly took over his thoughts, becoming a ghost of a chance to quickly prove his strength and earn much-needed points. He left the stuffy building and went out into the city streets, where an ominous gray barrier loomed over the roofs of ordinary residential buildings. Having caught a taxi, the young man gazed at the endless wall and asked the driver what exactly it was hiding. He readily explained that the capital had long been divided into safe areas and outer sectors, beyond which lay lands teeming with monsters. Soo-ho understood that he had no time for doubts and lengthy training. He had to act here and now. The yellow car raced at full speed along the gray roads, carrying the hero towards his first real test of strength. After a while, the wheels stopped moving, and the guy confidently stepped onto the dusty asphalt at the very edge of civilization. Right in front of him, shrouded in scaffolding, loomed checkpoint number 27, the boundary between the human world and the abyss. Throwing aside all fears, Soo-ho headed straight for the fortified outpost, ready to cross the line. His path was blocked by stern, armed soldiers who closely watched every approaching step of the stranger. One of the guards blocked his path, demanding that he turn around immediately and not look for trouble in the closed area, but the young man's answer was short and firm. He came here to hunt, and he had no intention of retreating. Myung-jin measured the insolent guest with a piercing, disciplined gaze, trying to discern what lay behind this insane confidence. Park Soo-ho approached the checkpoint, where he was immediately stopped by armed patrol officers. When asked to show his license, the guy calmly replied that he didn't have one. The soldiers blocked his path, explaining that civilians were strictly prohibited from entering the dangerous territory. But before they could finish their conversation, a deafening roar of an engine was heard from the underground passage. A murmur of alarm echoed down the corridor as the military realized that disaster was already at hand. A military SUV flew straight through the protective barriers at breakneck speed. Right in the cabin, a terrifying green creature furiously attacked the driver, tearing flesh and spraying blood. The crippled fighter clutched the steering wheel with all his might, accompanied by his own heart-rending cries of pain. Having lost control, the heavy jeep rose into the air, rushing towards the concrete floors. With a devastating roar, the car crashed into the barrier, flipping onto its roof and raising clouds of dust. Having recovered from the shock, the patrol commander immediately shouted into the radio, requesting emergency assistance. The terrified soldiers took up defensive positions, keeping the smoking debris at gunpoint. And then, from the mangled body of the car, piercing the skin, a clawed paw covered in blood appeared. A ferocious monster with glowing eyes and a huge, toothy mouth was released. The soldiers, overcoming their paralyzing fear, instantly aimed their weapons at the creature of the abyss. A barrage of fire erupted, and dozens of gun barrels filled the space with the roar of incessant shots. The creature howled in rage and pain as the bullets began to shred its thick green skin. Finally, the commander raised his hand, ordering a ceasefire when the enemy stopped showing signs of life. The smoke cleared, revealing the lifeless body of the monster, and the survivors rushed to call an ambulance for their injured comrades. And only when the initial panic subsided, the military realized with bewilderment that the mysterious guy had disappeared without a trace in the confusion of battle. Looking around, the soldiers tried in vain to find a trace of their savior. The soldiers just shook their heads in bewilderment, deciding that the guy had simply gotten scared and had rushed to hide. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho was already approaching the border of the mysterious 27th sector. Stepping onto the abandoned highway, he immediately felt how the atmosphere around him had changed. His senses, heightened to the extreme, picked up things that an ordinary person would never have noticed. The air literally trembled with the phantom sounds of monsters and the suffocating smell of danger. Trying to distract himself from the oppressive thoughts, Soo-ho only chuckled, thinking that next time he would definitely need to get a car. However, having reached the edge of the cliff, he froze for a moment from the grandeur of the catastrophe that appeared before him. Has it really gone that far, and has this once great city finally fallen? The skeletons of once living skyscrapers stood silently against the backdrop of the dying sunset. Gradually, the twilight thickened, and a cold, impenetrable night descended on the crippled streets. Looking at the dead zone below, Soo-ho realized that the time had come for decisive action. Without wasting time thinking, he took a step forward and slid down with determination. The free fall into darkness did not frighten the hunter at all, who was accustomed to balancing on the brink of life and death. A powerful blow shook the area as the boy landed, raising a veritable storm of dust and stones around him. Finding himself on the asphalt cracked from the collision, he instantly regrouped for the next dash. The sudden start caused the air to cut through with a whoosh, leaving behind only swirling debris of concrete. With one powerful leap, he soared upward, rushing towards the top of the dilapidated building in the light of the full moon. Overcoming the force of gravity, Soo-ho flew straight towards his target with absolute confidence in his eyes. And the very next moment, his strong fingers confidently closed on the cold ledge of the roof. With a smooth movement, Park Soo-ho landed on the cold surface, instantly dampening the momentum of his dangerous jump. Rising to his full height, on the very edge of the roof, he stood frozen, majestically illuminated by the radiance of the huge moon. But the silence didn't last long. The guy's sensitive hearing caught a strange scraping sound that echoed among the concrete boxes. Peering into the gray labyrinth of streets, he tried to pinpoint where this disturbing noise was coming from. Without wasting a second, Soo-ho slid down easily, rushing towards the unknown. There was not a shadow of fear in his calm gaze, only cold determination and complete readiness for any outcome. With a firm and measured gait, he headed deeper into the dilapidated courtyard where the darkness thickened most. There, trapped in a narrow dead end, a wounded snow-white wolf desperately tried to resist a pack of goblins that outnumbered him. The vile creatures grinned, dripping poisonous saliva and anticipating a quick reprisal against their tormented victim. But the noble beast, even bleeding, continued to growl furiously, ready to fight until his last breath. Suddenly, heavy, leisurely steps made the monsters freeze for a moment and turn around. Soo-ho emerged from the darkness, his silhouette radiating irresistible strength, and calmly asked the wolf if he needed support. As if sensing a spark of hope in his voice, the wounded beast froze, its intelligent eyes wide open. Enraged that someone had dared to interrupt their hunt, the vile creatures rushed at the impudent stranger with a wild howl. But they had no idea that they had made their most fatal and final mistake. Reminding the monsters that from now on, they themselves were just easy prey, Soo-ho suddenly rushed forward. His fist slammed into the first attacker's ugly face with devastating speed. A monstrously powerful blow literally blew the enemy's head to pieces, painting the battlefield with crimson splashes. And at that very moment, in the midst of the bloody chaos, a mysterious interface suddenly flashed before the guy's eyes. Dozens of glowing system screens surrounded Soo-ho, starting the mysterious process of automatically selecting his new class. But instead of the coveted update, the guy's eyes reflected only the cold light of a system failure. The blazing blue screens, one after another, produced a fatal error, breaking the usual algorithms. Suho looked around in bewilderment. The system desperately declared that the selected class already existed. Trying to get rid of the intrusive interface, he waved his hand sharply, ordering the annoying windows to disappear. But there was no time left to solve the mysteries. Bloodthirsty creatures had already surrounded him from all sides. With a guttural roar, the monsters rushed into a furious attack, ready to tear the insolent man to pieces. However, Suho's reaction was lightning fast. The first crushing blow fell on the monster. With a dull crack, the boy's fist smashed the attacker's ugly jaw. The next moment, he mercilessly slammed another creature into the ground, not giving it a single chance. The remaining monsters screamed in panic, trying to regroup in the face of mortal danger. The most ferocious of them decided to make a desperate jump, hoping to reach the enemy from above, but the monster didn't even have time to realize how much he had overestimated his fading powers. Suho calmly met the carcass flying towards him, seizing the initiative in a split second. With a light, practiced movement, he spun the enemy in a deadly whirlwind of a throw. The monster's enormous body fell with a deafening roar onto the broken asphalt, staining it with crimson blood. Landing with perfect balance, the guy didn't even look at the fallen predator. Once again, a system notification flashed before him, stating that a certain druid class had won and that it was impossible to reset its parameters. At that moment, a sudden and ironic realization of what was happening came to Suho. He remembered his grueling training in the wild world, where every step in the struggle for survival made him stronger. Could this strange failure have occurred because his former colossal power is simply unable to be completely extinguished by the laws of the earth? A strange, distorted system window that he had never seen before suddenly flashed before Park Suho's eyes. Was this the long-awaited awakening that opened up access to hidden reserves? The translucent display showed only 7 points, and the list of available products looked unusually modest. Slightly disappointed by such a meager balance, he nevertheless decided to test the functionality of this mysterious system. In an instant, a bottle of clean water and a fresh, hot bun materialized out of thin air, shrouded in light steam. But before he had time to comprehend what had happened, the silence of the half-destroyed streets was broken by a quiet, plaintive whine. Following the sound, Suho discovered a bleeding white she-wolf with a tiny puppy huddled fearfully next to her. Slowly, trying not to frighten the wounded animal, he took a few steps forward. Park Suho knelt down before the dying beast, the last sparks of life fading from its eyes. Carefully touching the bloody fur, he immediately realized that the wounds were too deep and a deadly poison was slowly spreading through the wolf's body. Sighing heavily, the majestic predator clung to life with all its might, as if trying to wait for help. In that fading, pleading gaze, there was only one silent request: to protect her defenseless child. Suho smiled bitterly, because in this cruel world, affection and care for someone were an unaffordable luxury. But the little white lump continued to whine trustingly, without taking its hopeful eyes off him. With a heavy sigh, the guy realized that he simply couldn't pass by this random but predetermined meeting. Putting the bottle of water he had just bought into his jacket pocket, he made a decision. Suho handed the frightened puppy a warm, delicious bun, giving him his first chance at salvation in this new reality. Leaving behind mountains of fallen creatures that stained the ruins with their dark blood, he resolutely moved on. The only thought that was spinning in his head was that these modest 7 points were just the very beginning of his new, grandiose journey. Paths among the silent ruins of humanity's former greatness, where new, wild life stubbornly made its way through the broken concrete. Moments of sorrow and quiet remembrance at a modest grave were all he could give to those who had passed away in this changed world. The only living reminder of the fragility of existence was this tiny puppy, dozing peacefully on his lap. Meanwhile, at the base checkpoint, life went on as usual, obeying strict army orders. The soldiers lazily hurried the arriving trucks, expecting nothing more than the usual routine. But suddenly, the traffic stopped, and confused whispers from frightened drivers began to creep through the column. The duty officer turned around at the noise, not believing his own eyes and frozen in silent stupor. Park Suho walked along the dusty road, treading heavily, carrying on his shoulders an unimaginable, blood-soaked mountain of bodies of ferocious creatures. The torn carcasses of the monsters that had so recently spread terror now seemed like nothing more than a pile of useless meat. Those around him looked at the madman in fascination, wondering what kind of strength one must possess to accomplish such a thing alone. Soon, Park Suho was standing in the guild's reception office, waiting for his loot to be assessed. The pretty employee quickly tallied up the spoils, subtracting the cost of examinations and vaccinations for his new little friend. Hearing an unfamiliar word in the list of awards, the guy was genuinely surprised. Then the girl showed him a rare crimson crystal extracted from the very hearts of defeated goblins. It was these shimmering stones, valued as much as gold, that provided the lion's share of the profits. Handing him a hefty wad of bills, she gently hinted that with such skills he should officially register as a mercenary. With his honestly earned millions in hand, Park Soo-ho was finally convinced that dungeon hunting would be his key to wealth. At the same time, in another corner of the city, among the narrow streets, the lives of ordinary people continued to go on as usual. Park Joon-ho stopped by a local convenience store to check on an old friend and share the latest news. The old man sympathized with the hard work of the boy, forced to risk himself for every coin in dangerous jobs. But for Park Joon-ho, a few warm words, a bar of chocolate, and a bottle of soju were the best way to wash away the fatigue after a long day. With a quiet hum, a white van enters the narrow streets of a sleepy neighborhood. Park Joon-ho drove, humming softly under his breath and looking forward to a well-deserved rest after a grueling shift. An ordinary evening in a quiet neighborhood did not foreshadow any trouble, and rare cars drove lazily past the local shops. Having parked the truck at the side of the road, the guy finally turned off the engine and breathed a sigh of relief. With the treasured package in his hands, he walked slowly home, still quietly whistling a simple melody. But as soon as he turned the corner, his instincts, sharpened by years of survival, made him turn around abruptly. There's a moment's hesitation, and a powerful blow knocks him off his feet, causing the soju bottles to shatter across the asphalt with a clang. From the darkness of the alley emerged the uninvited guests, led by the cruel creditor who had been on his trail for a long time. Park Joon-ho froze on the ground in horror, feeling hot blood streaming down his face. Muffled thuds and groans of pain echoed through the silent labyrinths of the poor quarter. The cold plastic of the baton mockingly touched his wounded face, reminding him of his complete helplessness in the face of someone else's power. The enraged collector demanded answers, not wanting to listen to excuses about how hard it was to work to earn every penny. With trembling hands, the guy held out everything he had, a stack of bills earned with sweat and blood. He bowed his head in humiliation before his tormentor, while the latter casually counted the crumpled money. However, for the insatiable moneylenders, this paltry sum was too little to cover the ever-increasing interest. Clenching his broken fists in impotent rage, Park Joon-ho pressed his hands into the cold ground, burning with injustice. Tears of despair mixed with fresh blood, and only hoarse pleas for mercy escaped from the chest. But instead of pity, another crushing blow followed, forcing him to writhe in unbearable pain. The bandit raised his club for another blow, ready to finally break the will of the obstinate debtor. But, at the very last moment, someone's sudden presence made the raised hand freeze in the air. A stranger's foot landed softly on the dusty asphalt, and a tiny white puppy trotted faithfully beside him. The leader of the extortionists frowned with displeasure, irritated that someone had dared to interrupt their brutal reprisal. But as soon as Park Joon-ho raised his bloody head, his eyes widened in indescribable shock. Park Soo-ho appeared before them, his eyes blazing with an ominous scarlet flame that promised only inevitable death. The quiet word, brother, that escaped the lips of the beaten boy made the bandits look at each other in confusion. Soo-ho silently stepped forward, and the very space around him seemed to thicken with bloodlust. He slowly knelt down in front of Jong-ho, completely ignoring the bandits who were speechless with fear. A shadow of long ago, painful memories flashed in the depths of his darkened eyes. His memory instantly took him back many years to his school years, when their family was completely defenseless. Then, a group of cruel high school students pinned the weak Joon-ho to the ground in the same manner, searching his pockets. The younger brother, covered in bruises and abrasions, tried in vain to fight off the insolent hooligans. And Soo-ho himself, burdened with hard work, could only silently pass by, trying not to look in their direction. The brother extended a trembling hand towards him, desperately begging for help from his only protector. But Soo-ho then forced himself to turn away and continue on his way, suppressing the weakness that was tearing his soul apart. The boy shouted after him through tears, feeling his faith in justice crumble. And every merciless blow that came from behind was burned into Soo-ho's heart as a brand of eternal shame. Joon-ho cried in pain and betrayal, forever harboring a grudge against the one who was supposed to save him. That merciless school life knew no mercy, day after day breaking the fates of the weak. But those gray days of powerlessness and eternal fear are forever in the distant past. Fighters roared in the skies, tearing through the clouds, marking the beginning of a completely new era, where force dictates the rules of the game. Park Joon-ho was then an ordinary guy watching the first echoes of the disaster on the television screen. A sudden ringing of the doorbell pulled him out of his anxious stupor. He rushed into the hallway to the frightened barking of his pet, unaware that his past life had just ended. Having opened the door, the young man froze in confusion in front of the uninvited guests. His relatives stood on the threshold, their faces distorted with genuine horror. The guy's heart sank as he realized that a terrible threat had come close. The aunt tried to shout something, begging him to run, but her words were drowned out by the deafening roar. A monstrous explosion instantly blew the solid wall of the house into small pieces. The blast wave mercilessly threw Park Joon-ho back, dragging piles of debris with it. Falling onto the concrete-strewn floor, he tried in vain to shield himself from the flying stones with his hands. And right behind the destroyed facade they grew up, gigantic creatures that came to wipe humanity off the face of the earth. Wounded and crushed by heavy slabs, the young man could only helplessly watch this waking nightmare. A huge, lifeless eye of a monster stared at him from a giant rift, depriving him of his last hope of salvation. Death passed very close, leaving him to survive in the ruins of his once happy home. Amidst the ashes and blood, only a dull resentment against the injustice of this world was born in his soul. During those difficult years, he assured himself that his brother's disappearance no longer bothered him at all. But today, Park Soo-ho was standing right in front of him again, smiling softly and looking at how much he had changed. And all the previous grievances melted away without a trace, giving way to tears of relief at the sight of a living brother. The sudden appearance of an irritated Han Dong-soo rudely brought them back to the harsh reality where relaxing was mortally dangerous. The hot-tempered ally only clenched his teeth in anger, sincerely not understanding how one could lose one's head at such a critical moment. But Park Soo-ho wasn't about to waste time on empty talk and immediately sprang into action, grabbing the insolent opponent's head with a steel grip. With one powerful and confident movement, he threw the enemy away, clearing space around his wounded comrade. Park Joon-ho could only watch in awe at this incredible power, unable to believe his own eyes and barely able to catch his breath from shock. With a deafening crash, the defeated enemy flew into a pile of wooden planks, instantly losing all desire to continue the fight. Helplessly sprawled among the rubble, he fell silent, completely overwhelmed by the crushing onslaught of the protagonist. The remaining accomplices froze in mute horror, realizing the scale of the monster they had just encountered. Park Soo-ho, without losing his composure for a second, first of all inquired about the condition of his injured friend. However, the surviving bandits were not going to give up so easily, and one of them literally boiled over with blind, uncontrollable rage. With a wild cry, he rushed forward, hoping to deliver a sudden and deadly blow in the air. But for the experienced fighter, his lunge was too slow. Park Soo-ho intercepted the leg flying towards him with frightening ease. The next moment, the air shook with a piercing cry of pain as the enemy's bones began to crunch unnaturally under the irresistible pressure. Collapsing to the ground and writhing in agony, the would-be avenger could only helplessly clutch his broken limb. The last of the attackers instantly lost all his warlike ardor, breaking out in a cold sweat from the realization of the inevitable reprisal. Park Soo-ho casually beckoned him over, as if inviting him to share the fate of his wayward comrade. Trembling with fear and holding his hands out in front of him, the bandit began to frantically justify himself, assuring that he personally had not touched anyone with a finger. Wanting to save his own skin at all costs, he hastily laid out a hefty wad of money in front of the winner as atonement. Park Soo-ho cast an icy glance at the offered ransom, assessing the situation from a superior position while quietly whining in the background. His stern face showed no sympathy, and his harsh tone made it clear that they would not have a second chance to escape alive. Hastily grabbing a wad of banknotes, the frightened bandit began to bow pathetically, endlessly thanking for the unexpected gift of life. It was only when the terrified enemies had disappeared from sight in panic that Park Soo-ho finally turned around, ready to continue on his way under the silent supervision of his tiny furry companion. The night's twilight enveloped the quiet neighborhood, hiding behind the facades of modest houses, lives weary of everyday cares. At the threshold of one of them, guests were met by the stern, distrustful gaze of the elderly hostess, who was not accustomed to nighttime visits. Park Joon-ho and Park Soo-ho stood before her in the courtyard, ready to answer for their sudden appearance at such a late hour. To defuse the situation, the younger brother hastened to assure the woman that this sullen stranger was his long-lost older brother. As a sign of deep respect and reconciliation, Park Soo-ho presented his hostess with a modest but incredibly valuable gift in these difficult times. Looking inside, the woman was stunned. The generous treat instantly melted the ice in her exhausted heart. Changing her anger to mercy, she led her brothers upstairs, grumbling that her little grandson had already fallen asleep without waiting for the adults to return. The little fluffy lump whined happily, welcoming the return to the warmth of his home. In a modest room, a child slept peacefully on the floor, covered with a warm blanket, unaware of the worries of the adult world. Sitting by the baby's bed, the brothers silently contemplated this fragile picture of family comfort which seemed so far away. Park Soo-ho quietly asked about the fate of the boy's mother, noticing a shadow of sadness on his younger brother's face. Park Joon-ho bitterly admitted that without his awakened abilities, it is extremely difficult for him to take care of his loved ones. The elder brother listened silently, and in his eyes one could see a firm determination to protect his newfound family at all costs. The clink of crystal glasses broke the silence, cementing the unspoken union of two brothers who had found each other again. At a modest table, they were finally able to talk alone, trying to make up for years of painful separation. A concerned Park Soo-ho asked directly about the debts that hung like a heavy burden over their shared future. The younger one only smiled softly in response, assuring him that the new job would allow him to cope with everything. But Park Soo-ho, who knew the value of easy money in this dangerous world, looked straight into his brother's soul with a silent question. Park Joon-ho took a sip and admitted that he had agreed to the dangerous transport between the surviving cities. And the old truck they arrived in belonged to the son of the owner of the house, who agreed to help them out in this difficult hour. Park Soo-ho couldn't help but ask, trying to find out where that only heir had gone. It turned out that his life had been taken by a terrible catastrophe, and now the owner saw her own blood in her little grandson, for whom she was ready to do anything. At that moment, the sleepy boy crawled out from under the warm blanket, seeing a fluffy white guest. His face reflected genuine surprise, because in their harsh world, such meetings did not happen often. Hugging a fluffy little bundle of joy, the child ran joyfully into his father's room, not believing his own happiness. Park Joon-ho smiled warmly at his son, instantly transforming from an exhausted fighter into a loving parent. The boy stared at the unfamiliar guest with embarrassment, timidly asking permission to continue playing with his new friend. Park Soo-ho only smiled good-naturedly in response, feeling his former wariness melt away in this cozy atmosphere. The baby laughed loudly, rolling around on the wooden floor with the frolicking puppy. Looking at this carefree joy, the father admitted that his son had long dreamed of a faithful, four-legged friend. However, it was time to return to harsh reality, and Park Soo-ho started talking about future plans. Park Joon-ho froze in surprise, not expecting such a quick transition to business. The interviewee confidently stated that he would take on the main, most dangerous part of the work entirely himself. But this unexpected generosity left his comrade frozen in deep bewilderment. Park Soo-ho only narrowed his eyes slyly, clearly planning something grandiose that would change their current situation. The offer sounded tempting, but Park Joon-ho understood what a colossal responsibility now fell on their shoulders. They soon arrived at the majestic Association building, whose spires reached high into the clouds. The agency employee couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise as she studied the documents of the newly awakened one. Before her stood an officially registered F-class druid who had been granted full access to the city's financial system and resources. To top it all off, he was given a valuable welcome gift, symbolizing the beginning of his new, dangerous journey. Having received a brand new smartphone, Park Soo-ho studied with satisfaction the sent exam schedule and the latest reports about the upcoming hunt. The association's welcoming staff member hastened to assure him that, with his promotion to higher rank, a substantial pension and many other tempting privileges awaited him. Before leaving, however, she decided to check if he remembered how to open the interface, as the visual display had changed significantly after the recent system crash. Park Soo-ho activated the command without hesitation, and a floating hologram immediately appeared in front of him, confirming his lowly F-class. Looking closely at the web of stats, he frowned, noticing that some of his indicators, for some reason, remained at a critically low level. Meanwhile, a white truck was racing along the country highway at full speed, getting further and further away from the hustle and bustle of Metropolis. A call rang inside the car. An incoming notification from an old friend appeared on the screen of the attached phone. Park Joon-ho, who was driving, was genuinely happy to learn that his adopted brother had finally acquired a connection and had been officially registered. Confidently driving the truck along the highway, he promised to meet as soon as he unloaded the last batch of goods. But he was still worried about the main question. Was his comrade ready to take the next step and pass the most difficult test to become a mercenary? Walking down a busy city street, Park Soo-ho calmly replied that he first needed to pay off his accumulated debts. Hearing such a cold-blooded tone, Park Joon-ho became nervous, because getting involved with dangerous monsters of the lowest rank seemed like sheer madness. Without listening to the rest of the lecture, Park Soo-ho simply hung up, cutting off the conversation mid-sentence. A puzzled Park Joon-ho just shook his head, not understanding at what point his close friend had managed to change so dramatically. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho himself was already planning his next move, hoping to make some money by shooting the creatures breaking through the nearest gate. The usual chaos reigned at the huge wall at number 77. Hunters were rushing to break through, afraid of losing their precious prey. With a loud screech of brakes, an SUV rushed up to the checkpoint, squeezing sharply among other cars. In the front seat sat a grim and focused fighter, whose stern appearance betrayed him as an experienced veteran. At the same time, the passengers in the back row were literally shaking with fear, convulsively clenching their hands in silent prayer before the raid began. Noticing this, the charismatic driver only chuckled condescendingly, urging them to calm down and remember their true strength. Indeed, the fear on the newcomers' faces spoke for itself. They could barely contain their growing panic, realizing the full danger of the upcoming mission. The experienced fighters in the front seats merely shook their heads skeptically, fully understanding the true cost of this feigned bravery. For them, these frightened youths, accustomed to hiding behind others' backs, were just useless ballast in a real, brutal battle. Suddenly, the tense silence was broken by the dry, commanding voice of the duty officer, calling the next person for inspection. As another candidate approached the checkpoint, the soldier at the control panel froze for a moment in surprise. Park Soo-ho stood before him, calm, focused, and seemingly completely unperturbed in the face of impending danger. The officer asked incredulously if he had really arrived alone and dryly ordered him to place his card on the reader. With a calm and confident movement, Park Soo-ho placed his pass on the illuminated scanner panel. Looking at the screen, the soldier was stunned with amazement because in front of him stood the holder of the weakest, practically hopeless F rank. Hastily entering the data, he sternly warned the boy that with his abilities, entering the depths of the dungeon was strictly prohibited. At the same time, other hunters watched what was happening from the window of a nearby car with growing suspicion. Ignoring the warnings, Park Soo-ho simply turned around and walked straight towards the shining passage. The soldiers who watched him go couldn't believe their eyes, wondering how anyone could go into such a dangerous zone without armor and weapons. But the guy continued on his way, slowly plunging into the blinding white glow of the gate. His fists were tightly clenched, and his confident gait betrayed a man ready to meet any threat head-on. The professionals sitting in the car, shocked by what they saw, could not contain their exclamations of genuine bewilderment. To go on such a mission alone and empty-handed seemed to them not just stupidity, but sheer madness. Having quickly completed the inspection, the duty officer saluted the crew and hastened to wish them a safe return. However, the leader of the group in the cabin instantly changed his expression, sensing that there was something more behind the actions of this strange young man. Without wasting a second, he ordered the driver to immediately follow him, rushing into the depths of the mysterious portal. Taking a decisive step forward, Park Soo-ho disappeared without a trace into the blinding light of the passage. The pursuer's SUV took off after them, but the atmosphere inside the cabin instantly became tense with an oppressive premonition. The car rammed the border of worlds at breakneck speed, flying out into unknown lands bathed in golden light. The confused driver immediately braked, frantically looking around in search of his missing target. However, his mysterious companion only grinned contentedly, realizing that they had finally found themselves in the right place. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho himself was already rushing through the dense thickets of the mysterious forest, probing the new reality. He braked sharply, causing his soles to slide across the strange, shimmering ground. The young man leaned heavily on his knees, trying to catch his breath after such a rapid march. An unfamiliar heaviness and fatigue gripped his muscles, forcing him to reacquaint himself with the physical limitations of this world. But as soon as he raised his head, a system window flashed before his eyes, mercilessly assessing his current strength. The numbers he saw made him wonder for just a moment how long this journey would be. Suddenly, the silence of the forest was pierced by furious cries and the ringing of clashing weapons coming from nearby. Soo-ho instantly turned his attention to the source of the noise, unmistakably determining the direction of the other person's fight. The warrior instincts, dormant until that moment, flared up with renewed vigor. A barely noticeable, anticipatory smile played on his lips. The guy's gaze was filled with wild excitement because he simply could not pass by such a successful party. At that moment, a shrill cry of pain rang out across the clearing as someone's severed arm, along with a sword, flew into the air. The victor stepped forward with coolness across the blood-soaked ground, celebrating his momentary triumph. But as soon as the fighters raised their eyes, they saw Soo-ho on the top of the half-ruined tower, looking down on their insignificant fuss. Absolutely calm and self-confident, he looked at his enraged enemies as if their fate had already been decided. Surrounded by superior bandit forces, the defenders desperately tried to hold back the onslaught, while Soo-ho calmly watched this unequal battle from above. Having assessed the situation, he understood that the fighters, cornered, were hardly capable of putting up any decent resistance. But the real chaos began when a new participant in this carnage slowly emerged from a nearby blue pickup truck. Park Jun-ho, wounded and exhausted, instantly felt the air around him become heavy with killing intent. The leader of the bandits appeared before them, a formidable giant whose mere appearance inspired genuine terror. A sinister grin played across his face at the thought of the easy money that was just falling into his hands. Realizing that he could not delay any longer, Suho took a confident step forward, leaving his hiding place on the heights. There was not a shadow of fear on his calm face, only cold calculation and a readiness to immediately enter the game. Meanwhile, the defenders realized in horror that the person standing before them was a ruthless C-rank criminal, Choi Gu-shik. The enraged thugs immediately rushed to defend the honor of their boss, promising to grind their impudent opponents into dust. The giant himself merely cracked his fingers smugly, anticipating a quick and brutal reprisal against the pathetic daredevils. The fighters, pressed against the wall, froze, realizing that they had practically no chance of survival in this confrontation. In desperation, Park Jun-ho tried to propose a deal, hoping to save the lives of his comrades at the cost of surrender. However, the bandit leader's insane laughter made it clear that there was no mercy to be expected here. With a furious stomp, the huge monster rushed forward, ready to tear its defenseless victims to pieces. Jong-ho could only scream in panic as death, in the form of a monster, was just a step away from him. But at that critical moment, like a divine punishment, Suho rushed through the broken roof. With a deafening roar, he landed right between the frozen opponents, splitting the concrete beneath his feet. Stunned by the sudden intervention, the thug stopped abruptly, peering into the rising dust. And Park Jun-ho and his comrades stood frozen in silent shock, unable to believe that their savior had appeared out of nowhere. The attackers looked at each other in bewilderment, trying to understand who dared to interrupt their triumph. Park Suho emerged from the clouds of settling dust, slowly and confidently. The gang leader, towering over the uninvited guest, contemptuously demanded to know who he was. The young man's answer sounded ordinary and simple. He introduced himself only to those who urgently needed money. Such audacity only caused laughter and bewilderment among the rank-and-file bandits, who decided that the guy had simply lost his mind. The leader's deafening laughter echoed throughout the area, revealing all his arrogance and confidence in his own strength. Park Jun-ho, watching this scene from the side, held his breath, not understanding what this madman was even counting on. The brute, meanwhile, merely grinned, immediately realizing that this was not a representative of an official association, but an ordinary upstart. Park Suho maintained an icy silence, responding to all the ridicule with only a cold, penetrating gaze. But the leader was not going to waste time and directly warned that the guy had better get out of there while he could still breathe. The air around him instantly grew heavier as the villain used his mental power, attempting to completely subjugate the stranger's will. Park Jun-ho realized with horror the crushing aura that had just descended upon their sudden protector. The bandit's huge silhouette loomed over Park Suho, exuding absolute superiority and the threat of imminent reprisal. With a look of mad triumph on his face, the thug announced that his victim was now completely paralyzed and unable to make a single movement. The young man really stood motionless, but in his eyes there was not a drop of the fear that the enemy had been counting on. Considering the obstacle completely eliminated, the leader ordered his subordinates to immediately finish off the rest. Inspired by the order, the thugs rushed forward with bloodthirsty laughter, anticipating easy prey. Park Jun-ho gritted his teeth, preparing to make a last, desperate stand against the advancing enemies. But the next moment, Park Suho, who was not affected by the mental paralysis in the slightest, instantly delivered a crushing blow straight to the leader's face. The attackers instantly froze in mid-step, speechless with horror at the sight of their invincible leader flying limply from one simple blow. The bandits' accomplices froze in place, not believing their own eyes and wondering how this guy managed to overcome the paralyzing technique. The leader himself, who just a second ago was reveling in his triumph, now looked at the approaching threat in a cold sweat. A heavy fist hit him instantly, causing him to spit out a pathetic, broken question about how this was even possible. But Park Suho didn't even think about slowing down, only clenching his fist tighter, shrouded in an ominous crimson glow. A frightening, predatory smile spread across his face, promising his enemy a quick and painful retribution. The leader, gripped by horror, froze, realizing that in front of him stood not just a strong fighter, but a real monster. A cold, otherworldly light flashed in Park Suho's eyes, depriving the enemy of his last hope of salvation. Each of his swings carried colossal destructive power, ready to grind the enemy into dust. Enjoying his absolute superiority, the young man continued to press on the enemy with his creepy, confident grin. The gang leader gritted his teeth, realizing that his usual dirty tricks were completely useless here. Park Soo-ho's gaze expressed nothing but contempt for the pathetic worm who dared to stand in his way. In a desperate attempt to save himself, the leader screamed again at the top of his voice, activating his mental shackles. But the crushing fist froze right in front of his nose, as if demonstrating absolute disregard for this pathetic magic. Trying to hide his growing panic, the bandit smiled tensely and forced out a routine compliment. At the same time, his hand treacherously slid to the handle of the knife hidden on his belt. With a sudden, sharp lunge, he rushed forward, hoping to catch the guy off guard with a sneaky blow. However, Park Soo-ho easily dodged, causing his enemy to miss shamefully and bend over in defeat. With a slight mockery, the young man asked if this cheap hypnosis was really the only thing their vaunted leader was capable of. The bloodied leader turned around, his gaze full of impotent anger and animal fear. And at that very second, a new, crushing blow from the back of the hand finally broke his resistance, plunging his consciousness into darkness. This flawless attack by Park Soo-ho hit the target, completely breaking the enemy's will to resist. His swift movement was so fast that no one even had time to react. The body of the fallen leader rose into the air, completely out of control. The momentum of the fall dragged him mercilessly along the hard ground. With a crushing crash, he smashed his back through the glass display case, disappearing into the dark depths of the building. The young man slowly followed him, causing everyone present to hold their breath. Through the settling dust and pile of debris, the silhouette of the absolute winner was clearly visible. Looking at the prostrate enemy with an icy gaze, Park Soo-ho only quietly muttered words of sincere contempt. Park Jun-ho, who was watching this, stood frozen in silent shock, unable to comprehend the extreme level of strength of his leader. Meanwhile, the frightened gang henchmen backed away as the boy calmly stepped towards them. His one casual question about continuing the fight was enough for them to instantly lose all their arrogance. Obeying his commanding gesture, the surviving fighters immediately and obediently rushed in the indicated direction. Park Soo-ho looked away indifferently and casually inquired about the availability of a strong rope. As if awakening from hypnosis, Park Jun-ho quickly volunteered to help, trying not to anger this monster further. The guy just looked at him silently, getting used to the awe he now caused in those around him. A couple of minutes later, the menacing raiders were already obediently kneeling, submissively laying down their weapons. At that moment, the beaten leader regained consciousness with difficulty, his bloodshot eyes rolling wildly. Realizing his helpless position, he hissed helplessly, spewing curses through his broken teeth. He furiously accused his subordinates of cowardice and betrayal, refusing to believe in the collapse of his gang. Hearing this evil whisper, Park Soo-ho slowly turned to face the prisoner, giving him a cold and piercing gaze. The gang members immediately turned their backs on their leader, showering him with curses and unanimously declaring that prison was the best place for such a bastard. Park Soo-ho asked the soldiers accompanying him whether they really cared nothing for these prisoners. Park Jun-ho quickly intervened, noting that all of these people were wanted criminals for whose capture the government was paying a generous reward. Upon hearing of the reward, the frightened captives screamed in panic, trying to convince those around them of their complete uselessness. The crippled leader, barely raising his head from the ground, turned to the fighter with a weak, mocking grin. Park Soo-ho silently glanced at him with disdain, not intending to listen to pathetic excuses. But he only wheezed that in this harsh new world, only the strongest survives, and true freedom reigns here. Not wanting to listen to this nonsense, the young man stepped right on his face with one sharp movement, smearing the remnants of his arrogance across the concrete. Having lost consciousness, the defeated bandit buried his face in the dirt, completely falling silent. The young man cast a last indifferent glance at him and turned away carelessly. Then he turned his attention back to the huddled crowd, matter-of-factly asking whether there was a cut for each of them. Realizing they had just been turned into walking currency, the remaining raiders nearly fainted from despair. Park Jun-ho readily offered to load the entire crowd into their service van, saving the rescuer the trouble. A predatory, anticipatory smile immediately appeared on Park Soo-ho's face. The prospect of easy money clearly amused him. Soon, a bright red car was racing at full speed through the dense undergrowth of the ruined city. The car bounced mercilessly over the potholes of the broken road, carrying the captives away from their former life. The tied-up bandits rode in the back of the truck, pressed tightly against each other and meekly taking on every bump. Sitting behind the wheel, Park Jun-ho sincerely thanked his fellow traveler for his timely help, without which they would have certainly died. The fighters in the back seat eagerly took up his words, vying with each other to express their deep appreciation. Park Soo-ho just calmly rested his chin on his hand, mentally making plans for the reward he had received in this changed world. While the SUV struggled to overcome the bumps of the forest road, Yeon Jae-shik decided to ask his mysterious passenger about his superpowers. Park Soo-ho calmly replied that he only relied on basic combat skills, such as swordsmanship, pursuit, and reconnaissance. His genuine surprise that magic could be learned here from simple spellbooks revealed him as a person far removed from the usual system. These words left Yeon Jae-shik almost speechless, astonished by the ignorance of such a formidable fighter. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho himself was already thinking about the need to master at least one powerful combat technique for future battles. But suddenly his internal monologue was interrupted when the young man's gaze caught a silhouette among the dense crowns of trees. The gray outlines of a ruined building, which stood here as a monument to a bygone era, appeared through the foliage. The heavy SUV skidded wildly around a bend in the dirt road, heading straight for the abandoned building. Realization instantly flashed in Park Soo-ho's eyes as he stared at those lifeless concrete slabs. Noticing the change in his comrade's face, Yeon Jae-shik hastened to clarify what was happening. He confirmed that these ruins were their final destination, the one they had been heading towards from the very beginning. Park Soo-ho said thoughtfully that he would definitely come back here again as soon as he got an official mercenary license. And again, the driver stared at him with the deepest shock, not believing his ears. But the young warrior only smiled calmly, confirming that he had not yet gone through this formality. He knew perfectly well that when a new gate opened, the regular army would immediately begin a massive bombardment of the breakthrough zone. After such devastating blows, only weak monsters remain on the battlefield, scattering around the area. For ordinary adventurers, low-ranking dungeons serve as an ideal place to accumulate interdimensional energy and improve their class. However, behind the apparent ease, there always lurks the threat of a clash with the real elite gate guardians. The realization that a complete newbie, who hadn't even cleared the easiest dungeon, sat before him filled Yeon Jae-shik with genuine horror. But Park Soo-ho only looked calmly at his panicking comrade, not seeing any obstacle in the upcoming test. The realization that a complete newbie is sitting in front of him makes Yeon Jae-shik panic and start asking his comrade about his real class. His shocked cry echoes across the gorge, nearly sending their SUV plummeting to its death over the cliff. But Park Soo-ho only turns to him calmly, preparing to voice his only request. A stunned Jae-shik can only remain silent in confusion, not understanding what is going on in the head of this mysterious guy. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain range, a large-scale military operation is unfolding, drawing together the best forces. Leading the purge, Captain John exudes a menacing aura, ready to personally suppress any rebellion or breakout. However, reality hits hard. Completely defeated groups return from the depths of the anomalous zone one after another. The bleeding soldiers, who lost their limbs in the brutal battle, can barely stand on their feet. Panicked calls for help from military doctors are drowned out by the incessant roar of heavy equipment operating. Seeing this pathetic sight, Captain Yeon becomes indescribably furious, cursing the association mired in corruption. Subordinates try to calm the commander's anger by reminding him of the severe personnel crisis throughout the guild. But his rage only intensifies when he realizes what his once noble craft has become. While the pampered rich buy bonded monsters from brokers for easy ranks, blood is shed on the real front lines. Unprepared recruits cower in the corners, unable to hold even the simplest flanks, and the clash with the first serious enemy turns into a crushing and bloody fiasco for them. The assistant again urges the captain to calm down and take a breather for at least a minute. But the commander is tormented by a fundamental question: how could the surroundings of a simple dungeon be plunged into such wild chaos? Officer Kang Min-hyuk, who has arrived on the scene, rushes to clarify the situation and is ready to report on the operational situation. He reports that his men managed to detain a group of dangerous marauders who were operating right under the noses of the military. And things take a nasty turn when a ruthless C-class ranker is hiding among these criminals. Hearing the name of this most dangerous criminal, the squad leader literally freezes in place from deep shock. But the subordinate's next statement plunges the military into even greater shock. The dangerous ranker was defeated by an ordinary F-class rookie. The realization of this fact makes experienced fighters doubt the reality of what is happening. Before their eyes, a barely alive criminal is carried with severe injuries inflicted by someone's crushing force. Only one frightening silhouette emerges in the commander's mind, the image of a mysterious loner capable of such madness. Without wasting a second, he grabs the soldier by the shoulder, demanding to immediately tell him where this guy is now. The man turns sharply, gives a powerful push, and takes off. Ignoring the confused cries of his subordinates, he rushes forward. He is driven by only one desire: to personally meet the one who possesses such colossal hidden power. He races towards the headquarters communications vehicle, hoping to intercept the unknown person before it is too late. Shouting orders as he goes, the commander approaches the duty post. The astonished dispatcher in headphones turns around, not understanding the reason for his management's panic. With a broken voice, the commander tries to find out which gate this mysterious fighter just entered. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho and his ally Jang Jae-shik are already taking a step into the unknown, passing through a shining portal. Once on the other side, Park Soo-ho is surprised to note that the transition was completely painless and his clothes remained intact. Jang Jae-shik explains with a grin that ordinary earthly things do not carry spatial energy, unlike this expensive equipment. Having left the passage behind, the partners confidently head deeper into unknown territory. Ahead of them lies the so-called door, a passage leading to the next, much more dangerous level of the dungeon. Step by step, they overcome one sector after another, gradually approaching their main goal. Now standing on the threshold of new challenges, they are ready to meet any danger head-on. The sudden disappearance of the mysterious barrier puts the allies on alert. However, Jang Jae-shik is calm because his goal is simple: to defeat only the strongest opponents. With a slight grin, he prepares to throw, leaving his comrade behind. Park Joon-ho tries to stop him, sensing that this reckless move could end in disaster. But the decision has already been made, and a powerful shock shakes the frozen ground. The next moment, Jae-shik takes off, leaving behind only a deep trail of destruction. Amazed by his partner's incredible speed, Joon-ho freezes in complete bewilderment. Looking at the resulting crater, he realizes the full gulf in their power. But admiration is quickly followed by a chilling fear. After all, without proper reconnaissance and preparation, this expedition could result in eternal imprisonment in the depths of the dungeon. Without wasting a second, Jung-ho rushes after him, hoping to prevent the irreparable. Meanwhile, an alarm sounds at headquarters, causing Park Soo-ho to turn around sharply. The operator confirms the worst fears: another security gate has been blocked. Anger and frustration are reflected on Soo-ho's face, realizing that the situation has completely gotten out of control. Meanwhile, in the mysterious fog of the abandoned sector, ominous, inhuman screams are heard. A series of heady footsteps heralds the approach of those who consider these dark lands their hunting grounds. Ugly creatures of the abyss, armed with rusty blades, are ready to tear apart any stranger. But even these ferocious creatures do not have time to realize what a deadly threat hangs over them. A crushing blow falls on the first monster, instantly breaking the silence of the dungeon. The remaining monsters freeze in horror, realizing that they themselves have now become defenseless prey. The force of his onslaught sweeps away the creatures one after another, painting the earth in crimson tones. Weapons fall from the weakened paws of monsters, unable to withstand this fury. Cold steel obediently falls into the young man's hand, ready to continue the bloody harvest. With one precise and merciless move, he ends the life of yet another creature of darkness. The acrid, suffocating smell of the monster hits the nose, but only further inflames the excitement of the fight. A crimson crystal, a valuable trophy obtained in battle, flashes in Park Soo-ho's bloody palm. As he surveys the battlefield, he realizes that this is only the beginning of his ascent in this world. A flickering system interface appears before his eyes, confirming his first modest successes. At this moment, Park Joon-ho comes out into the clearing, stunned by the picture that opens before his eyes. Everywhere lie the lifeless bodies of ferocious predators, defeated by someone single-handedly in a matter of moments. Not believing his own eyes, he activates his tracking skill, trying to find a trace of the mysterious fighter. The echoes of a furious roar in the distance make him turn sharply towards the impenetrable thicket. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho calmly studies his status window, securing his title as a druid. New paths of development open up before him, promising the acquisition of unprecedented control over the forces of nature. But the silence is once again broken by wild cries. New enemies treacherously attack right from the tree branches. Park Soo-ho just gives them an icy, contemptuous look, not even thinking about backing down. The first attacker is met with a crushing counterblow, instantly losing all his ardor. The deadly dance continues. The guy throws the creatures aside like dry leaves. Incredible speed and precision of movements leave the monsters no chance of escape. And the growing achievement points on the system screen only confirm the undeniable superiority of the new predator of these parts. Another crushing blow ends the beast's life, launching the long-awaited process of evolution. Park Soo-ho freezes in surprise when a notification about a sudden extra synchronization flashes before his eyes. The system display shows him new, significantly increased characteristics, confirming his transition to a completely different level. The realization of his own increased power forces the hero to take a new look at his capabilities in this dangerous world. But the biggest surprise is receiving a unique skill related to summoning a mysterious tree spirit. Park Soo-ho peers at the ability description, trying to comprehend the power he just awakened. A blinding light erupts from his chest, heralding the birth of a loyal ally from the depths of nature itself. Before him appears a tiny, ethereal creature, woven from green foliage and soft glow. For a moment, the hero is transported into memories of the jungle, where he first noticed this tiny light, mistaking it for a simple firefly. Now, having become the full master of this power, he orders the little guide to find the surviving enemies. Dissolving into the air, the spirit rushes into the forest thicket, leaving behind a trail of pure magic. Its shining sparks touch the grass and stones, reading the hidden secrets that the earth itself holds within itself. However, Park Soo-ho quickly realizes that this method of gathering information requires too much time, which he does not have at the moment. He then decides to explore the available arsenal himself, opening the tab with basic search skills. His choice falls on active tracking, which could fundamentally change the rules of this hunt. Having carefully glanced around the dense thickets, the guy concentrates on searching for the slightest anomalies. His gaze flashes with a cold neon light, activating the hidden potential of the perception system. A predatory grin crosses his lips. The hunter has finally found the fresh trail of his prey. Descending to the very ground, he finds confirmation of the presence of those who tried to hide from his retribution. But what he sees at the sight of the monster's camp makes Park Soo-ho sharply wary. A thick fog envelops the gloomy thicket, hiding ominous rustling sounds in its depths. Strange sounds of struggle reach the young man's ears, causing him to freeze in confusion. However, the momentary surprise is quickly replaced by the anticipatory grin of an experienced predator. Taking off from his place, he rushes swiftly through the dense branches of the trees. A powerful push and his foot slams hard into the hard ground, raising clouds of dust. Park Soo-ho lands majestically on a stone ledge, clutching his trusty blade in his hand. His icy gaze instantly assesses the balance of power on the battlefield. Right in front of him, a ferocious goblin pinned the wounded Park Joon-ho to the ground, preparing to deliver the fatal blow. But instead of panicking, the guy just calmly calls out to the uninvited guest, interrupting the reprisal. Seeing his savior, Park Joon-ho, through his fear and pain, feels a spark of hope ignite in his soul. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho reminds with slight irritation that he originally planned to act alone. An ally who finds himself on the brink of death can only make pathetic excuses under the pressure of the enemy's blade. Realizing the hopelessness of his comrade's situation, the protagonist smiles condescendingly, and the monster, irritated by the impudent intervention, begins to press the tip harder and harder into the victim's face. Unable to contain his primal terror any longer, Park Joon-ho desperately pleads for salvation. But the cry for help is drowned out by a sharp whistle of air, announcing the beginning of a crushing counterattack. With a lightning-fast movement, Park Soo-ho unleashes a furious kick straight into the monster's shield. Unable to withstand the colossal pressure, the vile creature flies off to the side with a roar. Baring his teeth, the enraged goblin immediately tries to regroup for a counterattack. But the guy doesn't leave him a single chance, painting the air with crimson splashes of a crushing finale. From the powerful blow, the monster's carcass crashes into the stone wall, dropping its weapon and shield. Without wasting a second, Yan Jae-shik rushes forward, ready to deliver the decisive blow. The wounded animal lets out a furious death rattle, full of impotent anger. Soaring high into the air, the young man raises his blade over the head of the doomed creature. A crushing blow pierces the enemy's flesh, and the system immediately announces the acquisition of a new level. Looking at his fallen enemy, Jae-shik only smirked, realizing how easy this prey was. Park Joon-ho, watching this, is frozen in complete shock by his partner's incredible strength. Again and again, this lightning-fast triumph flashes before my eyes, confirming the guy's absolute superiority. For him, this mortal combat became nothing more than an opportunity to quickly and mercilessly score precious points. Having released the tension, Jae-shik, with a cool smile, makes it clear that it is time to move on. Still not believing his eyes, the stuttering Joon-ho hurries to confirm that the passage out is finally clear. Through the dissipating light of the portal, the partners confidently return to the familiar world of people. But at the exit, they are already met by a military cordon, drawn up to the site of the breakthrough. The security soldiers immediately recognize in Jae-shik the very same rising hero that the entire headquarters is now talking about. News of his return is instantly passed up the chain of command, raising a host of questions. The officers in the command van can't believe their eyes as they look at the record-breaking time it takes to clear the dungeon. Jun-ho bids farewell to his savior with deep respect, promising to keep in touch. Meanwhile, in the quiet corridors of the base, automatic doors to the secret sector open. The one whose return was least expected here slowly walks through the threshold. Exhausted by long isolation, Park Soo-ho finally emerges from prison, dreaming of only one thing, a hearty meal. But a stranger stands in the hero's way, whose appraising glance immediately reveals him to be a talent hunter. The man introduces himself as the leader of one of the leading guilds, confident that his name will open any doors. The conversation that started in a roadside cafe was supposed to be the beginning of a grand deal. The recruiter hands over a business card from the powerful Scylla faction, expecting to see a look of awe on the young man's face. He generously describes the prospects, promising mountains of gold and the best conditions for revealing true potential. However, Park Soo-ho only calmly takes a sip of coffee, interrupting the pompous speech with an icy refusal. This outcome takes the self-confident guest by surprise, leaving him speechless. He can't wrap his head around how someone could so casually reject an offer that thousands dream of. Trying to save the situation, the man assumes that the guy is simply committed to someone else. But the reason does not lie in other people's contracts or obligations. The guild representative raises the stakes, promising incredible privileges, just to lure the nugget to his side. But the heavy thud of a glass landing on the table puts a bold end to this protracted conversation. The real reason is simple. Park Soo-ho was born to be a leader, not a pawn under someone else's control. The recruiter can only swallow his resentment in silence, realizing that this person cannot be bought. Leading the intrusive guest behind, the hero finally reaches his temporary refuge. The door creaked as he stepped into the modest apartment, bathed in the rays of the midday sun. Looking around, Soo-ho realized with slight disappointment that his comrade had not yet returned. Not wanting to waste time waiting, he makes himself comfortable on the wooden platform in the open air. The sudden appearance of a local resident disturbs his peaceful solitude, but instead of being embarrassed, Park Soo-ho just smiles friendly, inviting him to join him on this warm, serene day. Instead of idle relaxation, the young man is forced to face the harsh reality of everyday life when his grumpy housewife forces him to get up. Submissively submitting, Park Soo-ho takes on the job of helping the old woman by hanging up her wet laundry in the bright midday sun. Looking into his face, the elderly woman tries to discern in him the very man she has heard so much about. With a soft but confident smile, he confirms his true identity, seeing no point in hiding the truth. The old woman simply shakes her head at this statement, smiling as she notes that time seems to have passed him by. And although Park Soo-ho assures that he has lived through many difficult years, his words seem to his interlocutor merely like a funny eccentricity. But deep down she understands. In a world where everything has been turned upside down, the usual laws of nature have long ceased to apply. The thought of a long separation and the unexpected reunion of loved ones causes her a fleeting sadness. And he simply smiles warmly in response, glad that even after so many years of separation he's remembered. Leaving the guy alone with his thoughts, the old woman grumbles away, taking the empty basin with her. At this moment, the long-awaited guests appear on the roof, Park Jun-ho with his little nephew. The joyful child immediately rushes to meet his uncle, filling the gray concrete courtyard with ringing children's laughter. But the atmosphere of carefreeness instantly dissipates when Park Jun-ho's gaze falls on the white envelope lying in front of him. Confused and wary, he does not immediately dare to ask about the purpose of this mysterious message. Park Soo-ho's calm voice sounds like a bolt from the blue. The envelope contains a huge sum of money, capable of paying off all their debts at once. Park Jun-ho literally freezes in place upon hearing this, unable to believe that what is happening is real. He takes the envelope with trembling hands, dumbfoundedly wondering where his brother could have gotten such incredible money. Park Soo-ho simply brushes off the questions, gently suggesting that they quickly settle their debts and return to dinner together. Park Jun-ho's eyes reflect a storm of emotions, from boundless gratitude to a sudden wave of relief. Giving his brother a confident look, Park Soo-ho gently urges him on, letting him know that the worst times are behind him. Park Jun-ho barely holds back the tears that are welling up, wiping his face with his sleeve right in front of his adopted brother. All this heaviness that had been accumulating in his soul for years finally finds an outlet in one single stingy tear of relief. Park Soo-ho only smiles in a friendly manner in response, changing the conversation to a simple, everyday topic and trying to diffuse the situation. With a strained but sincere smile through his tears, Jun-ho asks his brother to look after the most precious thing he has, his little son, Gong-woo. And soon, the sun-drenched rooftop is filled with the sound of children's laughter. Little Gong-woo is frolicking carefree with a tiny white puppy. Park Soo-ho is watching this scene when a system window suddenly pops up in front of his eyes, asking him to give his pet a name. After some thought, he decides to entrust this important choice to the boy himself, who immediately, enthusiastically suggests naming the puppy Snowball. Soo-ho smiles warmly, approving of such a simple yet perfectly fitting name for the fluffy ball. The system immediately registers the new satellite, confirming its modest but accurate characteristics. Now the roof turns into a playground for fun games, where Snowball frolics around, chasing a thrown ball. Looking at this sincere, childish joy, Park Soo-ho feels how the long-awaited peace returns to his soul, exhausted by the constant struggle. Gradually the day fades, and the city is painted in the gentle, warm tones of the sun setting behind the horizon. Tired from playing, Gun-woo lies down on the wooden floor, quietly complaining of hunger and wondering why his dad is taking so long to return. But Park Soo-ho's keen hearing picks up a familiar noise below, causing him to turn to the edge of the roof. An old work van comes to a stop in the yard with a sharp screech of brakes. Hearing this sound, the boy rushes down the stairs with a cry of delight, hurrying to greet his beloved father. However, the joyful anticipation is instantly dispelled when a terrible sight appears before them, a man's bloody, mutilated face. The child's heart stops, and a mask of primal horror and incomprehension freezes on little Gong-woo's face. Barely able to stand on his feet, the crippled Park Jun-ho tries with his last strength to take a step towards his son. But his strength finally leaves him, and he collapses dead on the cold asphalt to the desperate, heartbreaking cry of his child. At that moment, Park Soo-ho's world collapses forever, and his desperate cry, full of unbearable pain, shakes the silence of the night. Meanwhile, on the second floor of a gloomy concrete building, under the sign of a dubious microloan office, life goes on as usual. The local bandits lounged in their chairs, whiling away the time playing cards in anticipation of another easy score. At their computers, they coldly calculate the interest they have extorted from defenseless debtors. For them, every new number on the screen is just a reason for a cynical grin and pride in their own impunity. The leader of this gang, whose face is disfigured by a scar, desires only one thing: to see as much suffering and blood as possible. However, their measured conversation is suddenly interrupted by a dull, wall-shaking roar from the corridor. The irritated leader immediately raises his voice, ordering his guard dogs to immediately deal with the troublemaker. Obeying the order, the thugs reluctantly rise from their seats, confident in their own superiority. But a strange, sticky feeling of anxiety makes their fingers tremble involuntarily. An oppressive, ringing silence hangs in the office, foreshadowing imminent retribution. And then a wounded security guard, his face covered in crimson blood, flies into the office, choking on his own screams. Panic distorts his features as an ominous, all-consuming shadow looms directly behind him. Doors are ripped off their hinges with a crash and shatter into pieces, opening the way for a fury that cannot be contained. The bandits' insolent grins finally disappear from their faces at the sight of the impending threat. Overcoming their growing fear, they grab their weapons and launch a frantic frontal attack. But their pathetic attempts to defend themselves turn into an instant, crushing collapse. Powerful blows break bones one after another, throwing the bodies of the mafiosi into the walls and smashing the furniture into dust. With trembling hands, the last survivors clutch their blades, realizing that there will be no mercy for them in this room. After all, before them stands Park Soo-ho himself, whose gaze, blazing with anger, promises only a painful death to his father's killers. The enemies retreat in horror, realizing that they are faced with a real monster in the flesh. With one crushing movement, the young man knocks over the heavy furniture, turning the attacker's shelter into a pile of rubble. The air is filled with the sound of breaking glass and the desperate cries of those who, just a moment ago, considered themselves hunters. Glass shards rain down on the heads of the panicking bandits, depriving them of their last hope of salvation. Every encounter with Soo-ho's rage ends with a crushing blow to the concrete floor. The force of his blows is so great that the bodies of the guards fly into the air, choking on their own blood. The last defenders of this office fly out through the glass partitions, unable to do anything against this insane power. Park Soo-ho mercilessly steps on the head of the defeated enemy, making it clear that there will be no mercy for anyone. The gang leader watches in horror as his best guards are reduced to mangled bodies in a matter of seconds. Amidst the ensuing chaos, amidst ruins and rivers of blood, the invincible Avenger takes the next step forward. In the depths of the office, the one giving the orders lurked, frantically peering at the surveillance system monitors. Fear paralyzes the survivors as the heavy footsteps of the Avenger are heard very close, right in front of them. The bandits realize too late that it was not an ordinary person who had broken into their midst, but a powerful, awakened one. With one powerful kick, Park Soo-ho knocks out the monitor, completely removing the barrier between himself and the target. The heavy desk rushes forward, tightly clamping and breaking the legs of the frightened scum. Office equipment shatters into pieces with a roar, symbolizing the complete collapse of their criminal empire. Jumping right onto the table, the young man looks down at the trembling leader, demanding to confirm his identity. Gritting his teeth in impotent rage, the cornered leader is forced to admit his defeat before this monster. A death sentence can be read in his eyes because he understands that before him stands a punisher who knows no mercy. But Park Soo-ho just coldly places the envelope on the table, declaring that he has come to repay the debt of his brother, Park Jun-ho. The creditor only grins contemptuously, trying to hide the fear growing inside him behind a mask of arrogance. He arrogantly reminds us of the law, hoping that his awakened status will keep Park Soo-ho from committing a brutal reprisal. But the icy gaze of the uninvited guest makes it clear that the usual rules no longer apply here. A deafening blow cuts off his empty threats, causing him to choke on his own blood. Park Soo-ho furiously reminds the scoundrel how to behave with those who came to repay the debt honestly. Another blow falls on the bandit's face for his ingratitude and bullying of Park Jun-ho. A series of merciless slaps turns the arrogant bouncer's face into a bloody mess. Having lost his former arrogance, the defeated leader can barely string together a couple of words due to unbearable pain. Beaten half to death, he humiliatingly begs for mercy and calls his subordinates for help. But Park Soo-ho's merciless gaze, glowing with otherworldly power, leaves no chance for salvation. A moment later, the entire office is plunged into deathly silence, and yesterday's tormentors humbly bow their heads. With trembling voices, the beaten bandits begin to apologize in chorus. However, Park Soo-ho is not satisfied with this pathetic babble and demands to speak much louder and clearer. With their voices trembling in terror, the entire gang loudly acknowledges that Park Jun-ho's debt has been fully repaid. In the end, Park Soo-ho gives them only one piece of advice: never to catch his eye again if they want to live. The thugs, terrified to death, press themselves to the floor, swearing to fulfill this demand. Amidst their incessant pleas, the Punisher turns around and slowly leaves the destroyed office. But even when the footsteps fade away, no one present dares to raise their heads from the ground. The gang leader, breathing heavily, tries to comprehend what kind of monster fate has just brought him together with. And only when the danger has passed do the subordinates timidly report that this nightmare is finally gone. The enemy left behind can only gnash his teeth helplessly, choking on his own rage and blood. Meanwhile, in the majestic building of the Scylla Guild, the night's silence is broken by a brewing storm. One of the employees rushes excitedly through the corridors of the HR department, carrying stunning news. He literally bursts into the office to interrupt the tired Park Jun-ho's routine. The insistent call to look at the screen forces the deputy manager to be distracted from his daily affairs. Before his eyes, the personal file of a mysterious guy named Park Soo-ho, officially recognized as the weakest F rank, opens. But the dry numbers on the monitor don't fit in with the incredible rumors circulating around it. To uncover the truth, Park Jun-ho was asked to delve into the hidden history of this strange hunter's recent activities. However, instead of detailed reports, the system immediately issues a harsh and uncompromising denial of access. Both employees are stunned, unable to understand how the data of an ordinary newcomer could be so carefully classified. Growing interest outweighs job descriptions, and the question of bypassing the protection hangs in the air. Park Jun-ho's fingers fly across the keys, breaking through one security layer after another. And now, when the last barrier collapses, the hidden truth is finally ready to reveal itself to the world. But what they see on the screen leaves both men speechless with deep shock. Such military achievements seem absolutely unthinkable for someone who officially holds only the lowest rank. Park Jun-ho has a reasonable question: who tried to hide this incredible chronology of exploits and why? Besides, this guy isn't even a member of any guild, remaining a dangerous free wolf. To finally solve this puzzle, they decide to check the list of unique skills of the Awakened One. But instead of combat magic or devastating techniques, the screen displays the absurd ability to create bread and water. And this insane discrepancy has analysts completely stumped, leaving only more frightening questions. Does this formidable fighter really use ordinary water bottles and fresh buns as weapons? The astonishment grows when analysts see footage of him literally throwing provisions at his opponents until they capitulate. But behind this absurdity lies a far more frightening detail. Exactly 10 years ago, this man disappeared without a trace. The researchers' sharp minds immediately begin to connect the dots, constructing a theory about a secret government project. The only logical explanation for his incredible strength is his rigorous training in the ranks of state intelligence agencies. The probability that he is one of the department's secret agents is almost 100%, which means that digging further is mortally dangerous. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, they decide to stop this investigation before they go too far. The best thing they can do now is to simply close the database and take their mind off the oppressive thoughts over a cup of coffee. But even after leaving the office, they can't shake off the questions. Why would an agent of such a level even bother clearing the weakest dungeons? A parting warning is given to keep an ear open and closely monitor every move of the mysterious Park Soo-ho. After all, in this changed world, any anomaly could become a harbinger of a new, even larger-scale catastrophe. Meanwhile, within the quiet walls of the city hospital, life flows in a completely different, peaceful direction. The door of one of the rooms quietly opens, and Park Soo-ho himself appears on the threshold with a full bag in his hands. A genuine, warm smile finally appears on his face, erasing all the recent battle severity. Park Joon-ho, recovering from severe injuries, is clearly relieved to see his loyal comrade again. Forgetting about strict diets, Soo-ho puts a whole mountain of food on the table, sincerely believing that his friend needs to eat as well as possible. Fragrant, juicy fast food instantly fills the room, bringing with it a rare feeling of simple home comfort. Eating the treat with gusto, Park Joon-ho hurries to share the good news that the bandage will be removed tomorrow. However, behind the relaxed, friendly dinner lies a slight anxiety. After all, the next day Soo-ho faces a severe test. And Park Joon-ho wholeheartedly wishes for his brother to successfully pass the mercenary exam so that the doors of the best guilds will finally open for him. Park Soo-ho can't help but recall the years he spent in another world, where he survived under the light of alien moons as a true king of the forests. But back in civilization, he simply enjoys the taste of ordinary food, not caring too much about lofty goals. His brother's sincere questions about the future and his desire to join the elite forces seem too mundane to him. A slight smile appears on Park Soo-ho's face. He is no longer interested in the boundaries of other people's rules. With absolute calm, he declares that he does not intend to obey other people's orders and will create his own guild. Park Joon-ho is literally speechless at such a bold statement, not understanding where his brother gets such unshakable confidence from. Meanwhile, in the very heart of the metropolis, at the tops of glass skyscrapers, a completely different life, full of strict discipline, is in full swing. Choi Soo-yeon, a first-class warrior known for her stern disposition, walks confidently and predatorily through the corridors of the headquarters. However, her measured gait is interrupted by an angry shout from the management, forcing the girl to stop in displeasure. The indifferent, cold gaze of blue eyes meets the storm of emotions of the director, clearly exhausted by the problems that have piled up. Instead of the usual greeting, the warrior is immediately bombarded with an avalanche of reproaches for her negligent attitude towards her duties. The director literally loses his temper, reminding them of the recent portal breaches and the mortal danger threatening the city. But she is not at all frightened by this scream. She only asks defiantly whether the entire department is really incapable of coping without her. Driven to despair, the man begs her for help, complaining of colossal pressure from regulatory authorities. Instead of sympathy, Choi Soo-yeon coldly talks about resignation, causing the boss to clutch his head in horror. The man sincerely does not understand why the owner of such a rare and powerful talent so openly sabotages her work. The girl just sighs lazily, attributing her reluctance to fight to banal fatigue and an inability to concentrate. Realizing that arguing is useless, the director decides to resort to extreme measures and decisively hands her an official order. As soon as Choi Soo-yeon glances at the paper, her peace of mind instantly evaporates. Her long-awaited vacation is brazenly cancelled again. And, while the boss tries to appeal to her conscience, the warrior realizes with fury that another unwanted assignment awaits her. Irritably waving her boss off, Choi Soo-yeon heads for the exit, not even wanting to listen to his excuses. But the man doesn't give up and shouts after her about the catastrophic shortage of personnel, begging her to show at least a drop of leniency to the newcomers. But the stubborn warrior is adamant. For her, excessive leniency during the exam is the certain death of fools in real combat. Meanwhile, in the huge training complex, everything is ready for the start of the long-awaited tests. The spacious hall gradually fills with excited candidates, for many of whom this is far from their first attempt. Among this motley crowd, Han Dong-soo stands out in particular, filming everything that is happening around him with all his might. Having launched a live broadcast on his phone, the guy enthusiastically shares his grandiose plans with his viewers. Having received his first generous donation, he is already dreaming about the untold riches that future broadcasts from real dungeons will bring him. However, his enthusiastic dreams are interrupted by the sudden appearance of strict inspectors in the arena. Realizing that filming is strictly prohibited here, the blogger quickly says goodbye to his audience and turns off the broadcast. At that very moment, a curious Park Soo-ho comes up to him, looking straight into the lens with the most imperturbable expression. A confused Han Dong-soo glances sideways at the eccentric stranger, thinking he's simply never seen a streamer before. But the simple-minded hero is only sincerely interested in who exactly this funny guy was talking to so enthusiastically. Leaving the grumbling blogger behind, Park Soo-ho just smiles good-naturedly, intrigued by such a bright personality. Soon, the buzz in the hall suddenly dies down when a stern major steps up to the podium, ready to greet the new recruits. The selection inspectors appointed to supervise the tests line up in front of the assembled group. The crowd immediately begins to whisper fearfully, hoping to get to a loyal commander and desperately praying not to end up under the command of a ruthless warrior. The officer casts a cold glance at the tablet, announcing the start of the official team assignments. A stern order echoes through the hall. Each candidate is required to immediately take their place in the line of the appointed curator. And as soon as the first names are announced over the loudspeakers, excited participants rush towards their destiny. For Han Dong-soo, the announcement of the results comes as a real shock. Harsh reality hits him hard, so in panic in his soul. Next comes the name of Park Soo-ho, who is assigned to the same group under number 15. The guy freezes for a moment in bewilderment, not believing his own luck or the strange coincidence. After all, their curator turns out to be that same formidable warrior, Choi Soo-yeon, whose cold and unyielding gaze can suppress any will. But instead of fear, only a light, meaningful smile of an old acquaintance appears on Soo-ho's face. Noticing this bold reaction, the proud Choi Soo-yeon narrows her eyes warily, trying to unravel his thoughts. Soo-ho, not caring at all about the looks of others, only offers friendly encouragement to his frightened comrade. And this gesture finally attracts the surprised attention of the deadly mentor. The order thunders through the hall again, and a stream of candidates rushes along the corridors to their living quarters. Frightened whispers can be heard all around. The soldiers are glad that they were lucky enough to avoid a worse fate and not end up in the squad of the stern blonde. While touring the new apartments, other groups are curious about the training areas and the camp's interior layout. But for Han Dong-soo, this corridor seems like a road to the scaffold, because ahead of him lies only a cruel trial under the command of a ruthless leader. Door number 15 swings open, symbolizing the beginning of a new, dangerous chapter. Inside the modest locker room, the recruits silently take their places, trying to cope with the growing tension. Noticing his partner's oppressive silence, Soo-ho turns away from his things and looks at him carefully. With a touch of irony, he decides to defuse the situation, since just recently his companion was glowing with unjustified confidence. Dong-soo slowly raises his gaze, full of sorrow and universal resentment, not sharing someone else's optimism. But Soo-ho's calm, sincere smile makes it clear that there is definitely no room for despondency here. Sitting opposite each other in the silence of the room, they prepare for the inevitable clash of characters. And then, from the lips of the dejected fighter, a sincere warning comes forth about the ferocious and dangerous nature that lies behind Choi Soo-yeon's angelic appearance. Hearing such a dark nickname, Park Soo-ho only asks again in bewilderment, sincerely not understanding why the beautiful warrior was called a witch. In response, Han Dong-soo explodes with a new wave of emotion, reminding them of the steep participation fee and how easy it is to lose everything due to the leader's momentary anger. But there is not a shadow of fear reflected on the face of his interlocutor, only cold determination and barely perceptible curiosity. This steadfastness leaves the hot-tempered fighter taken aback, unable to understand where the newcomer gets such reckless confidence from. He glares at the stubborn man, trying to discern at least a drop of common sense behind the mask of indifference. However, Park Soo-ho's silence speaks louder than any words. His gaze remains completely calm. Annoyed by the disregard for subordination, Han Dong-soo starts shouting, demanding due respect for his status and age. And then a dangerous, predatory spark of excitement flashes in Park Soo-ho's eyes. A cheeky grin appears on his lips, foreshadowing the imminent start of a real man-to-man conversation in a secluded place. Those around freeze in anxious anticipation, sensing that this conflict can no longer be resolved peacefully. Finally convinced that his opponent had lost his mind, Han Dong-soo gnashed his teeth in rage. Park Soo-ho only casually confirms his intentions, showing with his whole appearance that he does not intend to retreat. Barely containing his anger, the hot-tempered fighter tries to comprehend the scale of the madness that has overwhelmed him. But there is no turning back, and he decisively throws off his outer clothing, ordering the impudent man to follow him. Meanwhile, Choi Soo-yeon, attracted by a strange noise, heads deeper into the corridors of the training complex. Opening the door, she freezes on the threshold, surprised by the unusual emptiness and silence of the spacious hall. Her gaze instantly grew heavy, betraying her growing irritation at the stupid antics of her obnoxious charges. And, in the very heart of the training area rises an ominous cage, the perfect arena for a merciless clash. The assembled spectators held their breath around the octagon, realizing that this meeting would once and for all determine who was the real boss here. Face to face with his opponent, Han Dong-soo prepares to teach the reckless upstart a harsh lesson he will remember for the rest of his life. Han Dong-soo revels in his own fame, because for him, this fight is just another opportunity to show off his superiority in front of millions of viewers. However, Park Soo-ho reacts to this pathos with absolute indifference, making his opponent feel ridiculous. The insolent grin immediately turns into furious rage. This impudent upstart dared to mock him. The crowd of onlookers is eager for a spectacle, adding fuel to the fire with their shouts and demanding immediate reprisals. Showing off a lightning-fast series of strikes, Han Dong-soo promises to set his opponent's mind straight and make a spectacular show out of it. A barely noticeable, anticipatory smile appears on Park Soo-ho's face. The challenge is accepted. Blinded by anger, the fighter makes a final verbal attack, warning that there is no point in expecting pity. A powerful push from the ground and he takes off, ready to break the distance. A second freezes as two fists rush towards each other in a decisive clash. But the triumphant moment is interrupted by a sudden cry of horror, causing everyone to turn towards the exit. Choi Soo-yeon appears at the door, her icy gaze not auguring well for the intruders. Her furious command instantly echoes throughout the hall, causing the blood to run cold. Realizing that things are getting tough, random witnesses immediately run away, saving their own skins. Step by step, the formidable warrior approaches the octagon, ready to severely punish those who dared to violate discipline. Han Dong-soo instantly loses all his fighting spirit and begins to babble out ridiculous excuses in fear. But the inspector's cold tone leaves no room for compromise. The law is harsh, and stupidity will have to be paid for. Words about the inevitable elimination of one of the fighters make both opponents freeze in bewilderment. However, a sly smile appears on Choi Soo-yeon's face as she announces new, much harsher conditions. The death sentence on their hopes hangs in the air, forcing them to reevaluate the seriousness of the situation. Now Han Dong-soo has no choice but to fight to the death, because his future is at stake. Han Dong-soo tries to hide his growing panic behind a feigned indifference as he prepares to make his first move. But his opponent, Park Soo-ho, approaches with the calm, almost frightening confidence of a predator. Trying to seize the initiative, Han Dong-soo shouts out barbs and gets into a fighting stance. Park Soo-ho only smiles condescendingly, as if this challenge is nothing more than child's play for him. Losing patience with someone else's arrogance, Han Dong-soo takes off and strikes with a swift blow. However, the speed of his attack proves insignificant in front of the lightning-fast reaction of Park Soo-ho, who delivers a crushing counterblow. The force of this collision sends the attacker flying, knocking the arrogance out of him. It all ends in an instant. The defeated fighter falls unconscious onto the cold floor. Watching this triumph, Choi Soo-yeon cannot hide her amazement at what she sees. Anxiety grows inside her, and the image of the culprit of this spectacle, Park Soo-ho, appears before her eyes. The heavy premonition that had been tormenting her since their very first meeting finally took on a clear form. When Park Soo-ho turns his calm gaze to her, the tension between them reaches its limit. There is a silent question in her eyes that demands an immediate answer. But instead of threatening, the guy responds to her with a peaceful, encouraging smile. Choi Soo-yeon immediately cuts off any attempt to appear weak, once again adopting a stern and unyielding appearance. Park Soo-ho calmly offers a bet, promising to return everything to its place if he wins. His sincere gesture speaks of nobility and firm belief in his own strength. This insolence only evokes a sarcastic grin from Choi Soo-yeon, behind which lies a readiness for battle. With cold calculation, she reaches for her weapon, accepting the challenge. Now only the two of them remain in the octagon, those whose fight will decide the fate of this protracted duel. The last obstacles are cleared, and the extra people leave the arena in disgrace, leaving the battlefield clear. Choi Soo-yeon takes a confident step forward, voicing the question that has been bothering her for a long time. However, Park Soo-ho sincerely does not understand what mysterious status is being discussed. With a predatory smile on her lips, the warrior promises to reveal all her cards, but only if her opponent manages to survive this meat grinder. At that moment, the air around them literally boils with an extreme concentration of bloodlust. Before the guy can react, the first lightning attack hits him. Choi Soo-yeon strikes without mercy, putting all her insane speed into every move. Park Soo-ho is forced into a deep defense, barely managing to block a hail of deadly blows. But this is just a warm-up. With her next move, the girl unleashes a devastating spinning kick. The sound of flesh colliding and incredible power echoes throughout the hall, causing the stands to hold their breath. Not giving her opponent a chance to catch her breath, she continues her frantic onslaught, aiming to finish the fight in one move. In the heat of battle, she eagerly offers him a tempting reward if he somehow manages to defeat her. A powerful jolt throws them in different directions, raising clouds of dust into the air. But right in the midst of this chaos, the girl's intuition tells her that there is a fatal error in her calculations. Landing on her feet with feline grace, she instantly assesses her surroundings in search of her target. Her sensitive hearing picks up a strange rustling sound from somewhere above, causing her to freeze in bewilderment. Her pupils narrow as a sense of mortal danger approaches. Park Soo-ho hangs on the metal mesh of the octagon like a wild predator, ready to pounce on its prey. On his face plays that same cheeky smile of a man who is just beginning to get real pleasure from fighting. And Choi Soo-yeon realizes with growing concern that this guy not only withstood her powerful blow, but he didn't even feel pain. Gathering all her willpower, the girl decides to go to the very end. She declares that she no longer intends to hold back her true power. Her movements become incredibly fast, and her attacks devastating. Choi Soo-yeon rises into the air, concentrating all her energy for a decisive attack. A powerful blow comes down from above, sending Park Soo-ho flying into the fence. Without giving him time to recover, she continues to press, delivering one furious blow after another. A real barrage of incessant attacks unfolds in the arena. But through this avalanche of blows, Park Soo-ho manages to intercept her attack with an iron grip. There is no fear in his eyes, only a cold, calculating focus. By easily repelling the next attack, he demonstrates absolute control over the situation. A predatory smile, anticipating victory, spreads across the guy's lips again. Choi Soo-yeon begins to realize that the situation is rapidly getting out of control. At that very moment, Park Soo-ho unleashes a crushing counterattack on her. The guy's fist hits a powerful electrical barrier, causing the air to spark with tension. But Park Soo-ho's physical strength turns out to be so colossal that the defense begins to crack at the seams. The blast wave sends Choi Soo-yeon flying backwards, causing her to slide across the surface. She struggles to keep her balance as she tries to cope with the residual discharges of energy. She is filled with shock at the realization that her best defense was destroyed by one simple blow. And Park Soo-ho is already rushing forward, ready to take the initiative into his own hands. Looking at the approaching monster, Choi Soo-yeon realizes that she is facing a completely insane opponent. That mad glint in his eyes betrays his true nature, a thirst for the pure, primal joy of battle. Choi Soo-yeon instantly reads this threat, realizing that the one standing in front of her is indeed the irregular. But before she can take the next step, his gaze becomes extremely focused. One sharp movement, and the guy takes off, closing the distance in a split second. A powerful lunge collides with an insurmountable electrical barrier, which dampens all the kinetic energy of the blow. Having assessed the scale of his insane power, the girl decides not to continue this senseless demonstration and declares her surrender. Her words take Park Soo-ho by surprise, because for him, the real battle was just beginning. She coldly explains that within such cramped confines, it is simply impossible to unleash one's full combat potential. Without hiding his slight disappointment, the guy simply meekly accepts the rules of the game. Now that the outcome of the duel has been decided, Choi Soo-yeon is ready to honestly fulfill the terms of their original agreement. Having asked in passing about the uniqueness of her power on this planet, he receives a completely expected answer. And then Park Soo-ho makes the most unexpected and shocking proposal that would take anyone's breath away. What she heard made the experienced warrior literally freeze in place in complete numbness. And the guy, as if nothing had happened, continues to insist on his own with an absolutely unperturbed and friendly smile. Such discouraging directness enrages the girl, causing her to hastily retreat from this madman. Meanwhile, poor Han Dong-soo is slowly starting to come to his senses on the cold floor. Sighing heavily, he tries to recall the chain of events that passed quickly. An angry Choi Soo-yeon quickly leaves the training hall, leaving only an oppressive silence in her wake. The guy looks confusedly from the departing girl to her strange opponent, and only after touching his cheek, which was burning with pain, he realized with horror that he had been sent into a deep knockout with just one move. Han Dong-soo can't believe such a sudden defeat. Resentment and shame weigh heavily on him, pressing him to the cold floor. But resentment quickly flares up in his soul, forcing him to sharply raise his head. Beside himself with rage, he screams in the face of the one who remained standing. Park Soo-ho only smiles calmly and kindly in response to this emotional attack. This serene reaction immediately confuses the heated guy. Meanwhile, a dispassionate camera lens closely watches what is happening in the hall. On the other end of the line, in the silence of the office, a stern officer watches the progress of the duels. Upon seeing the final footage, he jumps up in shock. The invincible Choi Soo-yeon has been defeated. And in the hall, Park Soo-ho simply turns his back, calling on the defeated fighter to follow him. Han Dong-soo hurries after him, not understanding why he hasn't been disqualified yet. The revelation that his fate was decided by just one short conversation leaves him dumbfounded. The guy tries to find out why his savior tolerated such a brazen slap, but he just brushes it off. And at this moment, the true picture of what happened begins to take shape in the young man's head. He realizes that Park Soo-ho voluntarily took the blow from an angry Choi Soo-yeon to cover up their shared mistake. The realization of such incredible nobility touches the guy to the very depths of his soul. The figure of the leader moving forward now seems to him the embodiment of true greatness. Unable to hold back tears of sincere gratitude, he cries like a child. Throwing aside all pride, the newly minted follower loyally runs after his hero. However, their triumphal march is interrupted by an unexpected shout from behind. The conversation behind closed doors at the inspection promised to be long and extremely difficult. Park Soo-ho finds himself face to face with a high-ranking military officer, ready to ask his biggest questions. The guy immediately takes the bull by the horns, wanting to quickly find out the real reason for this sudden call. His interlocutor does not rush to conclusions, maintaining a cold, military calm. Having started the recorder, he directly asks the young man if he is the mysterious irregular. The term has come up before, but Park Soo-ho still has trouble understanding what it's all about. Seeing the genuine bewilderment on the guy's face, the soldier plunges into deep thought. Having realized the scale of his interlocutor's ignorance, he decides to begin his story with the very basics of interworld connections. A complex system of dimensions opens before our eyes, connecting the Earth with 3 other worlds through invisible bridges. The first of these is Aruka, a fertile land of elves and dwarves with whom humanity conducts peaceful trade. This union brought ancient magic, amazing artifacts, and previously unseen abilities to Earth. The second world, Gucheon, is torn apart by an eternal war between terrifying demons and great martial arts masters. And finally, the nightmarish planet Midval, teeming with bloodthirsty orcs and deadly creatures. It is from these harsh lands that the irregulars return to Earth, endowed with incredible power. After listening to this lecture, Park Soo-ho only scratched his head in confusion, considering the theory to be unnecessarily confusing. He calmly states that he has never set foot on any of the named planets. These words make the experienced officer freeze in deep confusion. If all known worlds are excluded, then the origin of the guy's incredible strength becomes a complete mystery. Park Soo-ho stares at his interlocutor, ready to reveal the truth about the place of his long exile. But is this world ready to hear an answer that could change all ideas about the universe? The officer was stunned by what he heard, barely concealing his trembling before the incredible truth. With difficulty forcing a polite smile, he quickly lets the mysterious guest go back. As soon as the door closes behind Park Soo-ho, the office is plunged into a heavy, oppressive silence. The military mind refuses to believe this crazy, frightening theory, which seems like pure fiction. But there is no time to think. A new witness confidently enters the office. Sergeant Kim greets his superiors in full uniform, ready for any new orders. The officer immediately gets down to business, offering the sergeant to immediately replace the inspector of the 15th team. He is sincerely perplexed because this place has always belonged to the formidable Choi Soo-yeon. Only the irritated sigh of the authorities reveals how complicated the already confusing situation has become. The sergeant waits silently for an explanation, realizing that there is something more behind this reshuffle. After all, now all the management's attention is focused on one specific target, the mysterious Park Soo-ho. Meanwhile, an order is heard over the loudspeaker, calling on all participants to immediately report to the stadium. On a dusty field, candidates line up according to their squad numbers. Near the 15th sector, they are met by a new, stern examiner in sunglasses. Han Dong-soo and Park Joon-ho immediately notice something is wrong, wondering where their former leader has disappeared to. A barely noticeable, predatory, and arrogant grin appears on the new instructor's face. With icy calm, he announces harsh standards that seem beyond the pale to ordinary people. Those around them freeze in silent shock, realizing that absolutely no one will get any concessions here. The very first participant fails the test miserably, failing to complete it within the allotted seconds. And even her angry protests are shattered by the cruel truth. In a real fight, monsters will not spare anyone. Next up is Han Dong-soo, whose turn it is to prove his worth on this merciless obstacle course. Despite his outward appearance of cheerfulness, the guy is seriously nervous before such a severe test. But, pulling himself together, he gives his comrade an encouraging wink, promising to show everything he is capable of. Park Soo-ho watches him go with a calm and confident gaze, knowing the hidden potential of his friend. With a loud cry, Han Dong-soo takes off, rushing forward with all his might. And his persistence pays off. He crosses the finish line with a great result, finishing in just 8 seconds. But then number 46 is announced, and Park Soo-ho himself is invited to the starting line. The young man slowly takes up his position, placing his foot on the block and confidently touching the ground with his palm. His body turns into a string stretched to the limit, ready to release all its hidden power. In the stands, Han Dong-soo is cheering on his adopted brother with all his might, not doubting his success. The instructor gives the command to start, starting the stopwatch and holding his breath. A powerful push, and the pads can barely withstand the incredible force of this start. Park Soo-ho rushes forward with the speed of a bullet, leaving behind only clouds of dust and a shockwave. A stunned Han Dong-soo freezes in place, not believing his own eyes at the sight he sees. The experienced instructor is speechless, realizing that he has witnessed something beyond the pale. A deathly silence instantly descends upon the assembled participants, followed by a wave of pure shock. Meanwhile, in the quiet headquarters office, an alarming telephone ringing sounds. The head of the communications department accepts the call, not even suspecting what news awaits him. The duty officer's report leaves him cold with amazement. Park Soo-ho's test results go beyond all human limits. And this incredible news immediately attracts the attention of the press, threatening to turn an ordinary exam into a worldwide sensation. Observers at the stadium barely have time to comprehend the scale of what is happening, realizing that a simple test has turned into something uncontrollable. Journalists are already clicking away, anticipating the biggest sensation of the year, while supervisors rush to report the emergency situation to their superiors. At the headquarters of the Repatriation Administration, the telephone rings deafeningly, foreshadowing the storm that is about to engulf the leadership. Director Kim Mi-so receives a call, not yet suspecting that this news will turn her entire familiar picture of the world upside down. On the other end of the line, the major's anxious voice is heard, demanding that the video recordings of the tests be immediately looked at. The mere name of the culprit of the commotion makes the high-ranking official freeze in deep shock. Images of incredible destruction unfold on monitor screens, confirming the most insane and terrifying theories. The realization of the scale of this guy's power weighs heavily on her, forcing her to frantically search for a way out of this situation. Everything points to Park Soo-ho being more than just a powerful fighter, but an awakened returnee whose power borders on the divine. Realizing the danger of information leakage, she gives strict orders to immediately block press access to the test site. However, the subordinates only look at their smartphone screens in fear, realizing that they are already hopelessly late. Photos of the mysterious newcomer have already leaked online, instantly spreading across all the country's news portals. In a rage, the director demands that any publications be immediately blocked and the brewing scandal hushed up before panic begins. But the maddened crowd of reporters can no longer be contained. They are ready to do literally anything for one exclusive shot. Camera flashes are blinding, and the corridors of the complex are filled with the deafening roar of hundreds of voices. They all crave only one thing, to get at least a word from the man who rewrote the history of power in seconds. Park Soo-ho himself only turns around indifferently at this chaos, remaining absolutely calm amidst the raging madness, while management is puzzled over how a low-ranking person manages to hide his true nature from the system. The young man merely casts a cold, penetrating glance, fully aware that his quiet life has come to an end. And while security desperately tries to hold back the onslaught of the press, Park Soo-ho's fate takes its sharpest turn. Influential people are already beginning to understand. Whoever can subjugate the unknown world will easily overturn the established order on Earth. Outside, a real frenzy is raging, as the press is ready to do anything to get even one photo of the new sensation. Inside the academy, rumors spread like wildfire, and now every conversation boils down to one person's name. But the culprit of this commotion himself seems to be completely indifferent to the noise that has arisen around him. Han Dong-soo watches his new acquaintance with awe, unable to hide his surprise at his striking calm. Park Soo-ho continues to calmly eat his food, as if there wasn't a crowd of reporters swarming outside the window, hungry for a sensation. The young man understands that this monster in human form is on a completely different level, inaccessible to mere mortals. Noticing such an intent gaze, the main character only lazily inquires about the reason for such attention. Han Dong-soo immediately becomes embarrassed and, smiling obsequiously, rushes to offer his help, just so as not to anger his dangerous neighbor. Observing his primitive habits, the boy is finally convinced that a future great man stands before him. Finding themselves in the silence of the residential block, they finally get the chance to catch their breath away from prying eyes. However, the upcoming trials do not give Han Dong-soo peace, causing him to seriously worry about the future. He can't contain his overwhelming emotions as he shares his concerns about the upcoming tests. Park Soo-ho lazily sits up on the bed, sincerely not understanding the reason for such strong anxiety. After all, the most dangerous test awaits them, clearing a dungeon where teamwork usually decides everything. But for a person who has gone through the hell of other worlds, such rules seem like just ridiculous restrictions. Han Dong-soo freezes in silent shock, struck by this absolute, almost frightening confidence in his own abilities. Trying to appeal to common sense, he begins to explain the lethality and unpredictability of the upcoming mission. But any arguments are shattered by the stony calm of the veteran of interplanetary wars. Park Soo-ho's gaze becomes serious because he knows very well that in a real battle, you can only rely on yourself. The difference in their perception of reality is so great that Han Dong-soo begins to sincerely doubt whether his interlocutor has been hiding in the deep taiga all this time. Park Soo-ho only smiles mysteriously, leaving the guy alone with his shock and endless guesses about the great warrior's past. Wanting to enlighten the savage, Han Dong-soo takes out his smartphone to show him the wonders of modern technology and internet platforms. The viewing figures flash on the screen, symbolizing recognition and glory in this new world, incomprehensible to the veteran. But when Park Soo-ho sees the millions of views on popular channels, his face reflects genuine amazement for the first time in a long time. It turns out that modern society is willing to pay huge amounts of money just to watch someone devour mountains of food with gusto. This absurd but extremely tempting concept instantly awakens completely new, pragmatic thoughts in the hero. Han Dong-soo, sensing the interest of the formidable fighter, immediately begins to make grandiose plans for their future cooperation. He is ready to promise mountains of gold, confident that he is in complete control of the situation and has captured Park Soo-ho's attention. A satisfied smile plays on his lips, like that of a businessman who is about to conclude the most profitable deal of his life. However, Park Soo-ho sees right through this naive ruse. His keen eye notices every detail. Instead of giving in to persuasion, Park Soo-ho only smiles in anticipation because he already has his own, much more ambitious plan. His imagination is already painting pictures of triumph, where they will find themselves at the very pinnacle of glory under the gaze of hundreds of cameras. By studying the absurdities of modern challenges, he realizes that the rules of this game are much simpler than the laws of survival on the battlefield. And then, with his characteristic disarming directness, Park Soo-ho invites the stunned boy to become part of his personal squad. This simple sentence instantly knocks the wind out from under Han Dong-soo, leaving him speechless. A ringing silence hangs in the room, broken only by the silent question hanging in the air between them. The full scope of Park Soo-ho's ambitions finally dawns on the boy. This madman doesn't intend to join the existing forces, he's going to create his own guild. Park Soo-ho's calm nod confirms the wildest fears, leaving no room for doubt. And at that moment, Han Dong-soo realizes that he has just gotten involved in a story that will forever change the usual order of things. A crazy plan instantly springs into Han Dong-soo's mind to create the content of the century about a man who challenges the entire system. His own past had always been a series of crushing defeats that left only bitterness on his lips. A childhood devoted to the harsh sport of boxing brought only disappointment and the realization of one's own impotence in the dusty ring. Despite grueling training until he sweated, the title of champion remained just an unattainable dream. In a changed world ruled by awakened beings and mercenaries, ordinary sports could no longer feed the common man. Ordinary conversations with friends over cheap drinks boiled down to one thing: how to survive and make money in this new, cruel reality. And now, looking at Park Soo-ho, Han Dong-soo understands in front of him is gold, the chance of a lifetime. The passion that flared in his eyes eclipses all past fears, and he is ready to follow this madman to the very end. Park Soo-ho's generous agreement to accept him into the team causes such a storm of emotions in the guy that it is simply impossible to contain them. Tears of sincere gratitude and relief roll down the face of someone who has searched for so long for his true calling. Park Soo-ho just shakes his head in bewilderment, not accustomed to such violent displays of emotion from his new allies. However, harsh reality quickly brings them back to Earth. To register an official mercenary clan, they desperately need a third person. But before they have time to consider this problem, a sudden noise at the door makes them turn around simultaneously. A majestic and frightening figure appears on the threshold, as if it came straight from the pages of ancient martial arts legends. Meeting the gaze of the uninvited guest, the partners freeze in complete bewilderment, not believing their own eyes. There is only one confused question beating in Han Dong-soo's head. Where did a real Buddhist monk come from in this godforsaken place? With a stony expression, Myung-jin folds his palms in a sacred greeting, declaring his desire to pass this selection. To believe that a temple servant would voluntarily enter the bloody world of mercenaries seems like absolute madness. As the newly minted comrades try to come to their senses, a sharp siren cuts through the silence of the locker room, announcing the start of the test. Now that their trinity is finally complete in such a strange way, all that remains is for them to take a step into the unknown. A sudden call in the middle of the night catches Park Soo-ho and Han Dong-soo off guard, leading them wondering about the reason for the emergency meeting. Han Dong-soo doesn't hide his indignation, because the order to put on combat gear at such a late hour seems like complete madness. However, the appearance of the collected and unyielding Myung-jin quickly brings them back to harsh reality. The monk's calm voice confirms my worst fears. The test will begin right now, without any preparation. The news of the sudden night raid leaves Han Dong-soo in shock, while Park Soo-ho only calmly analyzes the situation, and now they are sitting in a dark briefing room, where a map of the upcoming operation is unfolded before the candidates. The officer in front of the screen announces that their first practical test of capturing the dungeon will begin immediately. In a low voice, Han Dong-soo begins to fill his comrades in on the situation, mentioning the Phoenix Guild, which is in charge of this zone. But Park Soo-ho's basic questions about how guilds work immediately reveal his complete ignorance. Han Dong-soo is almost speechless from such simple-mindedness of his comrade, not understanding in what kind of wilderness he lived all this time. He has to explain with his fingers how, after the catastrophe and the appearance of portals, the weakened state ceded control over the districts. Now Seoul is divided into spheres of influence between 12 powerful clans, which have established their own laws. Realizing that dungeons have become a profitable business, Park Soo-ho quickly grasps the essence of these new rules of the game. The memory of the times spent in the wilderness side by side with wild wolves once again awakens in him the desire to create his own pack. Han Dong-soo's words about the exorbitant price for entering other people's portals only strengthen the protagonist's intentions. With a cheeky grin, Park Soo-ho declares that their ultimate goal from now on is to create their own great guild. His partner can only nervously rein in the ambitious leader, reminding him that he first needs to at least survive this exam. Looking at Park Soo-ho's unyielding profile, Han Dong-soo begins to seriously doubt the sanity of his new crazy leader. Meanwhile, the instructor moves into detail, showing footage of the destruction in the 5th district where a rift has opened. Ahead of them lies the first-level labyrinth, a place where weak monsters outnumber them and where they must shed first blood for the coveted power. The officer dryly explains the task. Ahead of them lies a dungeon clearing, which the recruits will have to carry out on their own. Han Dong-soo's eyes reflect genuine fear of the insidious traps lurking in the depths of the unknown labyrinth. Panic gradually takes hold of the boy, because without reliable reconnaissance skills, this expedition seems like certain death to him. However, his comrade, Park Soo-ho, remains completely calm, as if he had already calculated all the possible risks. With a slight, confident grin, he declares that he already has the required ability, causing his friend to be stunned with surprise. Han Dong-soo instantly transforms, ready to pray to his sudden savior. But the realization of how much such a rare skill book could cost sends him into further shock. At this moment, he realizes that his silent partner is clearly not so simple and is used to taking the best from this life. Next to them, Myung-jin maintains a concentrated silence, his stern gaze directed straight ahead. Han Dong-soo decides to try his luck with him, hopefully asking about the existence of any special spiritual techniques. The former monk merely gives the fussy youth a deep, piercing look, full of absolute peace. His composure leaves the boys completely bewildered, making them wonder what kind of power lies behind this silence. Instead of unnecessary words, the measured, hypnotic sound of a ritual wooden instrument begins to resonate in the air. And somewhere there, in the forest thicket of the dungeon, ferocious monsters are already rushing forward, anticipating easy prey. In the warrior's mind, images of a secluded temple come to life, where great transcendental wisdom was born under the chanting of sutras. Here, far from the bustle of the world, his spirit was tempered over the years, acquiring unshakable greatness and purity. Suddenly, the running creatures freeze in place, feeling how the space around them begins to vibrate heavily. The instincts of self-preservation force bloodthirsty predators to look around fearfully in search of an invisible threat. Their wild cries of terror pierce the silence of the forest as the crushing mental pressure crashes down on their primal minds. After all, true strength of spirit is capable of dispelling any nightmare, reminding that everything in this world is just an illusion and emptiness. But the primeval horror, lurking in the darkness of centuries, is not going to give up so easily. As the world collapses around him, Myungjin tries to cling to saving mantras about the emptiness and illusory nature of existence. However, a crushing roar, shaking the ancient walls of the temple, mercilessly interrupts his meditation. A whole horde of ugly creatures, driven only by the thirst for flesh, rushes towards the sacred monastery. Following them comes a gigantic monster, crushing age-old barriers with its weight alone. The panicked older brother bursts into the room, begging Myungjin to run away immediately. The young monk turns around, feeling the icy breath of death fill the sacred chambers. The desperate cry of a comrade is drowned out by the growing roar of destruction. After all, right behind his back, the nightmare itself materializes from clouds of dust, and the piercing scream fades away in the stinking mouth of the monster, leaving only scars in the memory of the survivor. A sharp breath brings Myungjin back to the harsh reality, where old memories give way to new battles. Next to him, Park Soo-ho and Han Dong-soo peer tensely into the darkness, sensing the imminent start of the test. Before leaving, the instructor once again reminds us of the rules of survival that are written in blood on these lines. And while the buses carry the new recruits away to meet the unknown, a fragile hope for each one's return hangs in the air. Ahead, in the middle of a frozen metropolis, a glowing gate pulsates ominously, a portal to a world of pure menace. The cordon tightens, and the stern orders of the commanders hurry those destined to cross the line. In the cramped cabin, veterans scrutinize the newcomers, checking their readiness for the deadly game. The cold-blooded curator makes it clear that beyond the gates, everyone will be left alone with their fate and survival points. Han Dong-soo's tense smile betrays his deep anxiety and timid hope for the support of his elders. But only the leader's silent grin serves as a response, heralding the beginning of a merciless purge. Park Soo-ho encourages his comrades with a slight grin, reminding them that there is no place for fear here. Han Dong-soo tries to hide his trembling behind a forced smile, but his eyes betray panic. The stern Myungjin busily asks if it is possible to use their own combat equipment. The soldiers move forward one by one along the narrow corridor, preparing for the unknown. The sudden realization of impending danger makes Han Dong-soo freeze in anticipation of disaster. Finally, they come out onto an open area, where a guide shows them the way to the treasured gate. With unshakable confidence, the leader gives the command to begin the operation. A step through the portal's sparkling veil transports the squad to an alien, frightening world. Park Soo-ho rushes into the misty dungeon without hesitation, leaving the others behind. This crazy impulse causes genuine alarm in his comrades who follow him. Han Dong-soo panics and tries to stop the commander, shouting about the danger of the protective barrier. But horror takes his breath away, forcing him to convulsively cover his mouth with his hand. The tension reaches its limit as Myungjin tries to catch any signal in his earpiece. And at that moment, a terrible creature in rags rushes out of the darkness at the defenseless leader with a wild roar. But instead of panic, the monster is met only by a steel grip closing on his skull. One crushing blow turns the creature of darkness into a cloud of bone dust. The fragments fly in all directions, signifying an easy victory over a formidable enemy. An ecstatic Han Dong-soo cannot contain his admiration for such a flawless and swift execution. He immediately rushes to question the leader if he had used advanced reconnaissance skills. However, Park Soo-ho only turns around in bewilderment, not even noticing that he had done something outstanding. But in the labyrinths of the dungeon, one wrong move can be fatal. As soon as the heavy boot landed on the slab, an ominous glow signaled the activation of a hidden mechanism. The grinding sound that came from above instantly made even the most experienced fighters freeze. The realization of the inevitable came too late, when the trap had already been sprung. A deadly rain of hundreds of arrows fell straight from the ceiling, leaving no time to think. However, Myungjin reacts with lightning speed, grabbing his weapon with a tight grip. There is no trace of fear in his focused gaze beneath the mask, only a cold determination to protect his comrades. The whistle of flying arrows instantly awakens in his memory the ghost of a tragedy from the distant past. Through the flames and smoke of memories, the nightmare he had tried so long to forget came to life again. That very day when a monstrous beast burst into a peaceful abode, sowing death and destruction. Then young Myung-jin fought desperately, trying to defend the sacred walls of the temple. But the fire consumed everything in its path, taking the lives of those it had sworn to protect. Tears of helplessness choked him amidst the ashes and ruins, forever burning a scar into his soul. That burden of guilt for his past weakness still burns in his chest like an unquenchable flame. And that is why now he will not allow anyone to die, spinning his staff at incredible speed and creating an impenetrable wind barrier. The comrade simply watches, mesmerized, as this demonstration of the legendary warrior's true skill unfolds. But the dungeon is treacherous, and the weight of a fighter dodging an attack triggers another hidden button. The ground instantly disappears from under their feet, dragging the squad into the gaping void of the abyss. The stone slabs are mercilessly moving apart, depriving them of any support. And after those falling into the abyss, a new deadly volley rushes forward, putting their lives in danger. Above, in relative safety, the Allies watch this catastrophe helplessly. Han Dong-soo, having fallen down, is already mentally saying goodbye to his most cherished dreams. But fate gives him a chance. Deadly arrows pierce the cold stone with a dull thud very close. The fear of the inevitable makes his heart pound and his eyes widen in shock. Jumping to his feet, he instantly realizes that their fall is only the beginning of a far worse nightmare. An unfazed Myung-jin admits that his own detection technique accidentally triggered hidden mechanisms. And these words plunge Han Dong-soo into even more confusion. While others panic, Park Soo-ho only stares calmly into the darkness, tired of the meaningless traps. But suddenly, even this experienced warrior senses strange vibrations ahead. His senses are sounding the alarm, warning him that something incredibly fast is approaching. The ground begins to shake so violently, as if a real monster were walking on it. At this critical moment, the carefree voice of Jean Jeshik is heard from above, deciding to make them an unexpected offer. Such impudence in the midst of mortal danger leaves Myung-jin momentarily speechless. Park Soo-ho is not distracted by empty chatter, because the real threat is already very close. From the depths of the dungeon, illuminated by barriers, a horde of enraged undead rushes towards them like an avalanche. Their eerie cries echo through the stone vaults, leaving no doubt as to their intentions. But instead of retreating, one of them makes a sharp lunge forward. Park Soo-ho takes off at full speed, ready to take the blow personally. Han Dong-soo can only panic as he realizes what a crazy mess they've gotten themselves into this time. And while the battle is just heating up, Myung-jin extends his pole, giving his comrade a chance to escape the trap. With a coordinated effort, the comrades quickly overcome the dangerous climb, leaving the gap behind. However, what rises from the abyss after them makes the blood run cold. The endless army of the living dead flooding the passage leaves Han Dong-soo and Myung-jin completely stupefied. Against this backdrop, Park Soo-ho's absolute composure, holding the tearing monster with one hand, seems like sheer madness. Realizing that their reckless leader has already rushed into the thick of things, his comrades rush after him. A chaotic battle ensues, with every swing of a weapon and every precise strike crushing wave after wave of bone creatures. The coordinator watching this cannot believe his eyes, amazed by the incredible speed of clearing the danger zone. But a sudden change in the situation on the battlefield makes his heart skip a beat. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho continues to methodically crush the skulls of the advancing enemies without slowing down. Barely dodging a deadly attack from his blind spot, he momentarily loses his balance. But a powerful blow immediately overtakes the creature that dared to attack, shattering it into pieces. With his comrade's encouraging cry, Myung-jin unleashes his true power, concentrating colossal energy in his hand. And Park Soo-ho's crushing blow finally puts an end to this confrontation, destroying the last giant. Meanwhile, bewilderment reigns at the command headquarters. No one expected such a lightning-fast passage through the dungeon. The stunned officer frantically tries to figure out which group exactly achieved this incredible record. And the culprits of this commotion are already calmly leaving the shimmering gates, returning to the familiar world. An urgent call for management takes headquarters by surprise. The authorities demand an immediate explanation for such a quick return. But the field inspector who personally witnessed this triumph simply has no words to describe what he saw. He just silently watches Park Soo-ho, for whom this mortal battle was just a light warm-up. Now, back on the bustling streets of the city, the heroes are ready for new, even greater challenges. Han Dong-soo decides that the world must get to know its heroes by sight and launches a live broadcast. Smiling sincerely into the camera, he promises to show viewers what is usually hidden from prying eyes. It's time to take a look into the heart of the Park Soo-ho clan's headquarters and meet those who provide reliable rear support. The first to be captured on camera is the irreplaceable Suk-cha, a modest-looking woman responsible for hearty meals. But behind the mask of a caring cook lies a stern disposition, ready to instantly cool the ardor of any impudent person. Miraculously surviving this encounter, a battered but unbroken Han Dong-soo continues his report. Smoothing out the awkward pause, he moves on to the next room, where much more mysterious things are kept. The attention of the audience is drawn to the mysterious Buddha statue, which maintains silent calm. After all, its owner is not just an ally, but a true master of ancient martial arts. Opening the doors, the blogger finds his comrades having a modest meal before an important exit. At the table, oblivious to the hustle and bustle, the great warrior Myung-jin and Park Soo-ho himself are peacefully dining. Confused by the sudden attention of thousands of spectators, the formidable monk only smiles in confusion. But as soon as he picks up his trusty weapon, his gaze instantly takes on a steely determination. At that moment, Park Jun-ho's truck rolls up to the door with a roar, signaling the start of a new operation. The time for jokes is over. Park Soo-ho rushes forward, dragging his loyal comrades along with him. A reconnaissance drone soars high into the sky, cutting a path through the dangerous ruins. The car rushes at breakneck speed along the broken asphalt, carrying the heroes towards the unknown. Sitting in the back of the truck, the soldiers mentally prepare themselves for a tough fight. Han Dong-soo continues broadcasting live as they move, as their target is the ominous 4th District. And ahead, behind the massive walls, lightning is already flashing from a colossal anomaly, ready to devour all living things. Han Dong-soo is flirting with his viewers, promising to show them the most spectacular content of their lives. But the atmosphere instantly heats up when the sky above the heroes' heads is covered by an ominous cloud of bloodthirsty bats. Park Soo-ho peers up into the sky warily, while his comrade frantically considers whether they have a way to attack from a distance. Panic grows with every second, because coping with such an endless flock seems like an almost impossible task. However, the cold-blooded Myung-jin only smiles calmly, ready to reveal the power of his hidden talent. His unwavering confidence makes his companions momentarily forget their fear of the impending threat. And then, in the silence, the first clear blow of a wooden mallet is heard. Myung-jin concentrates his spiritual energy, setting a special rhythm that subjugates space. Sound waves instantly pierce the air, causing the chaotic swarm of creatures to whirl in an unnatural dance. Not missing the moment, Han Dong-soo screams into the camera, showing the monsters' incredible reaction to the monk's sacred instrument. The piercing squeal of the monsters ruptures the eardrums, but they can no longer resist this mystical power. A huge black whirlwind obediently rushes downwards, gathering into a single dense target. Myung-jin's gaze flashes with determination, signaling the beginning of a crushing end for this pack. He grips his staff tightly, preparing to unleash the full force of his accumulated flames on his enemies. And when the leader of the pack, his eyes burning with fury, rushes at him from the darkness, Myung-jin unleashes a raging firestorm, literally burning the evil to the ground, to the delighted cries of the streamer. But before the flames can die out, the true gigantic ruler of these caves rises from the ashes with a terrible cry. The ancient dungeon boss finally unfurls its massive wings, intent on tearing the intruders to pieces. But Park Soo-ho doesn't give him a chance to come to his senses, cutting the monster in half with his trusty blade in a lightning-fast leap. Han Dong-soo finishes off the last parasite with a smile and proudly announces to his viewers that this cleansing has been successfully completed. After finishing the battle, the comrades rush to collect valuable trophies from the fallen monsters, realizing that time is now worth its weight in gold. Meanwhile, at the association's headquarters, the management is deeply confused by the incredible reports. The reports exceed all expectations. Having left their previous district, this trio manages to clear out 24 dungeons per day. The head of the department rubs his temples wearily, realizing that it will no longer be possible to hide such records from the public. Her subordinate insists on drastic measures, as the rapidly growing popularity of these hunters threatens to upset the entire usual balance. The woman understands perfectly well the seriousness of the situation, but this phenomenon cannot be stopped by simple prohibitions. The world of hunters is cruel, and while some break records, others mercilessly fight their way to the top through force and blood. New, far more dangerous players are entering the arena, their impeccable costumes concealing a chilling threat. Their true power is capable of incinerating everything around them. creating a flame that burns away any hope for a peaceful life. Realizing the scale of the upcoming changes, the assistant freezes in anticipation of his leader's decision, and this decision sounds firm. She will personally go to meet with the troublemakers to sort everything out. Meanwhile, on the city streets near the modest office of the newly formed Suho clan, life is in full swing. Gathered at headquarters, the team discusses current affairs and the sudden absence of their most trusted ally. Park Suho thoughtfully notes that the stern monk, Myung-jin, is nowhere to be seen today, even in his usual monastery. Park Junho confirms that without the support of their formidable protector, the effectiveness of the hunt is significantly reduced. However, this is an excellent reason to take a short break, especially since the clan has finally received an official license to increase its status. The news is staggering. In just a few days, they've managed to amass a colossal sum, unlocking access to dangerous second-tier dungeons. Han Dong-soo is already anticipating the fabulous riches and rare trophies that await them in new, unexplored territories. But Park Suho, noticing a strange change in his friend's mood, narrows his eyes skeptically. After all, behind that enthusiastic look there is clearly a crazy and extremely adventurous plan that could drag them into new major troubles. Park Suho tries to make sense of what is happening, realizing that there are too many blind spots hidden in this familiar reality. Trying to distract himself from his disturbing thoughts, Han Dong-soo suggests taking a long-awaited break and simply enjoying the moment. But when Park Junho joins them, a system window suddenly appears before the hero's eyes, hiding his friend's personal data. This strange glitch makes Suho take an even closer look at the world around him. Even the appearance of a woman at home with a tiny puppy presents an incredible surprise. The system instantly reads the characteristics of the little animal. It turns out that awakening abilities is not only possible for animals, and this fact opens up completely new facets of this reality. While Suho is deep in thought about the evolution of species, Park Junho decides to share his pressing problems. The conversation turns to the endless attempts to fix an old, broken-down truck, parts for which are almost impossible to obtain. At this moment, a sly, conspiratorial smile appears on Suho's face. He has a better idea. Junho is frozen in amazement, not believing his own ears at such a generous and unexpected offer. But the confident look of the friend makes it clear that this is not a joke at all, but a completely feasible plan. Little Snowball's approving bark only confirms the unanimous decision of the entire team. Soon they find themselves in a car dealership where before them lies the true ultimate dream of any mercenary. The seller enthusiastically extols the performance of an elite SUV powered by rare heliotrope fuel despite its colossal price. Junho can't hide his childish delight as he looks at the powerful lines of the new car. Suho, without a moment's hesitation, decides to complete the deal here and now without any unnecessary delays. A short time later, the brand new pickup truck is already racing at full speed through the abandoned and dilapidated streets of the city. Gripping the steering wheel tightly, the happy driver excitedly shares his delight at the incredible power and obedience of their new vehicle. Suho just smiles calmly, enjoying the smooth ride and knowing that this purchase was worth every one spent. However, behind the mask of serenity lies a specific goal, for their path lies in the most dangerous and mysterious sector of the city. Suho casually brings up a topic that hits his companion hard, past failures and financial difficulties that deprived him of a chance to awaken. Junho flinches in surprise, because he never expected this conversation to go this far at such an inopportune moment. The realization of the harsh reality hits his nerves, causing his heart to beat wildly. Suddenly, a heavy SUV brakes sharply among abandoned city slums, engulfed in wild greenery. All around, silent concrete boxes rise up, shrouded in an ominous silence and the darkness of an approaching storm. The atmosphere instantly becomes tense, causing Junho to nervously swallow the lump in his throat. Even a faithful little dog senses the approach of danger, baring his teeth at the unknown threat. But Suho remains completely calm, his gaze confidently directed forward through the thick veil of fog. The beast inside the little defender is ready to rush into battle at the first signal from its owner. Junho tries to reason with his reckless leader, realizing that they are entering a territory of no return. Ignoring the warnings, Suho steps out of the cab with determination, stepping confidently onto the cracked asphalt. In desperation, Junho extends his hand, begging him to stop and not commit such an irreparable folly. The air around him whistles, raising clouds of dust from the incredibly fast, swift movement. Shocked by what he saw, the driver froze in place, unable to utter a word from the horror that gripped him. Directly in front of them rises the gloomy building of a dubious credit office, a lair of those who profit from the despair of others. After all, Rumors about the incredible strength of Su-ho, Myung-jin, and Dong-su, who easily dealt with hordes of monsters, had already begun to spread throughout the shadow world. At the same time, in a luxurious office, influential mafia bosses are panicking about the appearance of this unpredictable, irregular. Their rage knows no bounds as this brazen newcomer disrupts established systems and challenges their long-standing authority. The boss demands immediate lists of the guilds under his control in order to assess the scale of the impending disaster. A sinister realization flashes in his eyes. It's time to use his most dangerous connections to eliminate the threat once and for all. The mercenary, with a predatory grin, immediately states his terms: half the amount up front, and the job will be done quickly and without unnecessary fuss. The syndicate leader agrees to the deal with a satisfied grin, ordering that the madman be brought into action immediately. Meanwhile, the city is covered by a dense, deaf wall of pouring rain, plunging the streets into darkness. An ordinary elderly woman hurries along a deserted alley, lamenting only the wet laundry on the clothesline. Suddenly, her path is blocked by a black executive car that brakes sharply right on the wet asphalt. The woman stops and looks in bewilderment at the uninvited guests who have disturbed the silence of the stormy evening. People in formal suits emerge from the salon, unmistakably recognizing the random passerby as that very same Mrs. Lee. A representative of a mysterious organization shows her official ID, demanding an immediate meeting with Park Su-ho. There is no trace of fear on the elderly woman's face, only a stern, silent disapproval. A flash of lightning momentarily illuminates the seething skies, heralding the beginning of much more serious upheavals. At the same time, in a remote, green-covered dead end, a blue pickup truck is trying to take refuge from the raging elements. Park Jun-ho peers fearfully into the darkness, complaining that in such a remote place it is absolutely impossible to see anything. The small white dog in the back seat suddenly bares its teeth and begins to growl menacingly, sensing an imminent threat. The atmosphere inside the car instantly becomes tense, causing the guy to swallow convulsively. Suddenly, the gaping mouth of a nightmarish aquatic creature hits the side window with a terrifying roar, causing Park Jun-ho to scream in surprise. The monster scrapes its claws across the glass, leaving wet marks, while the frightened driver tries to come to his senses. At that very moment, the door lock clicks sharply and it begins to slowly open from the street. Park Jun-ho freezes in place, his eyes wide with primal fear, expecting the worst. But it's not a monster that appears in the doorway, but rather a soaking wet, yet completely calm Park Su-ho. Trembling from the shock he'd experienced, Park Jun-ho finally exhales, realizing that they are now completely safe. The rain does not subside, washing away the traces of the recent brutal battle, the outcome of which, it would seem, has already been decided. However, the defeated monster still clings to the remnants of its pitiful life, continuing to wheeze. Park Jun-ho freezes in horror, feeling his insides tighten with a primal fear of the inevitable. Right in front of him, a cold steel dagger blade appears, embedded in the wet asphalt. Park Su-ho has no intention of showing mercy and coldly orders his comrade to finish off the creature to finish what he started. Finding himself on his knees in front of the weapon, Park Jun-ho begs for at least a little time because he is not at all ready for this. But in his partner's gaze, there is not a drop of sympathy for someone else's weakness. Park Jun-ho is choking on tears, not understanding why he has to go through this painful ordeal. In Park Su-ho's eyes, one can see only the stern, cruel determination of a man who has learned the true price of survival. His verdict sounds merciless: we must act immediately, without unnecessary hesitation or pity. The realization of this harsh reality weighs heavily on Jun-ho, making it impossible for him to think rationally. Meanwhile, the half-dead creature, sensing the man's hesitation, begins to growl furiously again, preparing for the final attack. Small but brave Snowball blocks the monster's path, fearlessly grinning at the mortal danger. Noticing this, Park Su-ho gives his loyal beast a short and decisive order to attack. The white dog takes off like lightning, cutting through the wall of rain with his furious rush. He fearlessly clings to the monster's flesh, trying to keep it in place at any cost. But the forces are too unequal, and the creature desperately tries to throw off its little protector. Then Park Su-ho utters the terrible words: if Jun-ho does not strike the decisive blow now, the dog will die in this unequal fight. Park Jun-ho's heart is torn apart by pain and despair, because this choice seems unbearable to him. A flash of lightning lights up the sky as Park Su-ho's furious plea forces Jun-ho to finally take a step towards his destiny. In his trembling hands, the cold blade seems like an unbearable burden, and the reflection in the steel only reveals the fear that grips his soul. Before him roars the very embodiment of nightmare, ready to devour everything in its path. Through tears and a choking cry of hopelessness, he raises the blade for his first, most powerful blow. The steel whistles as it cuts into flesh, shattering the silence of the night with a fountain of crimson blood. But in this merciless massacre, the innocent life of a small, faithful friend, thrown away by the claws of the creature, also hangs in the balance. Park Soo-ho's angry voice cuts through the downpour, forcing the guy to overcome his momentary stupor. Driven by madness and survival instinct, Park Joon-ho strikes blow after blow, turning his fear into pure rage. His fingers grip the bloody hilt in a death grip as a crimson haze clouds his vision. When all is quiet, the weapons clang as they fall onto the rain-soaked asphalt, taking with them the remnants of their former innocence. Heavy, ragged breaths escape his chest, mixing with the noise of the incessant storm. He looks at his palms, which are now forever defiled by this cruel necessity. The realization of what he had done washed over him like an icy wave, causing him to freeze in deep shock. But the merciless world gives him no time to catch his breath, and the figure of Park Soo-ho looms over him again, like an inexorable judge. Choking back tears, Jun-ho begs his brother for mercy, admitting his weakness in the face of this cruel reality. However, Soo-ho's answer sounds like a death sentence. In this war, showing pity to the enemy only means your own death. A sudden, furious bark interrupts their conversation, reminding them that danger is still close. Jun-ho turns around in fear at the sound, feeling the adrenaline rushing through his veins again. Another surviving monster slowly approaches them, driven by hunger and a thirst for revenge. Soo-ho gives one last cold look, urging him to finish off the creature and not waste precious seconds. Turning around, he walks away into the darkness, leaving Jun-ho alone to face the test that will ultimately determine his fate. This rain seems to wash away the last remnants of the former weakness, awakening painful ghosts of the past in Jung-ho's memory. Before his eyes again rise those humiliating days when, helpless and crushed, he could only endure the mockery of the crowd. And his brother, Soo-ho, also left silently, leaving him alone with the cruel reality. Then he desperately stretched out his hand, begging for salvation and hoping for a miracle that never happened. He felt as if he had simply been betrayed, abandoned to his fate in his darkest hour. But now, looking at the back of Soo-ho as he leaves, Jun-ho begins to understand the true meaning of this cruel school of life. The tears of despair on his face mix with the drops of cold rain, turning into a firm, unshakable determination. Behind us, there is an ominous hiss of a defeated but still clinging to life creature. His fingers grip the hilt of the bloody blade tightly, ready to end this nightmare once and for all. The monster grins furiously, preparing for one last desperate throw in the hope of tearing its victim apart. But Jun-ho is no longer the frightened boy who waited for someone else's help. A bitter smile appears on his lips. His unbearable brother really has never changed. With a sharp splash of water, he takes a confident step towards mortal danger. As if possessed by a primal rage, Jun-ho rushes forward, falling upon the writhing monster. His gaze flares with a scarlet flame of madness, silencing any fear within. The steel whistles as it cuts into the monster's flesh, cutting off its feeble attempts at resistance. Drops of someone else's blood irrigate his face, but there is not a shadow of pity in Jung-ho's gaze, only the icy coldness of a predator. Suppressing the last echoes of weakness within himself, he strikes blow after blow, forcing the creature to choke on its own screeches. With one powerful, crushing movement, he raises his blade for the final, deadly blow. And, with the peals of thunder, the blade cuts through the monster's flesh, marking the final rebirth of a new, merciless warrior. In a fit of pure, primal rage, Park Joon-ho brings the blade down on his fallen enemy again and again. Blinded by anger and the desire to survive, he screams into the void, putting all his strength into every blow. And when the resistance finally fades, the frantic rhythm of battle is replaced by heavy, intermittent breathing. The monster's blood slowly dissolves in the icy drops of rain flowing down the dark asphalt. In this stormy twilight, the guy's silhouette seems ominous and alien, as if the boundaries of his humanity have been completely erased. A clap of thunder illuminates the mad grin on his face, the realization of his own power giving rise to a terrible, uncontrollable laughter. But the illusion of victory instantly collapses as soon as the beast's clawed paw begins to convulsively squeeze in a puddle. A moment of confusion paralyzes the warrior's movements, causing him to freeze in surprise. The risen creature rushes forward with renewed vigor, filling the alley with a furious roar. The deadly dance resumes in a spray of mud and blood, where life itself is at stake. A flash of lightning snatches from the darkness the silhouettes of two opponents locked in mortal combat. With a dull sound, the steel pierces flesh again, cutting off the monster's desperate attempts to escape. The dying scream fades away in the noise of the downpour as life finally leaves the monster's eyes. The final swing of the blade puts a bold end to this protracted nightmare. Leaving behind the mangled body, Park Joon-ho slowly walks away, trying to shake off the sticky feeling of someone else's death. But he doesn't even suspect that someone's silhouette is closely watching his every step from the darkness. Someone's quiet, mocking laughter from above makes him stop abruptly and raise his head to the sky. At that very moment, the system interface flashes before him, delivering a frightening and bloody verdict on his new essence. From the edge of the roof, Park Soo-ho looks at him with a light, casual smile, clearly amused by the sight he sees. And his ironic question, echoing in the night, only confirms, for both of them, this game with death is just beginning. Park Joon-ho breathes heavily in the pouring rain, refusing to admit defeat. Park Soo-ho, on the other hand, maintains his composure, calmly calling for his comrade to stand up. The wounded fighter only grins madly in response, tightly gripping the handle of his weapon again. And the next moment, Soo-ho rushes down into the thick of the roaring horde of monsters to end it once and for all. After a while, the battle dies down, leaving only the sound of an incessant downpour over the vast research center. Once in the sterile corridors of headquarters, the partners present quite a contrasting sight. The employee receiving them tries her best to maintain a polite smile, hiding her slight nervousness. Her attention is drawn to Soo-ho, a mysterious man whose status as a newly awakened person is shrouded in mystery. Before continuing the conversation, she strongly advises them to wash off the dirt and blood in the shower. As they climb the stairs, the heroes discuss a mysterious procedure for measuring strength that Soo-ho knows little about. Trying to understand the local rules, he asks his comrade about spatial energy and its meanings. Jun-ho reluctantly shares his past failure, when he was just a few points short of the coveted rank. Finally, they reach the office where the fates of all newly arrived seekers are decided. Jun-ho takes his place on the platform first, as the humming machines prepare to scan his body. After quickly completing the procedure, the lab technicians send him on to further testing for combat skills. After which, one of the scientists politely asks if Soo-ho is ready to undergo a similar test. Lying down calmly on the platform, the guy freezes in anticipation while the system begins scanning. Closing his eyes, he plunges into a deep, almost meditative state, ready to accept any assessment. But suddenly, dozens of ominous scarlet eyes flash in the dark depths of his mind, sending a chilling warning from the abyss. This terrifying vision makes Soo-ho jump up abruptly, feeling a cold shiver run down his spine. The white-coated researcher examines Soo-ho's readings in amazement, amazed at the incredible speed at which his magical energy is growing. But Soo-ho himself cares little for dry numbers. His mind is tormented by the question of who actually created this mysterious measurement system. The scientist's answer sounds too simple and ordinary, as if it conceals something more than the ordinary progress of humanity. The young man only frowns, because his intuition tells him that the true origin of this power lies far beyond the boundaries of earthly science. Meanwhile, the registration procedure is completed, and the long-awaited Park Joon-ho certificate appears on the table. The staff officer officially confirms their new status, which opens access to dangerous mercenary missions. Soo-ho sincerely congratulates his friend on this achievement, trying to support him in the face of future severe trials. But the hero is haunted by disturbing thoughts, and he carefully asks Park Joon-ho if he felt anything ominous during the strength test. Hearing a negative answer, Soo-ho simply writes it off as a difference in perception and inquires about his partner's awakened skill. Park Joon-ho pauses for a moment, trying to comprehend the line of power he was destined to cross. Suddenly, their conversation is interrupted by the appearance of an elite squad, led by the stern and beautiful Choi Soo-yeon, who walks with a confident gait. Soo-ho's gaze instantly caught a familiar silhouette, causing him to stop involuntarily. Without a second's hesitation, he rushes after her, breaking all subordination with his sudden call. The girl stops abruptly, and her icy, piercing gaze turns towards the impudent stranger. The soldiers accompanying her immediately tense up, outraged by such unheard-of insolence towards their commander. However, one of the officers, upon hearing the guy's name, freezes in deep amazement, clearly knowing who is standing in front of him. Realizing the awkwardness of the moment, Soo-ho only smiles disarmingly, trying to reduce everything to a stupid slip of the tongue and apologize for the familiarity. But Choi Soo-yeon remains adamant, giving him a disdainful look. She coldly declares that it would be better for them never to cross paths again. Turning proudly, she walks away, surrounded by her faithful retinue, leaving behind a trail of unattainable grandeur. and Suho only silently watches her go, realizing that fate will bring them together on this thorny path more than once. Her cold, reproachful gaze screams that she considers him a madman who has gone too far. However, the whispers of her retinue make Park Suho only grin because rumors about them are already beginning to take on a life of their own. Having dispersed the curious subordinates, Choi Soo-yun disappears into the depths of the corridors, leaving the guys alone with their thoughts. Suho and Park Junho can only shrug their shoulders, realizing that this crazy day has finally come to an end. A pouring rain envelops the city in a chilly night, drumming on the roof of the Suho clan headquarters. And inside, far from the endless battles, the quiet, soothing sound of soju bowls can be heard. A charming stranger with a warm smile enjoys a moment of peace, savoring a sweet drink. The elderly shop owner kindly remarks on her unexpected resistance to alcohol, sympathizing with her guest's difficult fate. For a moment, the mask of softness falls away, revealing the stern determination of a warrior who hates monsters with all her soul. The old woman only laughs affectionately, finding this outburst of righteous anger graceful and sweet in its own way. Appetizing snacks on the table are cooling, while the women engage in heartfelt conversation, while away the tedious hours of waiting. When the conversation turns to the late owner of the house, the bell above the door finally gives the long-awaited signal. A tired Park Suho appears at the door, not even suspecting what surprise awaits him on the threshold of his own clan. But before he can take a step, Jong-ho's little son runs out to meet him with a joyful cry. Park Junho immediately embraces his beloved son in a strong, fatherly embrace, returning to a peaceful family life. And at this moment, the guest rises from the table to officially greet the returning leader. Suho freezes in bewilderment because the face of this elegant girl seems completely unfamiliar to him. Standing before him is Kim Mi-so, a woman whose name in certain circles is associated with strict order and power. It was not without reason that the commander from an influential department arrived at the quiet abode of the Suho clan under the cover of night. Sitting down at the negotiating table, she bluntly states that her goal is to conclude a very important contract with him that will change everything. This word makes Park Suho wary, because any official agreement in this changed world always hides a catch. However, the guest is in no hurry to reveal all her cards, and instead asks an unexpected question about the official status of those who have returned from other worlds. Suho honestly admits that he is far from bureaucratic subtleties and has no idea about such terms. Then she says just one word that should fundamentally change his understanding of his own role: coordinator. The new title sounds unusual and intriguing, forcing the guy to mentally try it on for himself. Echoes of the times when he was just a furious beast, driven by primitive instincts and a thirst for survival, immediately flash through his memory. Trying to hide the memories that are flooding back, Suho demands to know what exactly is hidden behind this mysterious definition. The interlocutor begins to speak confidently, revealing secrets that ordinary people don't even know about. Pointing at him, she directly states that he is destined to become that very link. The guy freezes, trying to comprehend the full scale of the responsibility that they are so suddenly trying to place on him. She only confirms his suspicions, insisting that his unique power makes him the only candidate for this role. Deep in thought, Suho begins to piece together the facts and look for hidden benefits in this proposal. Suddenly, a picture from the past appears before his eyes, reminding him of his devoted wolf friends who remained on the other side of eternity. If this is true, then the opening of the coming gates is his only chance to touch that wild but familiar world again. The commander, meanwhile, paints a grand picture of the future, in which Korea will find itself at the very center of global change. Understanding the inevitability of the future, Suho puts aside unnecessary emotions and moves on to the main question: when exactly will it all begin? The guest's answer sounds like a sentence with a clearly defined deadline. They have just over 3 months left to prepare. But the main question remains open for him. What exactly does the government want from him in exchange for this information? Instead of complex conditions, she puts forward only one, seemingly simple request: not to leave the country until a fateful moment. And this strange restriction instantly gives rise to a new wave of suspicions and questions in Suho's head, which he has yet to find answers to. Suho's interlocutor freezes for a moment, amazed at how little he knows about the true state of affairs in the world. She decides to start from afar, realizing that without the backstory, he will not understand the scale of the impending threat. There is genuine alarm in her voice as she pronounces a name that would send shivers down the spine of any initiate. This name belongs to the #1 player in the world rankings, an absolute monster whose presence changes the balance of power on the planet. Park Suho listens intently, catching disturbing echoes of the past in this story. we are given a glimpse into the top-secret facility where they tried to keep this dangerous man under lock and key. But no barriers or technology could contain his destructive will when he decided to break free. The consequences of his escape were catastrophic, creating anomalies capable of wiping out entire cities. And now the survivors face an impossible task: to prevent the destruction of the country before it is too late. After hearing the gloomy forecast, Suho is in no hurry to panic, but is only pragmatically interested in his share of this deal. In response, the woman only smiles enticingly, hinting that the price for his help could be absolutely anything. The main thing for her is to receive guarantees of safety and to secure his crushing power at the right moment. Han Dong-soo, who is eavesdropping nearby, barely holds back a cry of amazement as he realizes what a crazy game they have gotten themselves into. When the conversation already seems to be over, Suho suddenly stops his interlocutor, remembering a crucial detail. The woman freezes in anticipation, intrigued by what exactly has caught the attention of such an unpredictable fighter. The question sounds simple, but it hits the mark. How exactly do they plan to find out the exact time the portal will open? A confident smile appears on her face. This plan has been in the works for years, and there simply can't be a misfire. Realizing the seriousness of the upcoming battle, Suho understands that there is no more time for empty talk. To warm up and test his true capabilities in the face of danger, he confidently suggests sparring, and Choi Soo-yeon takes up this challenge with fury, ready to unleash all her crushing power on him. Those around can only stand frozen in horror as they watch the storm that is about to break out right before their eyes. With one crushing blow, Choi Soo-yeon unleashes all her pent-up rage, literally tearing apart the space around her. However, even this insane barrage of power is unable to confuse the uninvited guest who decided to interrupt her training. Trying to hide her deep anxiety behind her outward irritation, Choi Soo-yeon tries to catch her breath. But the leadership has its own plans for her, and this time it will simply not be possible to refuse the new mission. Every word the guest says makes the blonde tense up, sensing the approach of more trouble. The news of a sudden business trip sounds like a real death sentence. Choi Soo-yeon barely suppressed a shudder of anger as she clutched the documents she had received in her hands. The question of why this unbearable burden is being placed on her shoulders again literally tears her apart from the inside. But the answer sounds ruthlessly simple. They have no one more reliable and professional than her. And yet, coming to terms with the role of an eternal savior who is thrown into the very heat of things is incredibly difficult. Despair gives way to a deep anger because at stake is something much greater than just a dangerous mission. The situation is beyond comprehension. The impending threat is shrouded in mystery, and no one knows what exactly they will have to face. One wrong decision, and the entire familiar world can instantly plunge into blazing chaos. The only chance to prevent a catastrophe is to go to the anomaly side by side with the unpredictable Park Soo-ho. There is no time left for reflection, because absolutely everyone feels the approach of the inevitable end. Leaving Choi Soo-yeon alone with her heavy thoughts, the guest silently leaves, having fulfilled her duty. And while a strong desire to put an end to this crazy work forever is growing in the warrior's soul, fate is already making its move. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho himself, completely unaware of the approaching storm, is suddenly distracted by a scream from real life. It seems like a normal day at the Park Soo-ho clan headquarters continues, but the calm before the storm has already come to an end. A routine lunch at headquarters is interrupted by sudden and joyful news that makes everyone at the table perk up. Han Dong-soo, not hiding his wild delight, announces that their clan has finally received official permission to conquer second-tier dungeons. For Park Soo-ho, this is a logical outcome, since he was confident from the very beginning of the success of their modest union. However, not everyone shares this unbridled optimism, realizing how dangerous the new level can be. Park Junho carefully voices his concerns, suggesting not to rush things and act more cautiously. But Han Dong-soo is adamant. His faith in the leader's limitless power is so strong that any obstacles seem trivial to him. Park Soo-ho himself prefers a sober calculation, reminding his friends of the need to properly distribute responsibilities and, if necessary, expand their ranks. At this moment, the quiet sound of footsteps at the entrance makes everyone present interrupt their discussion. A guest appears on the threshold, whose appearance immediately attracts surprised glances. Humble and steadfast, Myungjin greets the assembled crowd with the traditional gesture, radiating absolute calm. Han Dong-soo's warm welcome immediately lightens the mood, transforming the formal meeting into a friendly get-together. And although Myungjin's rank may seem low at first glance, his focused gaze reveals the strength of a true master. Soon, the preparations are complete, and the heroes head to a huge wall, behind which a bustling crowd of adventurers is bustling. The enormous gates of the dungeon glow with a mystical light, beckoning those willing to risk their lives for glory and profit. In this motley crowd, experienced fighters immediately notice the approach of those who will force the rest to move aside. Our united team confidently moves forward, ready to face any challenges of the new rank. Suddenly, a familiar voice is heard from the crowd. It is Yan Jae-shik, who is clearly happy about this unexpected meeting. Park Soo-ho turns around at the call, a shadow of surprise briefly crossing his face. A firm handshake with Yan Jae-shik seals their union, recalling the times when they were just starting this long journey. With a slight, confident smile, the leader understands that they will definitely not be bored in this new, dangerous dungeon. And Jae-shik, noticing this look, only calmly confirms his readiness to go into the depths of the unknown. Park Soo-ho watches his comrade with slight bewilderment, surprised by his strange decision. After all, a fighter of his level, for some reason, decided to join a regular temporary group instead of going with them. But there's no time for long explanations. Jae-shik is already being called by new partners, ready to begin the raid. With friendly enthusiasm, he promises his boss that he will definitely get in touch immediately after completing his mission. Watching him go, Park Soo-ho only calmly waves goodbye, completely confident in his friend's strength. Turning to his loyal team, the leader mentally prepares himself for the upcoming cleanup. Surrounded by the crackling sound of furious electrical discharges, they take the first step towards danger. The huge gates of the dungeon swallow up the silhouettes of brave hunters with a roar. And from the shadows, a mysterious man watches their departure, whose quiet grin does not bode well. Meanwhile, in the second group, Jae-shik is in full swing discussing his unexpected meeting with the legendary Park Soo-ho himself. The warrior himself remains extremely collected, understanding the responsibility that lies on his shoulders. Walking through the ominous haze, the temporary detachment begins its own risky advance. After all, here, in the dark depths, inexperienced fighters are awaited by nightmarish monsters capable of breaking their will forever. Having received orders to cover the rear and keep an eye on the distance, Jae-shik calmly nods to the commander. Together they rush forward, breaking through the dense curtain of pure energy. And at that moment, Jae-shik's gaze becomes cold and focused. The game is over. It's time for battle. And far beyond the dangerous gates, a sports bike rushes along, filling the metropolis with the deafening roar of a powerful engine. Choi Soo-yeon weaves through traffic at breakneck speed, charging forward with unwavering determination. Heading towards the leader's headquarters, the girl understands perfectly well that she must make it before he goes too far. Meanwhile, at headquarters, coordinators are panicking and trying to cope with the avalanche of incoming alarm signals. Choi Soo-yeon instantly displays all the latest data on the helmet visor, calculating the next route. Pressing the gas pedal to the limit, the girl rushes along the highway, leaving the bustle of the city behind. Meanwhile, in the dense forests, a furious and merciless clash with hordes of creatures that have broken through unfolds. The mighty Myung-jin unleashes a devastating technique upon his enemies, unleashing the fury of a colossal azure dragon. Park Jun-ho then enters the fray, his mind instantly clouded by a mad bloodlust as soon as he grips the hilt of his blade. Seeing this carnage, Han Dong-soo decides not to stand aside and prepares to reveal the power of his unique skill book to the world. Park Jun-ho furiously cuts down the monsters one after another, completely surrendering to the madness of battle. But one of the creatures, choosing the perfect moment, makes a swift leap from behind, opening its fanged mouth. The surrounding chaos subsides, leaving the warrior alone to face the approaching threat. Feeling a deadly presence on the back of his head, he turns around sharply, ready to deliver the finishing blow. Leaping into the air, Park Jun-ho slices the impudent monster in half with one perfect swing of his sword. Han Dong-soo, who is watching this, turns pale in horror as he sees this mad swordsman enjoying the carnage with a creepy smile on his face. From the top of the cliff, Park Soo-ho watches all this madness with coldness and detachment. A light, confident smile plays on his face. He knows the strength of his comrades perfectly well and has no doubt about the outcome. The next moment, the battlefield is shaken by a colossal fiery explosion, designed to finally clear the area. But their own ally accidentally falls under the crushing blow of this element. Sent into a prolonged flight by a powerful blast wave, Yan Jae-shik falls head over heels to the ground. Having fallen painfully onto the rocky ground, the wounded boy barely holds back a groan, coughing up blood. Gritting his teeth in frustration, Yan Jae-shik furiously curses the madman who almost sent him to the next world with friendly fire. At the same time, in the depths of dangerous zones, other hunters are waging their own desperate struggle, where the slightest mistake costs lives. Enormous carnivorous monsters attack without warning, dragging into their jaws those who are too weak or careless. For many, this raid becomes their last, leaving only the bitterness of defeat and blood on the damp ground. But even on the brink of despair, a wounded soldier sees hope when, through the veil of smoke, those whose power can change everything approach him. Overcoming pain and his own weakness, he tries to rise, realizing the gap between himself and the real monsters of martial arts. Meanwhile, the heavens shake with a powerful discharge of energy, marking the end of another grueling test. Han Dong-soo beams with pride as he boasts to Myungjin about his progress and increased speed, while Myungjin silently approves of his comrade's tenacity. Watching them grow, Park Soo-ho smiles contentedly, realizing that it is time to take the next step and temporarily separate. However, their plans are interrupted by the sudden appearance of a stranger in an elegant suit who politely greets the members of the young clan. Park Soo-ho gives the intruder a cold, piercing look, trying to guess his true intentions. With a persistent grin, the man hands over a business card, introducing himself as an envoy of the powerful and influential BDG Guild. This name literally leaves Han Dong-soo speechless, as the influence of this organization extends far beyond the usual zones. After listening to the guest with restraint, the head of the clan decides to find out what exactly brought such an important person to their modest team. But instead of dry business proposals, the stranger breaks into a smile and announces that he has prepared a special gift for them. This statement makes Park Soo-ho wary, because, in the world of hunters, the only free cheese is in a mousetrap. In a generous gesture, the messenger offers them an exclusive one-time ticket to a closed, second-level dungeon. Upon hearing the incredible price of such a pass, Han Dong-soo can barely contain his cry of delight, anticipating the colossal spoils. Noticing their reaction, the cunning guest gently nudges the team into action, suggesting they set off right now. The level-headed Park Jun-ho, however, is in no hurry to give in to emotions, and carefully reminds them of the need for thorough preparation before the raid. But the stranger hastens to dispel all doubts, assuring them that all the necessary equipment is already ready and that he himself will personally accompany them on this expedition. Han Dong-soo is instantly filled with enthusiasm, sincerely believing that with Park Soo-ho's support and strength, they can definitely do anything. However, Park Soo-ho himself has other plans. He suggests splitting up, sending the team to practice teamwork on the first level while he clears the second one alone. A barely noticeable grin flashes across the mysterious guide's face for a moment, hiding his true thoughts. The comrades unquestioningly accept the decisions of their leader, ready to give their all for the sake of common success. A kind stranger invites Park Soo-ho to get into the car to quickly take him to his destination. The car takes off, carrying them through the silent ruins of a once thriving city under a crimson sky. On the way, the driver contacts his people to confirm the activation of the required portal and receive the green light to proceed. Noticing the unusual silence, Park Soo-ho notices the complete absence of other mercenaries in the area. The guide merely waves his hand reassuringly, explaining this by the recent opening of the gates and assuring that all formalities have already been settled. Feeling a little awkward about being overly concerned, Park Soo-ho thanks him for his help, while his interlocutor subtly hints at a long-term partnership. The young man politely agrees, although his thoughts are already occupied with the upcoming test in the depths of an unknown dungeon. Finally, they arrive at an abandoned base where a man with prepared cargo is already waiting for them. Park Soo-ho is given a detailed plan of the underground levels and a set of the latest equipment needed for the raid. As he leaves, the hero smiles warmly, promising to build on his success and meet everyone for a friendly dinner upon his return. The guide waves cheerfully, anticipating the imminent celebration of the successful completion of this dangerous mission. Left alone with the gate, Park Soo-ho activates a hidden mechanism on the collar of his suit. High-tech liquid metal obediently envelops his face, forming a protective helmet. The final touch is that the armor completely conceals the hunter's face, preparing him for the harsh conditions of an alien world. Surrounded by sparks of unleashing energy, the warrior takes a decisive step towards the unknown. And behind him, quietly whistling a simple melody, remains that same mysterious man whose motives are still shrouded in mystery. Against the backdrop of a crimson sunset, the unexpected roar of an engine breaks the silence, causing Yan Jashik to turn around. His relaxed face momentarily expresses slight bewilderment at the sight of the uninvited guest. The mysterious biker brakes sharply right at the barrier, attracting all attention to himself. Taking off her helmet, Choi Soo-yan reveals to the world her determined gaze, in which there is not a drop of fear of the future. Jeshik tries to find out her true intentions, but his questions only fuel the flames of haste in the girl. Declaring herself Park Soo-ho's loyal ally, the fearless warrior charges forward, ready for any battle. A familiar smirk plays on Jeshik's lips again, because he knows very well what price he will have to pay for this recklessness. Recent negotiations where colossal sums and lives were at stake come to mind. This man is used to playing his dangerous game, hiding his true intentions behind the mask of a cynical merchant. Meanwhile, Choi Soo-yeon is enveloped in violent flashes of electricity, unleashing her hidden power. Overcoming the colossal pressure of energy, she concentrates all her strength to save her friends. Finally, she reaches her wounded comrades, who can barely stand on their feet. Soo-yeon assesses the situation, realizing that they have no time left for long conversations. An exhausted Park Jun-ho and a surprised Han Dong-soo look at her with hope, clutching their weapons with all their might. Without wasting a second, the brave rider saddles her bike again and sets off on a mad chase along the empty highway. By transmitting coordinates via radio, she informs headquarters that she is pursuing a target heading towards the next portal. The operator's voice in the earpiece sounds extremely stern, giving the order to follow the enemy straight into the unknown. This demand only causes Soo-yeon genuine bewilderment and a lot of questions. There is a heavy silence on the other end of the line, full of anxiety about the outcome of this desperate mission. And yet, maneuvering through the dilapidated city blocks, the warrior rushes towards her most dangerous battle. At this time, a stern question is heard at headquarters about the presence of a mysterious artifact that can change the balance of power. Choi Soo-yeon, peering intently at the road through the visor of his helmet, understands the seriousness of the situation. The person on the line continues to insist, reminding us of the importance of every second in this race. Cutting through the air at breakneck speed, the warrior feels the wind and mounting tension hitting her in the face. The voice on the phone coldly reminds them that their main goal is to get Park Soo-ho at any cost. Taking off on his bike, Choi Soo-yeon is outraged that the terms of the agreement are being changed again on the fly. However, her curator only smiles mysteriously, studying the secret reports and knowing much more than he says. A flash of irritation distorts the girl's face when reality turns out to be much more confusing than her expectations. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho is already standing on the threshold of the unknown, contemplating the mysterious glow of the anomaly in the depths of the forest. Taking a deep breath, he instantly feels how the pressure and the air itself around him have changed dramatically. As soon as the guy crosses the invisible border, residual energy discharges crackle around him, but a sudden, sharp shout makes him freeze in place in complete bewilderment. It turns out that right in front of him, shrouded in sparks, a stunned Choi Soo-yeon is trying to come to her senses. Hastily trying to hide her vulnerability, she threatens the guy with cruel reprisals if he dares to turn around. The high-tech suit's nanomaterial slowly envelops her body as the frustrated warrior curses this day. She gives him an icy, contemptuous look, mentally lamenting that she agreed to this job too cheaply. A heavy, hanging silence separates the two fighters, frozen opposite each other in an awkward and ridiculous pose. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Choi Soo-yeon explodes in righteous anger, accusing the intruder of all mortal sins. Park Soo-ho only makes awkward excuses, desperately trying to change the subject to her unusual equipment. But the blonde's stern, bone-piercing gaze makes it clear that this incident will not be resolved so easily. Park Soo-ho is frantically trying to figure out how to get out of this awkward situation and decides to play his trump card. He reminds her of an incident from the past when she herself found him, to put it mildly, not in the most presentable form. With a sly grin, the guy declares that now they are finally even. Choi Soo-yeon's indignation knows no bounds. Such a comparison seems to her the height of impudence and utter stupidity. But Park Soo-ho quickly changes his tone to a more serious one, trying to figure out her true motives. The blonde dryly reminds him of the order from management, according to which she was assigned to him as personal security. However, the hero of the occasion himself treats this idea with obvious skepticism, doubting its professionalism. Such distrust hurts the pride of the strongest warrior, causing her to literally boil with anger. Park Soo-ho only watches her reaction with indifference, not rushing to take back his words. The girl furiously justifies herself, claiming that this tight suit is only a consequence of hasty preparations, and not at all her whim. Having cooled his partner's ardor, the guy agrees to her presence, but with one important condition: not to lay claim to his rightful trophies. Choi Soo-yeon only smiles mysteriously in response, promising to only observe his vaunted abilities in battle. Suddenly, a powerful wave of energy pierces the space around them, causing both of them to instantly become wary. The blonde's heightened sense of smell immediately detects the approach of a foreign, clearly unfriendly aura. Park Soo-ho also turns around sharply, feeling the air around him begin to get heavier. A massive silhouette, engulfed in an ominous glow, slowly emerges from the forest thicket to meet them. The monster's ferocious grin and eyes blazing with rage leave no doubt about its bloodthirsty intentions. Choi Soo-yeon understands that there is no more time for empty talk because the danger has come too close. Park Soo-ho instantly turns all his attention to the intruder, internally preparing to attack. A brutal clash awaits them, and this fight will show what each of them is truly capable of. Before them appears the nightmarish grin of a ferocious orc warrior, whose eyes burn with genuine bloodlust. Choi Soo-yeon instantly recognizes him as a formidable opponent, but her partner sees this encounter as a rare stroke of luck. However, his next words make her freeze, because this monster is far from the only boss in the area. The realization of the scale of the threat plunges the girl into deep confusion. At that moment, the entire surrounding forest shook from a crushing, frightening roar. She refuses to believe her feelings, because this dungeon should be much weaker. Park Soo-ho only grins coldly, revealing to her the true, much harsher reality. Every word he says hits her hard, stripping her of any remaining illusions of control over the situation. He openly questions her vigilance, noting that she missed obvious changes when passing through the portal. She can only admit that her own protective artifacts played a cruel joke on her, dulling her senses. Not one to engage in idle chatter, Park Soo-ho rushes forward, demanding that his hunt not be disturbed. The devastating gust of wind from his incredible start nearly knocks the girl off her feet. Through the rising wall of dust, she tries to make out the movements taking place at an incredible speed. The guy literally flies over the ground and catches the monster in the air with a crushing ram. A powerful attack knocks the heavy axe from the orc, causing the giant to fall helplessly onto his back. Landing in a cloud of smoke, the hunter doesn't give the enemy a single second to breathe. The wounded monster falls to its knees, trying in vain to recover from such a furious onslaught. But the rumble in the depths of the thicket does not subside, warning of the approach of the rest of the owners of these lands. Park Soo-ho raises his weapon again, making another swift lunge. And the blade strikes the flesh with a crushing swing, putting a bloody end to the first round of this merciless massacre. The headless carcass of the first monster falls dead to the ground, sprinkling the battlefield with fresh blood. The rest of the creatures freeze in silent horror, not expecting to encounter such fierce resistance from a lone person. But Park Soo-ho has no intention of giving them a break and immediately moves on to the next target. His gaze beneath the visor of his helmet is cold and focused. He sees through every movement of the enemy. The remaining orc clutches his weapon, preparing for a desperate counterattack. They rush towards each other along the edges of a deep gorge, separated only by a narrow chasm. Without the slightest hesitation, the hero makes a mad leap straight into the abyss. In flight, his hand grasps the strong vine hanging above with a death grip. Gathering momentum, Park Soo-ho shoots over the treetops like a fast projectile. The stunned monster runs below, trying in vain to follow the trajectory of his flight. At the highest point of the trajectory, the young man releases the saving rope and falls like a stone. The astonished orc barely has time to raise his eyes to the sky, realizing his doom. At the same time, far away from here, leaning against an SUV, Jan Jeshik is calmly having a telephone conversation. A confident grin never leaves his face as he lazily asks his interlocutor about the rank of the newly opened dungeon. And in the epicenter of the battle, Park Soo-ho's crushing blow hits the enemy's skull, turning it into a bloody mess. Choi Soo-yeon is frozen in shock, unable to believe the boy's strength beyond imagination. A deadly swing finally ends the life of the last ferocious monster. The last death rattle of the fallen giant dissolves into the crimson haze of battle. Breathing heavily among the fallen bodies, the wounded fighter briefly falls to the ground as the next wave rushes towards him. After all, for a madman like Park Soo-ho, rank and dungeon level never mattered at all. For him, it's not just survival, but a pure, primal passion for battle. Another crushing blow shakes the earth, raising columns of stone chips. But the enemies don't even have time to follow his movements when he leaves only ghostly silhouettes. A lightning-fast lunge sends the massive monster flying. Park Soo-ho flies into the air, easily dodging the heavy axe, and then it falls upon the enemy from above, finally breaking his resistance. Behind the blood-spattered visor, the cold, frightening gaze of a predator burns. The defeated monster lets out its last, choking wheeze. The system indifferently records the victory, awarding further achievement points. With a slight grin, the fighter moves forward, sincerely delighted with such a generous catch. Choi Soo-yeon watches this triumph in complete bewilderment, but Park Soo-ho only casually offers to help her collect rare plants, and, without waiting for an answer, he competently continues on his way. The girl tries to comprehend what is happening, because his status barely reaches the lowest rank. Meanwhile, the guy is already in full swing, taking control of the defeated enemy. There is no doubt in his actions, only a frightening, methodical cold-bloodedness. Choi Soo-yeon begins to seriously doubt the mental health of her companion. She simply watches him go in silence, trying to overcome her confusion. But a sudden thought makes her suddenly wary. Using a special skill, she decides to personally check what this mysterious man is hiding. Instead of panicking, Park Soo-ho simply gazes in awe at the rare and incredibly valuable find. Choi Soo-yeon tries to bring him back to the harsh reality, reminding him that now is clearly not the time to collect treasures. However, the young man sincerely does not understand her haste and genuine concern. The girl throws a heavy load on the ground and explains that even after the victory over the orc leaders, the passage out remained closed. With a dull thud, the backpack falls at the feet of a warrior tired from endless battles. It turns out that all their supplies were destroyed, and only useless boulders remained inside. But Park Soo-ho's reaction leaves her speechless. He only suggests filling the vacant space to the brim with expensive crystals. This kind of frivolous attitude drives Choi Soo-yeon to quiet despair. She sternly states that they are trapped in a dungeon of at least the 4th tier. Escaping from such a deadly zone alive would be incredibly difficult, even if they fought shoulder to shoulder. At this moment, the full scale of the impending disaster finally dawns on Park Soo-ho. Rage flares in his head at the realization that he was shamelessly deceived and lured here under false pretenses. His companion freezes in deep bewilderment, observing such a sharp change in his behavior. The guy literally explodes with anger, promising to take cruel revenge on the treacherous customer as soon as he gets out of prison. Looking at this absurd scene, Choi Soo-yeon begins to seriously doubt the adequacy of his new ally. But there is no time to think. A sudden rustle behind her makes her turn around sharply. The surviving monster rushes towards her from the forest thicket, his weapon raised to strike. Reacting on autopilot, the warrior instantly reaches for her scabbard, ready to meet the enemy with steel. But instead of a hilt, her fingers clutch only emptiness, causing her heart to skip a beat. She realizes with horror that in the confusion she left her trusty blade attached to the back of her motorcycle. But before the monster can strike, a blinding flash of pure energy cuts through the air. With one precise and merciless movement, the orc's monstrous head is severed from its shoulders. Choi Soo-yeon stands frozen in place, mesmerized by this instant and frighteningly perfect execution. The headless carcass falls to the ground with a dull thud, raising clouds of dust. Turning around, the girl sees her savior, Park Soo-ho, breathing heavily but tightly clutching a bloody blade. Despite the mortal danger, a bold and confident grin plays on his face under his helmet. Watching him, Choi Soo-yeon couldn't help but wonder, did this guy really possess even more devastating power in the past? But there is no time to think. A sudden premonition of trouble makes her whole body tense. An alarming roar of the wind spreads through the trees, foreshadowing an imminent storm. Activating her precognition, the girl tries to look beyond the present moment, and her eyes flash with neon light. The terrifying truth is revealed to her instantly. They are trapped, surrounded by a ring in the middle of an ominous forest. Elite warriors emerge from the thicket one after another, led by the orc leader himself. However, Park Soo-ho is only looking forward to the upcoming fun, regretting only that the stern monk Myung-jin is not nearby to share this triumph. The earth trembles as fierce riders on giant wolves appear at the vanguard of the enemy army. Choi Soo-yeon is horrified to realize that cavalry is being deployed against them, capable of tearing apart any defense. But Park Soo-ho looks at these monsters not with fear, but with the sincere delight of an avid hunter. With a wild roar, the monsters break into a run, rushing straight towards the defenseless people. As the boy rushes forward screaming, demanding that he leave all the loot to him, an angry Choi Soo-yeon only mentally curses his recklessness. The next moment, a chaotic battle ensues, and the girl is forced to summon an energy shield to hold back the onslaught. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho is already making his first deadly attack, staining the air with the black blood of his enemy. Park Soo-ho mercilessly deals with the rider, demonstrating astonishing speed and precision. Choi Soo-yeon, realizing the gravity of the situation, unleashes her power and summons a shining ghost sword. Electricity runs through her blade as enemies continue to close in from all sides. With one swift circular swing, the girl cuts through the attacking monster while it's still moving. The sharp blade easily pierces the orc's tough hide, causing him to choke on his own blood. However, Choi Soo-yeon is dissatisfied with the effectiveness of this weapon, lamenting that she left behind her real sword. At this moment, Park Soo-ho descends from above again, rudely demanding that they not interfere and leave the loot to him. His powerful blow sends another green-skinned giant crashing to the ground with crushing force. The enemy rolls head over heels on the ground, unable to withstand such a furious onslaught. The guy lands spectacularly, leaving the girl to watch in confusion at his reckless actions. The shockwave from his attacks raises clouds of dust and dirt, forcing Choi Soo-yeon to cover her face. But Park Soo-ho doesn't even think about stopping, rushing through the ranks of enemies like a whirlwind and leaving behind only mountains of bodies. A new wave of monsters rushes straight at him, trying to crush the insolent one with numbers. But beneath the visor of the helmet lies only the cold, unwavering determination of a true predator. Suddenly, out of nowhere, a crushing blow from a heavy weapon comes, catching the hero off guard. From the thick veil of dust, a new threat emerges majestically, an elite leader of the attackers. The force of this blow is so great that Park Soo-ho is sent flying backwards, losing his balance. The enormous monster lets out a deafening, blood-curdling roar, declaring its superiority on the battlefield. Choi Soo-yeon freezes in horror, instantly recognizing the monster as the Orc Supreme Commander. Having fallen heavily to the ground, the guy quickly regroups, realizing that the game will now be played by completely different rules. But there is no time to think. Yeon Jae-shik rushes into battle, sliding across the bloody ground. His face wears the usual cheeky grin, as if mortal danger is just another amusement for him. However, before them appears a real nightmare, thirsting for blood and destroying everything in its path. Choi Soo-yeon screams at her partner with all her might, demanding that he finish off this terrifying monster right now. The guy instantly intercepts the dropped weapon, feeling the adrenaline boiling in his veins. Taking off like a released arrow, he rushes into a frontal attack. Having forced the monster to an incredible pace, the fighter deftly dodges the crushing blow of a heavy club. Soaring high into the air, he raises his blade for a single, decisive blow. A precise hit right to the head makes the giant shudder with sudden pain. Choi Soo-yeon stands frozen in stunned amazement, unable to believe that such a formidable opponent could fall so easily. But the joy of victory turns out to be premature, and anxiety flashes in the hunter's gaze. The ferocious orc chieftain easily throws the boy aside, proving that this fight is far from over. Meanwhile, in the silence of the headquarters towering over the city, another alarm begins to brew. Operators at the control panels notice strange anomalies in the coordinates of the dispatched group. The monitor screens display data that does not match the official mission plan. The employee excitedly reports that Park Soo-ho's phone signal is being detected in a completely different location. Management is trying to sort out this confusion, realizing that the situation has completely gotten out of control. And far beyond the city limits, unsuspecting hunters are calmly preparing for their next foray. Suddenly, Han Dong-soo jumps as he hears a quiet, persistent sound coming from inside the car. An unattended phone on a motorcycle continues to ring persistently, taking someone's secret into the unknown. Meanwhile, an insistent ringing from an abandoned motorcycle ties together distant threads of fate. On the other end of the line, the association employee listens attentively to the informant's words, feeling a sense of foreboding tightening within her. The alarming news is confirmed. A group of seekers unexpectedly found themselves trapped in a recently opened 5th-level dungeon. Level 5 is practically a death sentence, and this news instantly plunges the girl into a chilling shock. Realizing the scale of the impending disaster, she can't help but wonder if anyone would be willing to go that far to save the doomed. But there is no time for empty doubts, because they need to find out as quickly as possible why they suddenly ended up in this forbidden territory. After a quick check of the database, she stumbles upon the personal file of the guild owner, whose hidden motives are becoming increasingly suspicious. Acting decisively, she gives the order to immediately raise all portal archives and force the culprits to make direct contact. Meanwhile, in the dark depths of the dungeon itself, Park Soo-ho falls to the ground with a crash after a crushing blow. The reality surrounding him is full of primal horror. Ferocious orcs rush forward with a wild roar, ready to tear apart the intruders. Noticing the mortal danger, Choi Soo-yeon rushes to help his comrade, desperately shouting his name. She urges him not to give up and to get back on his feet before the wave of monsters overwhelms them. Through the visor of the helmet, a determined, steely gaze of a fighter ready to accept this battle shines through. The dense formation of monsters approaches inexorably, raising their heavy axes for the final blow. But despite the mortal danger, Yeon Jae-shik only smiles confidently under his mask, finding a special thrill in the complicated situation. The enraged orc warchief lets out a deafening roar, rushing towards the audacious foe with all his primal might. However, the guy instantly jumps up, slipping under the crushing blow and carrying out a lightning-fast counterattack. Like an intangible whirlwind, he maneuvers among the attacking giants, forcing them to cripple their own brethren. With a deft movement, he intercepts the enemy's weapon right in the air, depriving the monsters of their only advantage. And with one graceful, crushing blow, he unleashes all his fury on his enemies, turning a hopeless battle into a demonstration of absolute power. Enemies fall one after another under the onslaught of irresistible force, but the battle is far from over. The sky suddenly becomes covered with an ominous cloud, and a deadly rain of black arrows falls upon the battlefield. Choi Soo-yeon barely manages to dodge the projectiles flying past, realizing that the situation is rapidly deteriorating. The realization that the monsters have new supporting powers makes her freeze for a moment in surprise. Another volley knocks her off her feet, forcing her to perform a dangerous somersault to get out of the line of fire. Once on the ground, she struggles to catch her breath, feeling the strength rapidly leaving her body. And at that very moment, a wall of enraged orcs rises in front of her, ready to deliver the decisive blow. At the very last moment, Choi Soo-yeon activates the protective device, hoping to gain at least a few precious seconds. A bright flash blinds the attackers, causing them to recoil in confusion. A powerful explosion scatters the monsters, temporarily clearing space around the exhausted girl. But before she can rise, someone's strong, gloved hand firmly grasps her wrist. It is Park Soo-ho who comes to her aid in time and literally pulls her out of the epicenter of mortal danger. Behind them comes the fierce roar of the enemy leader, enraged by the daring escape of his prey. Confused, she tries to resist, not understanding where exactly this madman is dragging her. Under constant fire, they run forward, breaking through the chaos and arrows whistling overhead. But ahead, there appears only endless emptiness, depriving them of any hope of salvation. Despair overwhelms her when she realizes that all that awaits them ahead is a sheer, deadly cliff. However, for her savior, this dead end seems like the perfect escape plan, one he has no intention of abandoning. Without giving her time to come to her senses, Park Soo-ho picks the girl up in his arms and rushes straight towards the abyss. And now she can only look at him in silent shock, wondering what else this desperate warrior is willing to do for the sake of survival. With just one short warning, he makes her heart clench with primal fear. A second later, his foot pushes off from the very edge of the abyss, sending them into freefall. The enraged monsters above freeze, amazed by the insane audacity of their prey. Holding Choi Soo-yeon tightly to himself, the warrior falls into the arms of a deadly height, where the whistling wind drowns out all thoughts. They slide down a steep slope, causing an avalanche of rocks and leaving their pursuers far behind. At this moment, only one desperate thought is beating in her head: this guy is absolutely crazy. The full weight of the incredible fall falls on his knees as they reach the very bottom of the gorge. But on Park Soo-ho's face, hidden behind his helmet, only a bold, frightening grin appears, despite the wild pain. The ground beneath their feet literally explodes, unable to withstand the colossal kinetic force of the impact. A cloud of dust and debris rises upward, hiding the survivors from prying eyes. And only the bodies of the fallen orcs, who bore the brunt of the crushing landing, bear witness to the nightmare they had endured. Choi Soo-yeon slowly opens her eyes, barely aware that her heart is still beating. Panting heavily, Park Soo-ho finally lowers her to the ground, barely holding back a groan from the extreme tension. After throwing out a short phrase about how close he was to death, he takes his first uncertain steps away. The girl just silently watches him go, unable to utter a word after such a crazy trick. And high above them, on the very edge of the cliff, the orcs who had lost their prey continue to rage. Hiding in the depths of a dark gorge, the fugitives find temporary refuge from the endless pursuit. In the silence of the cave, broken only by the distant echo of enemy cries, they finally get the long-awaited respite. Choi Soo-yeon turns to her savior, trying to figure out what this mysterious fighter will do next. But Park Soo-ho's answer is striking in its cold-blooded simplicity: become stronger at the expense of a few more enemies and finish what he started. Choi Soo-yeon just sighs heavily, realizing how crazy his plan seems. She tries to explain to him that power lies in expanding one's capabilities, not in simply leveling up. But Park Soo-ho's words that, for him, this is just a removal of the usual boundaries, make her freeze in amazement. His confident, intimidating gaze makes it clear that the normal rules of this world do not apply to him. Meanwhile, outside the dungeon, in the silence of the night, the piercing sounds of sirens can be heard. The area around the 5th level gates has been cordoned off, with dozens of ambulances and press vehicles deployed. Reporters are broadcasting live, trying to reconstruct the chronology of the tragedy that occurred here. Han Dong-soo, unable to hold back tears of despair, mourns those who were trapped on the other side of the portal. The main culprit of the incident is led away under escort through the blinding flashes of cameras. Journalists vied with each other to bombard him with questions, hoping to learn at least something about the fate of the missing soldiers. But he only silently gets angry, cursing the department employees who intervened at the wrong time. In the quiet of his office, a high-ranking official is closely following this news. Suddenly, the door swings open, and his subordinate flies into the room like a whirlwind. She finds it difficult to contain her anger when she sees the absolute inaction of the leadership at such a critical moment. The woman furiously demands that all efforts be immediately directed towards catching the criminals. However, the director calmly reminds that all those involved have already been declared wanted, and their leader has gone on the run. This indifference infuriates her, because the lives of people in the most dangerous dungeon on the 5th level are at stake. The man, however, looks at things pragmatically, doubting that it is even possible to escape from this death trap alive. His cold cynicism cuts deep into her soul, making her question his humanity. But for him, Park Soo-ho is just another political figure whose value as a returning hero is still highly questionable. At this moment, a desperate cry from his subordinate, who can no longer remain silent, is heard in the director's office. The growing number of incidents in the dungeons and a wave of public outrage are pushing the association's leadership into a corner. But even in the face of disaster, the director thinks only about reputation, press pressure, and lost profits. For her, these are not just dry reports, because it was she who sent Choi Soo-yeon into this deadly gorge. The chief's cold gaze turns to the crying girl, revealing the severity of his pragmatic mind. He tries to justify himself by claiming that he is also worried, but the cold numbers are inexorable. The chances of surviving in that trap are close to zero. Her strength leaves her, and she falls to her knees, unable to contain the chest-rending cry of despair. Bitter tears of helplessness roll down her cheeks as Choi Soo-yeon's fate hangs in the balance. Meanwhile, in the depths of the ominous, fog-shrouded dungeon, a primordial darkness thickens. Deadly monsters, driven by a thirst for blood, roam among the ancient trees in search of their next victim. The ferocious orcs' suddenly heightened senses detect a subtle vibration in the air. From a bright flash of pure magic, a tiny yet incredibly daring forest spirit was woven. The monster stared in bewilderment at the fragile, glowing creature that dared to disturb its peace. With one sharp and furious movement, the orc tries to grab the intruder with his clawed paw. Having filled the thicket with a thunderous battle cry, the monster finally loses his composure. The axe, shrouded in fury, whistles through the air, leaving behind a deadly trail of energy. The creature mercilessly destroys everything around it, trying to grind the annoying spirit into dust. But the little sorceress easily evades the clumsy blows, disappearing without a trace into the dense foliage. The confused orc freezes, looking around in vain attempts to spot his target. And only a quiet rustle behind him makes him realize that the real threat has already gotten very close. A rapid fall from above interrupts the dead silence of the thicket. With one precise blow, Park Soo-ho pierces the monster's skull, taking his well-deserved reward from the system. The enemy's huge body falls to the ground with a crash, serving as a reliable support for the winner. There are only a couple of steps left until the long-awaited level up, and the guy's face lights up with a predatory smile. But the thicket around does not allow one to relax, suddenly exploding with the echo of wild animal cries. Choi Soo-yeon instantly concentrates and activates her clairvoyance ability. Through the dense wall of greenery, her gaze catches the powerful thermal radiation of the enemy. The girl tells her partner that just 100 meters ahead there is a formidable orc warrior lurking. Without a second thought, Park Soo-ho rushes forward, breaking through the dense thickets. His partner tries to stop him, sensing something wrong with such a hasty maneuver. But the hunter is already making a high leap, preparing to bring his blade down on the enemy. The giant orc barely has time to react to the sudden threat from the air. And only at this moment does Choi Soo-yeon realize that they have made a fatal mistake. A hidden button under the feet is triggered, activating a clever safety mechanism. A huge barrier of sharpened logs bursts out with a deafening crash. A powerful blow throws the guy back, forcing him to release the weapon from his hands. The girl freezes in silent shock, watching her comrade fall. And the triumphant orc already raises his war horn to his lips, calling his brothers. A piercing sound echoes throughout the forest, causing the other monsters to bare their fangs. Now the hunters themselves have become targets, surrounded by superior forces of a merciless enemy. A clawed paw breaks through the dense thicket, tearing through the foliage, marking the beginning of a nightmare. One after another, monsters rise from the ground, clutching deadly weapons in their hands. An entire army of orcs, hidden under skillful disguise, now moves as a united, unstoppable front. Choi Soo-yan desperately tries to bring his comrade back to his senses, urging him to get up and run immediately. But Park Soo-ho, caught off guard, barely has time to realize the critical nature of their situation. The monsters surrounding them let out a furious roar, ready to tear the intruders to pieces. A huge horde rushes straight at the defenseless warrior, leaving him no escape route. Park Soo-ho feels his strength rapidly leaving his body and realizes that he is in a death trap. The mind becomes clouded, reaction times slow down, and even a simple attempt to move an arm becomes incredibly difficult. Meanwhile, the enemies are approaching, anticipating an easy victory. At the most critical moment, a sharp shout from his partner reminds him of the extreme exhaustion bordering on fainting. To save him, Choi Soo-yan rushes into the thick of things, raining down devastating bombs on the attackers. Powerful explosions shake the ground, momentarily disorienting the bloodthirsty monsters. Shrapnel and flames tear apart the orderly ranks of the orcs, forcing them to retreat. Flashes of furious fire illuminate the battlefield, giving the hunters a ghostly chance of salvation. But the blast wave throws the girl to the ground, depriving her of the opportunity to continue the attack. Overcoming his weakness and numbness, Park Soo-ho rushes forward, rushing past his fallen ally. Through the clouds of smoke, the enraged roar of the surviving creatures can be heard, thirsting for immediate revenge. Clenching his will into a fist, the guy picks up the enemy's thrown weapon from the ground. And with one precise, crushing blow, he stains the ground with the blood of those who considered him easy prey. Every step he takes now echoes with the heavy weight of inevitability. Through the dirt and blood caked on Park Soo-ho's face, a wild excitement shines through. The goal is closer than ever. Like a furious whirlwind, he rises upward, ready to unleash all his fury on a last surviving enemy. The thirst for victory drives him forward, making him forget about pain and fatigue. Every swing of the axe brings him closer to his cherished goal, to the moment when everything will finally be decided. But the enemy turns out to be much stronger, and steel grinds against steel in a mad dance of death. The brutal monsters fall upon him with all their crushing mass, not giving the guy a chance to catch his breath. A powerful blow knocks the ground out from under his feet, throwing him back. Choi Soo-yan watches in horror as their defenses begin to crumble. The heavy tread of the orc leader shakes the earth, signaling the imminent end of this unequal battle. The girl understands that they have almost no chance against this monstrous power. Soo-ho takes another devastating blow, barely managing to cover himself. The force of the collision slams him into the cold ground, sapping the last of his strength. The weapon, released from his hands, flies away with a whistle, leaving him defenseless. But even in his downfall, luck smiles on him. A random throw hits the target, bringing a long-awaited level increase. A system window flashes before the wounded boy's eyes, offering a forbidden and frightening choice. Monstrous transformation is a force that can change everything, but at what cost? Meanwhile, the giant monster is already looming over the defeated Choi Soo-yan, leaving her no escape route. Gritting her teeth, she desperately tries to get up, but her exhausted body refuses to obey. And yet, looking into the eyes of impending death, she gathers the last sparks of her magic for a final, desperate blow. Meanwhile, in a quiet city alley, a familiar call is heard. An elderly woman comes out to the door with a bowl of food, hoping to see her pet, and a little white puppy named Snowball happily runs towards her. However, sadness can be seen in her eyes, because there has been no news from the baby's owner for 2 days. The carefree pet does not yet realize the full gravity of the situation, thinking only about the long-awaited treat. At the same moment, on the other end of the battlefield, a furious monster unleashes its crushing blow. Choi Soo-yan dodges the attack with all her might, trying to find a hole in the giant's defense. Park Soo-ho understands that delay is tantamount to death and decides to take extreme measures. Suddenly, in a quiet alley, Snowball's body is pierced by powerful electric discharges. The energy sleeping deep within begins to resonate with a distant battle. The shocked hostess steps back in fear, not believing her own eyes. She has never seen anything like this and freezes in complete stupor with horror. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho is overwhelmed by a wave of dark, primal power. Choi Soo-yan rushes into battle again, but the difference in power is too great. From the depths of darkness, the true form of the awakened spirit emerges. The girl puts all her will into this blade that cuts through the air, but the enemy easily blocks the furious attack, causing the steel to ring with tension. The shadow thickens, turning into deadly claws, ready to tear apart anyone in its path. A deafening howl fills the surrounding area, marking the final transformation of the beast. With one powerful swing, the giant breaks Choi Su-yan's resistance, throwing her to the cold ground. Her trusty blade flies out of her weakened hands with a ringing sound, disappearing in clouds of dust. Left without a weapon, the girl rolls helplessly on the ground as the shadow of imminent death looms over her. But at the very last moment, crushing the frozen ground, another, far more ferocious force steps onto the battlefield. Park Soo-ho quickly emerges from the fog, having assumed his true form as a merciless werewolf. The green-skinned monster doesn't even have time to realize where this sudden threat came from. The deadly predator rushes forward, driven only by pure primal instincts and a thirst for blood. The giant's only remaining eye reflects only a chilling, primal horror. With a powerful leap, Park Soo-ho falls upon his enemy, driving his massive body deep into the ground. Watching this madness, Choi Su-yan freezes in a daze, realizing that a real werewolf appeared before her. The white beast completely subjugates its victim, leaving it no chance of escape. A huge clawed fist rises into the air, concentrating all the accumulated rage within itself. A hail of crushing, merciless blows falls on the head of the defeated monster, causing blood to spray in all directions. Each new attack sounds like a deafening sentence, finally crushing the opponent's bones. Struck by this extreme, wild cruelty, the girl can only silently shudder at what she sees. The surrounding area is shaken by a furious, victorious roar, causing the sky itself to tremble. Deadly fangs sink into flesh, bringing a fat and bloody end to this confrontation. The lifeless body of the formidable enemy falls silent, plunging forever into the cold void. Choi Su-yan slowly rises to her feet, trying to stop the trembling in her body and comprehend the scale of what has happened. A system notification in front of your eyes dryly informs you that points have been successfully awarded for this reprisal. And now the girl looks forward, wondering who really is this frightening savior. Before her stands a terrifying white beast, frozen over the body of a defeated monster and exuding a primal threat. The girl freezes, unable to take her shocked gaze away from this incredible creature. But behind the bloody mouth of a wild predator lies something deeply human, a subtle, familiar gleam in the eyes. Overcoming her fear, Choi Su-yan timidly whispers the name of someone she never expected to see here, Park Soo-ho. However, the entire pathos of the moment instantly collapses when the ferocious monster suddenly bursts into the most ordinary, friendly bark. This ridiculous sound makes the warrior literally freeze in deep bewilderment. Believing that the formidable savior actually behaves like a devoted pet dog is beyond her strength. Meanwhile, in the real world, at the gates of the ill-fated dungeon, reporters have been waiting for at least 3 days in vain for any news about the departed. Tensions mount, and the press tries to extract details from officials about the death trap in which the hunters are trapped. After all, by all accounts, this cursed place requires the enormous strength of an entire squad of elite fighters, and it is simply impossible to survive in it alone. Behind the scenes, the film crew discusses the events with skepticism, considering the tragedy merely a cynical excuse for a money grab. Journalists are tired of waiting, although deep down each of them longs for a sensation, a miracle that no one truly believes in. In the eyes of cynical ordinary people, Park Soo-ho remains just a weak, low-ranking rookie doomed to a quick death. And the press is already preparing tragic headlines about yet another senseless loss for the association. Meanwhile, in a quiet house, an ordinary white puppy suddenly displays incredible, lightning-like strength right in front of his bowl. The elderly woman stands frozen in mute shock, unable to comprehend the powerful magic that has just awakened within her little pet. In the dungeon itself, Choi Su-yan freezes in surprise, finally learning the truth about the nature of the monster she saw. Having assumed his normal form, Park Soo-ho calmly explains to the stunned girl that it was not a transformation, but merely a fusion with his summoned beast. His casual, matter-of-fact tone contrasts sharply with the magnitude of the terrifying power he has just revealed. And while she is trying to come to her senses, the guy is already calling her to quickly gather the loot and finally go to a well-deserved lunch. But instead of the joy of victory, only deep despair appears on Choi Su-yan's face. Park Soo-ho sincerely doesn't understand the reason for her sudden anxiety. Her voice trembles as she delivers the ominous prophecy of their imminent doom. The tension between them instantly mounts, separating them like a silent wall on the snowy peak. The girl explains that the defeated orc leader was only the beginning, and the gates of the dungeon remained closed. The guy listens to the growing roar, foreshadowing a new storm. The sky is covered with heavy clouds, and a cold, pouring rain falls to the ground. Looking down at the giant's lifeless carcass, Park Soo-ho tries to comprehend the absurdity of the situation. Choi Soo-yeon confirms their worst fears. The real owner of this lair is still waiting for them ahead, but instead of fear, a thrilling grin appears on the guy's face. He can't wait to find out who this mysterious beast is. Choi Soo-yeon's gaze wanders into the void, taking her thoughts back to the events of days long past. Before her eyes, the ghosts of the past come to life. Her former elite squad that once set foot on this cursed land. Strong, self-confident fighters walked towards their destiny, unaware of the impending nightmare. At that time, she was not yet a seasoned leader, but walked shoulder to shoulder with her comrades. One of the fighters walking in front suddenly looks back with concern. This unexpected gesture makes the girl shudder and break out of the whirlwind of anxious thoughts. He kindly inquires about her well-being, worrying whether this difficult climb is difficult for her. Trying to appear strong, she forces a cheerful smile and assures her friend that she is fully prepared for battle. His encouraging, warm gaze gave her hope that was soon destined to be shattered. After all, none of them then guessed what kind of primordial horror awaited them in the depths of this abyss. It all started on the day when the walls of their safe haven shook from the first crushing blow. Like an avalanche from hell itself, hordes of merciless orcs rushed forward, leaving no chance for salvation. The commanders desperately tried to rally the survivors, calling on them to hold formation and break through to the central tower. But the chaos of battle inexorably devoured their strength, forcing them to repel attacks from all sides every second. The defensive line was crumbling before our eyes, and panicked reports of flank breakthroughs only confirmed the inevitable. Finding herself in the very epicenter of this madness, Choi Soo-yeon, without hesitation, rushed to the aid of her dying comrades. Through the roar of battle they shouted at her to retreat, but her innate stubbornness and duty led her only forward. However, one false step on the blood-slick ground knocked her off balance, leaving her defenseless against the enemy. The triumphant monster had already raised its blade, letting out a chilling roar of victory. At that moment, fear gripped her body, and the heavy sound of approaching death filled her entire consciousness. But before the blade touched her, the air shook with a sudden protective barrier. A powerful discharge of sparking energy pierced the battlefield, instantly incinerating the attacking creatures. A stunned Choi Soo-yeon held her breath, unable to believe that salvation had arrived at the very last second. But it was too early to celebrate. New explosions thundered everywhere, tearing apart the bodies of the fortress defenders. A barrage of fire turned the once majestic fortifications into piles of smoking rubble. The enemy advanced with bestial fury, literally wiping off the face of the earth anyone who tried to resist. Realizing the hopelessness of their situation, the commander gave the order to immediately retreat to safe lines. Jung Jae-shik grabbed Choi Soo-yeon's arm tightly, pulling her away from the threat that was inexorably catching up with them. Even in his death trap, he managed to turn to her with a confident, encouraging smile, and that fleeting, warm glance made her believe that they would definitely get out of this nightmare alive. But reality cruelly cut short these fragile hopes when Jung Jae-shik desperately pulled her along with him. Choi Soo-yeon turned around sharply, feeling the chilling horror creeping closer and closer. The pursuers caught up with them at breakneck speed, leaving no chance for salvation. And ahead, looming like a silent threat, the leader of the monsters was already waiting for them, his eyes blazing with malice. Before they could take a single step, the whistle of a blade filled the air, and a severed arm flew up in a spray of scarlet blood. Choi Soo-yeon lost her footing and fell to the cold ground with a dull thud. A deadly blow fell right in front of her, raising clouds of dust and completely sapping her strength. The comrades left behind could only watch this tragedy in mute shock. The desperate battle continued everywhere, taking the lives of one fighter after another. The eyes of the defenders were filled with horror and the realization of imminent death. And at that moment she saw him. Jung Jae-shik was lying motionless on the ground, bleeding. The huge monster raised its heavy spear over the fallen warrior with a triumphant roar. Choi Soo-yeon froze, and tears of helplessness and unbearable pain gushed from her eyes. The last look of her faithful friend was directed at her, full of quiet, farewell sadness. Her memory flashed back to the days of their training, when she, exhausted and defeated, was ready to give up. But he was always there, with his constant, encouraging smile, forcing her to move forward despite everything. A second later, the merciless spear pierced his flesh, ending his life and drenching everything around him with crimson blood. This nightmarish image was forever imprinted in her memory, leaving a deep, unhealing wound in her soul. Much time had passed since then, and now Park Soo-ho stood silently before her in the pouring rain, sharing her silent grief. and Choi Soo-yeon only cried quietly, trying to hide her incessant tears behind the cold drops of the storm. He held her close, trying to protect her from the cruel world that had brought down all its weight on her. Park Soo-ho understood her pain like no one else because during their separation, they both lost too much. Under the incessant rain, two wounded souls found temporary salvation and comfort in each other. Looking into her tear-stained face, he finally realized what a nightmare she had to go through in his absence. But while some were trying to heal their emotional wounds, ominous clouds continued to gather over the world. And the faithful Han Dong-soo sobbed bitterly in front of the camera lens, unable to contain the emotions that overwhelmed him. His sincere tears were broadcast live, drawing thousands of sympathetic viewers to their screens. Even the most resilient broke under the weight of this shared grief, grieving the loss of those who were dear to them. In a desperate attempt to restore hope, people turned to ancient rituals, calling on higher powers. Reporters endlessly reported on the shaman's sacred dance, intended to raise the fallen spirits of a shocked society. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the fateful dungeon, elite warriors of Seoul were gathering, thirsting for only one thing: revenge. They publicly declared that this terrible tragedy could have been avoided with due unity. This loud report was broadcast everywhere, attracting the attention of even those who were very far away. In the semi-darkness of a quiet room, the one whose presence always inspired awe silently watched what was happening on the screen. Gentle, feminine hands gently rested on his shoulders, trying to distract him from his intense contemplation. His companion asked with slight surprise why he was so interested in the news from South Korea. And on the television screen, the angry crowd of citizens continued to rage, demanding answers from the authorities. But Yeon Jae-sik only grinned condescendingly, as if he had already foreseen the outcome of this protracted drama. And far from there, hidden by a thick veil of rain, the dark mouth of a mysterious cave lay ominously empty. And right from this damp, impenetrable darkness, someone's contented and chilling whisper suddenly came. Meanwhile, Park Soo-ho and Choi Soo-yeon decided to have a long-awaited rest stop by the warm fire, celebrating their recent successes. The table was laden with all sorts of delicacies that the guy had generously bought in the spatial store. The hungry hunter devoured the food with both cheeks, surprising his companion with his incredible appetite. Choi Soo-yeon was also not far behind, shyly trying to conquer another juicy burger. However, physical limits made themselves known, and the girl had difficulty putting down the uneaten portion. Park Soo-ho just grinned, throwing his 20-second bun into his mouth. Watching this spectacle, Choi Soo-yeon smiled sincerely and quietly thanked him for his concern. But peace in these dangerous lands could not last forever, and soon the time came to resume the important conversation. Having settled in a mysterious glowing grotto, the guy tried to find out the details of her past battle. The girl only remembered how she fought with all her might and eventually lost consciousness in the midst of chaos. The moment when her faithful assistant brought her the legendary weapon right into her hospital room came back to her. After all, her main enemy was the ferocious leader of the orcs, a monster of incredible, crushing power. Hearing about this enemy, Park Soo-ho instantly perked up, anticipating a new, exciting battle. However, Choi Soo-yeon warned that the monster's lair was hidden far beyond their sight. At that moment, the little forest fairy, sent out to scout, was quickly returning back. While the girl was talking about the cunning system of protecting the enemy towers, the faithful spirit was already hovering nearby. The tiny creature descended directly to its owner, silently transmitting the information it had obtained. A victorious grin lit up Park Soo-ho's face. The target had been successfully located. Astonished by such incredible speed, Choi Soo-yeon just froze in place in surprise. The guy stood up resolutely, ready to crush anyone who stood in his way. Surrounded by a mystical glow, Choi Soo-yeon asked in confusion if he had any kind of plan of action. Park Soo-ho's answer was extremely simple and harsh: find the enemies and destroy them all. The girl could only sigh heavily, since there was no more reliable strategy in their situation anyway. Meanwhile, dark clouds were gathering over the ominous enemy castle, foreshadowing an imminent storm. The huge castle gates made a devastating noise as the heavy bolts were removed. Lowering on thick chains, the massive wooden bridge began to slowly open a passage to the outside. With a deafening thud, he landed on the ground, raising clouds of age-old dust into the air. From the dark depths of the open passage came a growing roar and the furious stomping of hundreds of heavy paws. A whole horde of ferocious orcs on giant wolves poured out of the gates like an avalanche, ready to tear apart anyone in their path. War horns blared across the surrounding area, announcing the arrival of a countless army of monsters. Hidden in the dense thicket at the foot of the hill, Choi Soo-yeon patiently waited for the perfect moment to maneuver. and as soon as the enemy vanguard moved away, she quickly burst out of cover riding on her faithful white beast. The snow-white predator raced at full speed, cutting through the oncoming wind and carrying its rider forward. They flew fearlessly straight towards the walls of the enemy citadel, hoping to slip through unnoticed. However, the vigilant sentries on the fortress walls noticed the enemy's bold approach in time. The enemy riders instantly turned their ferocious wolves to meet the uninvited guest. The girl only gripped the reins tighter, not intending to give in the face of mortal danger. There was no turning back now. An enraged horde of orcish pursuers was thundering after her. Mentally ordering her beast to squeeze out the maximum of its strength, Choi Soo-yeon rushed straight towards the closing entrance. And at that very moment, the alarming sounds of horns echoed throughout the fortress, calling the garrison to immediate battle. The ground was slipping away from under the paws of the faithful beast, who was rushing at the limit of his capabilities towards the rapidly rising bridge. Rows of merciless archers had already lined up on the fortress walls, ready to put an end to this mad rush. A deadly hail of arrows fell upon the fugitives, but the barrier, activated in time, took the full force of the blow. The path ahead was closing with every second, leaving only one ghostly chance of salvation. Obeying the desperate cry of his mistress, the wolf made an incredible leap into the void above the abyss. His powerful claws scraped along the very edge of the rising barrier, clinging to his last hope. They managed to hold on, but on the other side, a whole pack of enraged defenders was already waiting for them. The orcs rushed forward with a wild roar, confident of their quick and easy victory. Realizing that delay was tantamount to death, Choi Soo-yeon decided to take a desperate step and activated the protective bomb. A deafening flash of light and pure energy tore apart the enemy formation, scattering them in all directions. Without wasting a second, the beast rushed through the settling dust and fragments of stone slabs. Choi Soo-yeon ordered her pet to fight its way to the very center of the citadel, clinging tighter to its snow-white fur. There was not a shadow of fear in her gaze, only cold calculation and a readiness to go to the bitter end. The beast's powerful charge literally scattered the surviving guards, turning their defenses into utter chaos. The swift whirlwind of their attack swept past the massive walls, dragging clouds of smoke with it. But it was too early to celebrate. A sudden premonition of danger made the girl sharply wary. A new wave of defenders poured down on them from the upper tiers of the tower, ready to bring down their full weight from above. The fierce warriors fell like stones, raising their heavy axes for a fatal blow. However, the faithful wolf managed to react, intercepting the enemy who had jumped on them in mid-flight. Having become embroiled in this mad battle in the air, the brave rider prepared to meet the enemy face to face. The beast sensed danger a split second before the strike. Having fallen down, Choi Soo-yeon only managed to shout to her companion not to dare stop for her. Gravity pulled her inexorably towards the ground, but giving up in the face of certain death was not in her nature. At the last moment, her fingers gripped the cold stone ledge of the tower tightly. Balancing over the abyss, the girl found herself caught between the monsters pursuing her. With one sharp, precise movement, she shot upward, regaining her altitude advantage. But on the narrow parapet, the fierce defenders of the citadel were already waiting for her. There was no choice left. Calling on all her strength, she drew a blade sparkling with lightning. Meanwhile, the loyal beast rushed in the opposite direction, drawing the fire onto itself. Like a dancer on the brink of life and death, the warrior prepared to cut her way through the flesh of her enemies. And her faithful wolf, disregarding the laws of physics, rushed rapidly up the vertical wall. At the very top of this gloomy stronghold, hidden from prying eyes, was the throne room. There, in the darkness, lurked a terrifying creature with 3 eyes burning with hatred. The giant leader sat on his stone throne, reveling in his own invincibility. Hearing the noise of the battle outside, he slowly made his way to the exit to personally crush the insolent ones. Stepping onto the balcony, the leader of the monsters looked around his domain, but instead of defeated enemies, he felt only a strange, momentary confusion. At that very second, a snow-white predator, baring its deadly fangs, spewed fury at him from the abyss. Without a shadow of fear, the wolf grabbed the stunned giant by the throat with a death grip. Pulling the formidable enemy along with it, the beast plunged downwards like a stone, turning the fall into a death sentence for both of them. In this mad fall, the predator held its prey in a death grip, not giving the enemy a single chance of escape. A primal rage burned in his eyes, thirsting for only one thing: final victory over the leader of the monsters. There was a deafening crunch, and the giant's flesh was pierced through by a sharp stone spire. The deadly peak held the fallen enemy in place, while the beast itself fell rapidly away from the place of execution. The ancient tower could not withstand the colossal pressure and began to collapse with a roar onto the heads of the orcs, frozen in horror. The hail of stones fell mercilessly upon the army of monsters, burying their greatness and hopes beneath it. A powerful blast wave shook the citadel, turning the centuries-old walls into a pile of useless rubble. The stunned warriors of the horde could only watch in helpless confusion as their stronghold collapsed. Amidst falling debris and clouds of dust, Choi Su-yan lost altitude, inexorably approaching certain death. Chaos engulfed the entire battlefield, and the sky was marked with the silhouettes of those for whom this fall promised to be the last. Gravity mercilessly pulled the girl down through the icy streams of wind, leaving her alone with the inevitable. Looking at the approaching ground, Choi Su-yan realized with horror that her path could end here and now. But at the very last moment, a powerful clawed paw tightly squeezed her defenseless hand. Like a flash of lightning, the white wolf rushed through the chaos, catching the falling warrior in midair. The beast, having grouped itself in the fall, took the entire impact on itself, dampening the inertia of the mad somersault. Plowing the stone slabs with his paws, he slid forward, reliably protecting the girl from the deadly recoil. Choi Su-yan, not believing her own eyes, looked at her unexpected savior in stunned silence. Fear turned to amazement when the beast confidently declared that their greatest nightmare, the Orc Lord, was gone forever. Without wasting a single second of precious time, the mighty patron rushed away through the ranks of confused enemies. With one mighty leap, they vanished from sight, leaving behind the ruins of the Greenskins' fallen glory. Choi Su-yan couldn't believe her ears when the news of the Orc Lord's sudden death was confirmed. Feeling the wind whistling on her face, she rushed forward, trying to comprehend the scale of what had happened. In her eyes, shining with a bright neon light, only one silent question could be read. Was this crazy fight really over so quickly? Meanwhile, at the command headquarters, located far beyond the battlefield, a deceptive calm reigned. But suddenly, alarms began to flash on the monitors, starting an inexorable countdown. The operators froze in place, unable to believe the sensor readings. The news of critical changes in the depths of the 127th dungeon struck the duty shift like thunder. Outside the headquarters van, there was an incredible commotion, accompanied by the incessant flashes of reporters' cameras. Han Dong-soo, looking around in confusion, froze in the middle of the crowd, feeling the ground slipping out from under his feet. The realization of the impending denouement slowly penetrated his mind, depriving him of the opportunity to exhale. The official headquarters report dispassionately confirmed the enemy citadel had fallen, and the final countdown to the complete closure of the gates had begun. For those waiting for news on the surface, these words brought only tears of unbearable fear for the fate of their loved ones. At that very moment, a wave of uncontrollable jubilation swept over the crowd outside as the hope of salvation finally became a reality. And on the battlefield, the surviving enemies ran in panic in different directions, saving their lives. Guiding her faithful beast forward, Choi Su-yan frantically tried to coordinate their further path. A sudden landmark made her heart beat faster. The cherished door of salvation was very close. Through a hail of enemy arrows, they raced against time, knowing that every second of their lives was at stake. The mighty wolf evaded his pursuers with astonishing grace, breaking through the remnants of the enemy vanguard. The stone walls of the citadel rushed past, giving way to open terrain. But when her faithful companion suddenly changed his running trajectory, Choi Su-yan screamed in alarm, realizing that any delay now would be fatal. The leader rushed forward at a rapid pace, leaving behind his brothers locked in their enclosures. But suddenly, the air shook with the powerful call of Park Soo-ho, who used absolute taming. Choi Su-yan couldn't believe her ears when she realized what a crazy card her companion had decided to play in the very heart of the enemy's lair. The animals, doomed to death, froze, instantly submitting to the will of the new, true leader. The order to follow him echoed in the minds of every wolf, giving them long-awaited hope. In a single impulse, the flock overcame the high fences, rushing after their savior. The girl barely held on to the back of the racing beast, amazed at how easily these ferocious predators submitted. Now Park Soo-ho led an entire army, ready to fight for him until their last breath. However, the joy of salvation was short-lived. From around the bend of the citadel, an armed patrol flew straight towards them. Choi Su-yan screamed in horror, realizing that they were trapped in a death trap and their way forward was completely cut off. At this critical moment, a tiny forest spirit appeared before the hero's eyes, pointing to a secret passage. Having heard about the saving loophole, the girl frantically searched with her eyes for a gap in the monolithic wall. Her gaze caught on a narrow, almost imperceptible crack in the ancient masonry of the fortress. Having directed the beast, she screamed desperately, calling on it to immediately turn aside. At top speed, the white wolf made a sharp turn, literally squeezing into the dark crevice. The rescued flock followed unquestioningly, disappearing into the narrow stone labyrinth. The pursuers on huge beasts roared past, losing sight of the fugitives. The enraged roar of the orcs filled the surrounding area, but they could no longer correct their fatal mistake. The danger had temporarily receded, but the unknown darkness of the corridor still stretched ahead. And then, at the very end of the winding tunnel, a blinding light of freedom finally dawned. But beyond the threshold of freedom, a new nightmare awaited them, a furious horde of orcs rushing towards them on giant black wolves. Joy Su-yen, without wasting a second, raced through the forest thicket on her snow-white beast at the head of her faithful pack. And so, among the age-old trees, the radiance of the treasured passage to a safe world finally appeared before her. But the cunning pursuers were not going to let their target slip away so easily, preparing a crushing blow. The heavy spear cut through the air with a deafening whistle, bringing with it swift death. Turning around at the sound, Choi Su-yeon realized with horror that the deadly blade was flying straight at her.